continues to make all-time highs. That's how the NASDAQ is looking right now ahead of Palantir earnings to come. A little bit of news this morning on Uber, just seeing Toast, company named Toast, teaming up with Uber, not really moving around on that, but a few headlines last week for Uber. We'll touch on this NVIDIA headline this morning as well. It keeps going back and forth. Will they or won't they be able to ship all of their products into China? It's looking like this latest deal between Trump and Xi that we talked about at the end of last week, not going to include certain things for NVIDIA. NVIDIA doesn't care. Back to the upside this morning, along with some of the other semiconductors at this point. If you're keeping score, it was the better part of 5% on the month for the NASDAQ, 4.8% last month for the NASDAQ, about 2.5% then for both the S&P and the Dow, pretty impressive. About 2%, we'll call it 1.7, 1.8% for small caps. Ms. Adair is beside me to start things off this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I mean, pretty impressive, not only for tech in general, but these stocks just continue to float higher even this morning.
Yeah, and why not? We have so many catalysts. A lot are going to continue to be in this data center space. We know some big deals this morning for IREN and CIFR, in addition, of course, to the Microsoft NVIDIA deal apparently happening here with regards to the UAE. There's lots of excitement. Speaking of deals, then we've got Kenvue with Kimberly-Clark set to acquire this company. That's going to be a mega deal. We'll have to wait and see if that gets some approval. And then another deal-related catalyst here, Pfizer, once again, for the second time now, suing Metsera and Novo Nordisk because they're a little bit upset that Novo Nordisk outbid Pfizer for Metsera.
Yeah, pretty good move here for KVUE, NYSE stock, all the way up to 19 bucks. We're coming in a little bit. As you said, this is a big deal, so we'll most likely take some time to get this across regulators' desks. This was kind of an interesting comment this morning. It was early on from Scott Besson as well. Parts of the economy already in recession, but the rest leading, anyways, on the tech side of things, on the manufacturing side of things, still looking really good, and that's typically all they tend to look at. We will get some ISM data coming up this morning, 9:45 and then 10 o'clock. ISM, S&P, among the data points that we're still getting with this government shutdown continuing. We'll also talk about University of Michigan sentiment coming up later in the week morning. That's really the next look at inflation or any kind of data point that has inflation included in it. That'll come out 10 o'clock on Monday morning. But ISM this morning, ISM on Wednesday this week as well. Happy Monday, guys.
Good morning, everybody. And yeah, you know, it's a happy Monday for the market. Obviously, I'll start off by saying it was an absolute epic series. Congratulations to the Dodgers, man. The team it's a super team. Yamamoto was the best pitcher on the planet for that series. There's no
three wins all on the road.
The guy was ridiculous.
All on the road.
And he comes in a day after throwing like 90 pitches to shut it down. So, I mean, to be honest, the craziest thing about it, I woke up on Sunday morning thinking I was going to feel like as dejected as I was the night before. Daughter had a smile on her face. My wife and I, the first thing we were doing was talking about on Sunday morning, spring training plans. When are we going? When are we booking off flights? Like that kind of a thing. Aaron was just so happy to be on TV. That's the other thing that was absolutely crazy. My daughter got on TV twice for a sign and was losing her mind over it. So it's a lifetime of experiences I'll definitely take. And now we're on to the Bills and the Leafs because that's all we got left.
Exactly.
But we got to shout out.
The Raptors, apparently.
Well, the Raptors are not going to win. I don't think the Raptors are going to win much of anything for a couple of years. The Leafs are a playoff team. Let's be right.
Let's hope so.
I mean, you don't think the Leafs are a playoff team?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't know. I hope so. Yeah, they should be.
I think so. By the way, this is we should give a shout out to
open these up yet.
Bertrand.
Oh, okay, I wasn't here when he came
from
through.
France, came by like really early and dropped off 2 boxes of crispy donuts. He's on a layover and was here for a couple of days and decided to drop these off. So now we have copious amounts of. Actually, I haven't even opened it.
Donuts.
Is it?
I want to know: are they the fancy ones or the OG?
It's like a little bit of everything.
Fancy ones.
So I don't know. These are ridiculous.
Oh, they're loaded with stuff inside of them.
That's what I'm gonna have.
God, I haven't even had a coffee.
I'm not waiting. I'm having one of these. Why? Because I need extra treats today.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe take 2 or 3 of them. No, it's sad about the Blue Jays. I mean, ultimately, no clutch hitting, wasn't able to come through, and that's basically telling it to Neil, I was like, so many different things happen in every single game, and it is what it is, right? We had many opportunities to win and didn't. The Dodgers did, man. They had 3 solo home runs when they needed them.
Yep.
And we couldn't get a base hit if our life depended on it. So what it is at the end of the day. Palantir reporting tonight. We're excited about that one, breaking through $200 there on Friday. Now we get to see if it continues to ascend into their report tonight. Don't know what to expect, but we'll talk about it and see if we can sort of piece together maybe where this name goes soon. So that's Palantir to the upside. NVIDIA is one of the names that are getting higher here. There's not too many names that are actually starting to move around too much today, but NVIDIA up 2% will help out the market. We had a dip down on Apple on Friday after their Thursday earnings report, so we'll see, that was the earnings reaction there, and they're getting ready to break lower here as well, Apple, so they didn't like that too much on Friday. Will they be able to hold that bottom here today as we open up basically at the lows here for Apple? And then the one that worked last week late on Thursday was Amazon, and we'll see if that can continue its march here as well. But that also a dip down. I'm thinking more of a long on Amazon because their report was well liked and the day, however, wasn't. But I think this bottom is a little more secure right now than that of Apple's. So we'll have a look at all of these names. SoFi going to be a good name as well here today. Going to break through $30 back to the upside, and then we have Robinhood reporting later this week. There's a bunch of different names that are coming at us this week. It's actually a pretty big week for earnings names as well, right? So lots of names coming through, and then we have Coinbase. And unfortunately, I was going to say what happened to Uptober. Crypto was supposed to be Uptober. It was, I don't know, shit-kicktober, because I don't know where Bitcoin actually was at the beginning of October. Maybe it was flat, I don't know. But everyone was talking. We had that even graphic that was saying Uptober for IBIT. I know we're going to go, Brendan mentioned going over monthly charts, but this is where Bitcoin was on October the 1st-ish, was basically at all-time highs. And now you're breaking lower. So this is the thing about seasonality. It doesn't always matter. As you can see here for Bitcoin, it did not matter at all. We all look smart when things work out, but then what happened to this? Let's figure it out with IBIT very, very soon. Oracle, Uber's another one that reports this week as well. So that should be an interesting name to watch out for. So we're excited here. I don't know. I think Sharif is off today. I'm not sure. People asking about where his note is. So I'm going to go. Sharif is off. I asked Joe and he didn't know. So. He is off. There it is. He is. Oh, he's not.
He'll be late.
Oh, he's late. Okay, he's going to be coming in. There he is. So Sharif is on his way in. But yeah, you can get our watch list no matter what.
Oh.
At I don't know. We have it's a weird website, but hit the link in description to grab the watch list, and that's going to be coming up. Every single day. Yeah, exactly. And members with the Sharif's note as well. So, yeah, we're working on our own notes here.
And now we can
Neil's working on the donuts.
While we listen to Michael, maybe.
Yeah, we do have Michael Noss coming up very, very soon as well.
So good this looks.
Yeah, those donuts are really good. The Krispy Kreme ones are...
They're too good.
The normal ones are great reheated. Like, you put them in the microwave for 20 seconds.
But once you've had them like a million times...
I gotta have a sip. I gotta have a sip of coffee. Yeah.
I feel like when Krispy Kreme first came out, sign would light up, everyone would lose their minds over it. And then after a while, it was just, kind of a thing. That said, this is probably way too many donuts. I'm not gonna lie. Like there's another
12. There's 24
but there's another
donuts.
box. Yeah, there's
I know,
24.
Thank you so much for your nice treat, gentleman who stopped by here. So, all right, let's go back over the desk.
Just reading Google Alphabet starting a 8-part US dollar bond sale. If you remember, Meta did the same thing last week. So not sure. Alphabet looking to raise $15 billion from US dollar bond sale is underway. So we'll touch on Alphabet maybe coming up here. Michael Noss is waiting patiently for us on a Monday morning. Happy Monday, Mr. Noss.
Happy Monday.
It's his favorite time of the month because he gets to go out and look at in this case, big green monthly candles. And we were just touching on, as the show came on there, almost 5% on the NASDAQ for last month. I mean, 2.5% basically right across the board, everything else.
And I think the monthly candles do a good job of actually painting the picture of kind of where we are right now. And, for those who may be day traders and short-term swing traders, I am too. And I really recommend this exercise anyway. Sometimes we get a little bit too caught up with, the forest for the trees, so to speak. So once a month, and I love when time on with you guys line up with these new monthly charts is I sit through and I just go through a list of, a couple hundred ETFs on monthly charts, and sounds like a lot, but it really only takes like 10 minutes at the end of the month. So I highly recommend, even if you're a day trader or a short-term trader, you do the same, because it just pulls you out of all the news and the noise and, the chop that we saw, especially at the end of last week and all of that. And I think there's an interesting kind of picture and narrative I want to get to here as well. So the first one is just going to be the S&P 500. And, this kind of looks exactly like a lot of people kind of feel and expect. We're on XLK there. So I think you're on slide 2. Actually, slide 1 should be the SPY, but there we go. Perfect. And yeah, just up and to the right, and another strong month. And, again, each of these is 20 trading days. So it shows that internally you can get all this kind of chop back and forth, but it also shows how much a pullback could be in order to even be healthy. Like, imagine we came back to that 600 area that we broke out of. That was the all-time highs before the tariff tantrum. If you're looking at this chart, that doesn't even seem like it would break structure or even be a bear market. So, you look at that and you kind of get yourself prepared for what a pullback could look like. And you look at it and you say, well, that really wouldn't be too bad. But I want to go through some of the components. And we've talked about this before, where the S&P 500 is essentially made up of 3 major sectors. You got your XLK, which is the next chart, and that is technology. And this one you can see very, very strong, especially last month, very, very strong month into new all-time highs. And this is where I think the bubble talk is coming from, is, oh my God, that this is a bubble because look at this, but this is pulling the entire index up. It's like 30% of the S&P 500 is technology. But if we look at the other major sectors, it doesn't feel nearly as bubbly. It feel that this particular sector is running hot, and maybe there's some catch up, or maybe this is showing us more of what the average stock is looking at. If we go to the next chart here, which is XLF, this is financials. And last 3 months, last quarter, we've done just about nothing. I've got a little rounded top there. I hope that doesn't play out, but we are just hanging out at all-time highs that we were at the end of 2024. We've basically done nothing this year in financials. So looking at this, if I were to show you this chart alone and you didn't see the S&P 500, you didn't see the XLK, you probably wouldn't be thinking bubble. So then the next chart is XLV, or healthcare. So again, these 3 are kind of the big 3 sectors in the S&P 500. A little bit of a trend line breakout that we've gotten on this monthly chart, a little bit of a breakout of that anchored VWAP, but this doesn't feel bubbly to me either. So when I look at these, I say, okay, are we in a bubble in the market? Are some sectors just running really, really hot? And in which case you could see maybe long-term rotation when things kind of cool off. And this next area that I'll show you, this next chart, the last one here, before I do a little Warren Buffett dig, but is RSP. So I talk about this chart all the time. This is one of my favorite charts. This is the exact same name that's in your SPY or S&P 500, but it's no longer giving that really overweight to tech. Every stock in this chart, or in the S&P 500 here, is weighted equally. So the smallest guy has as much impact as the largest guy. And we are right at these highs. And this shows to me that the average stock, the average large cap stock, and I didn't bring it, but the SPY and or the IWM and the small caps and the mid caps all look the same. This doesn't feel very bubbly to me on the average stock. It feels like there may be pockets out there that could be kind of scaring the market. But as a whole, just kind of an okay year. We're up a little bit, we're up near all-time highs, but really not too much has happened. So when it comes to, okay, do I think it's a bubble? Do I think the bubble's going to talk, the thing, or pop, the thing that everyone's talking about? I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe. But, we sell finance, we sell healthcare, we sell industrials, we sell all these other sectors that really haven't yet broken out. So I wouldn't be surprised to kind of see that rotation. So the last big bear thing that I hear everyone talk about this week, and this is what the next chart is talking about, is Warren Buffett's cash pile. I could not go on Twitter. And one of my favorite things to do, if you follow me on Twitter, is I like to send out like a really spicy tweet. I know people get heated and just turn off my phone for the weekend. And that's what I did with this. And what this chart is for those who don't know, everyone's talking about that Warren Buffett's got like $300 billion in cash, and that's super crazy. He must be doing it because he thinks the bubble's going to pop and it's a huge end of the world. So, like I always do, as a technician and a quant, I went and I looked at the data. And I said, okay, what happens after Buffett goes and raises a bunch of cash? The cash amount is going to differ because obviously he's grown his cash amount over time. But what happens when he goes and starts raising a bunch of cash? What is the return of the S&P 500 6 months from that point? And you can see, other than 2008, which was obviously a bad thing, there's be kind of no correlation to slightly it's better to buy when he raises cash. So moral of the story with all of this is just kind of zoom out, try not to pay attention too much of the narratives, and understand that it may not be the most interesting thing in the world, but there are sectors other than tech. So if at some point the market is going to cool off and tech is going to pull back or stop moving a little bit, that's going to be okay, because I think there might be other sectors under the hood that end up taking the lead and moving on from there. So yeah, nice little zoom out. I like to do it once a month. I highly recommend everyone else do it as well, because it just gives you an overview of actually what's happening in the market.
So just to clarify, if we can go back to that real quick, Andre, this is looking at the S&P 500 going out 6 months from the day Warren Buffett reportedly had a massive cash pile or has gone massively to cash. So for the most part, 6 months out from when he does that, the market's actually higher. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. So what I looked at is when he's gone from, I think it was under 5% of his portfolio being cash to then over 10% of his portfolio being cash, which right now I think it's like 30%. And it doesn't seem like he does it. Well, obviously no one can time the top, but if you ever followed Warren Buffett's work, there's nothing in the Intelligent Investor that I saw that said, hey, if you think it's a bubble, raise a bunch of cash and try to time the dip. It's kind of the antithesis to what the guy's doing. So I think it might just be more of a deal flow. If he's not seeing the deals that he wants to see, then he has a bunch of cash. But yeah, reading this chart is just from the report, which, these reports are always delayed, but from the report that he's gone from having a little bit of cash to way more cash. What does the S&P 500 do 6 from that time? And in most cases higher. I would say this is enough just to kind of call it random. And I personally don't think the narrative out there has been that he's raising a bunch of cash because he thinks the market's overvalued and it's going to crash and all of that. I just don't think that's what he's doing. He doesn't see any deals out there to deploy his cash, so he's just not.
And if we go back to the first chart we showed, or one of the first charts there around the NASDAQ and XLK and tech stocks specifically, I mean, it feels like we go through this almost on a monthly basis where it's tech, leading the rally in the overall market. That narrative doesn't seem to be changing, but at the same time, the market continues to just go higher. So it's really easy for us to sit here and come up with reasons. I guess I'm by nature a cautious type of market participant, and it's really easy to come up with reasons why we shouldn't. But here we are, back to all-time or almost all-time highs again.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those that we always focus as traders naturally on what's in play, what's moving, what's the media is talking about. And it's just been tech for so long that I think we're a lot of us are focused on that is the market. And kind of what I'm trying to show with these other charts is that there's a lot of different stocks out there that are very important. And what if there is no bubble that pops? But what if everything's priced in and tech just goes nowhere for 6 months, a year plus? I think, just looking at what I'm seeing in the charts, that there's other charts that look primed to break out and primed to move. And when we really look at what is the stock market, right? It's a market of stocks. So we don't need to have NVIDIA getting to like a $10 trillion company in order to push this market higher. We just need NVIDIA not to, crash down to a $1 trillion company. Maybe it just priced in, it hangs out, and then we have financials or healthcare or biotech or small caps or somewhere else kind of grabs the baton to carry us higher.
Which at the end of the day, all of what you just said would be very, very constructive and healthy for the overall market.
Yeah, it would show that the AI is doing something, right? We've been talking about this forever, where if AI is going to make gains, we should see it in the smaller companies. You should see small caps start to be able, drug companies make better drugs, or industrial companies be able to, build things cheaper or better. And so if we start to see this trickle down, yeah, for me, I'm looking at that as it's a huge positive thing, because there's some value that's happening there inside of AI. that's kind of trickling down to the rest of the economy that's just not AI adjacent.
Michael Noss, happy Monday. Best of luck today. Best of luck getting into a brand new month. Once again, we'll do this again in 20 trading days from now.
Talk to you then.
Figure of speech.
No.
Thank you very much there to Michael. So American Resources just made a big move here to the upside because they announced a $1.4 billion joint partnership with the U.S. Department of War to expand domestic rare earth magnet supply chain in partnership with Vulcan Elements. So if you're seeing AREC pop up on big volume, that is the headline. It's a pretty solid runner this morning. Okay, heading into, I guess it would have been earlier in the month highs. So yeah, looks like there is this one. I didn't really see like any super small cappers this morning, but this one might stand out and take the cake. We also we had Michael talk about some monthly charts. We're gonna have Joey options at the beginning of the month. Maybe talk a little bit about some upgrades, downgrades, and some options plays.
Get this started.
I don't hear his mic.
You're muted. Okay, he is on. All right, we'll get that all figured out. We'll get the audio figured out. But
there's a headline right there.
Yeah, there it is. American Eagle announces Sydney Sweeney. Oh no, American Resources. Okay. What has even happened to Wasn't it AEO? That's what it was, right? American Eagle. There, they had that Sydney Sweeney. I think it's about nothing. Yeah, I guess there was the big bump up. A holdout right now. There it is there. Yeah, of course, AERC is the one that we are referring to there. Oh, no, this is a different one. AirCap Holdings, 133 right now. But you know what? We saw last week, we saw USAR, the rare earth name starting to go upside. That's fading down a little bit. MP. Some of these rare earth plays are actually at levels now that, look much better, obviously, than where they were 1 month and so ago. We heard Michael talk about all these different kind of markets that were out there. Here's one that if you do think, and I've written down here on the sticky note, which I'm just getting out right now, is SMR. So hopefully we can trade some SMR today. Again, another name that's in a hot space that continues to bump off of those lows in the low 30s. Needs to get a little higher. I mean, today it's lower, but we're running into some key levels, and we'll talk about those as well. But Joey, microphone is now ready.
I swear, I promise. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these upgrades and downgrades, and then we'll get into some options activity momentarily. All right, guys, at the top of the list, we have Cisco by UPS, getting that price target raised to $88. And then Edward Life Sciences by Raymond James, getting that price target raised to $96, up about 0.9% on the session. Roku by Piper saying that price target $135. And then Netflix is you guys on the upgrades list by KGI Securities. $1,350 is going to be that target, and we're up about 1 1/3 there. Now, Luminar Technologies getting the downgrade, guys, going from a market perform to underperform, slightly positive on the session. Now, Rigetti Computing, surprisingly the quantum space has been really hot as of late, guys. Price target lowered to $42 by B. Riley, and then Costco. This one's a little bit of a surprise right there. $1,000 is going to be that price target by Oppenheimer, and then DraftKings by Sanford C. Bernstein getting that target from $55 to $50. Good morning, Ramin. So yeah, that's what we have for the upgrades and downgrades. Now, as for some of the options activity, guys, SoFi at that $32 strike price expiring at the end of this week. We're sitting on approximately 24,400 current open contracts, and this was on Friday's session. You had 6,900 contracts traded, and then Meta. I have my eyes on this one at that $660 strike price expiring once again this week. Open interest 1,000 with that volume pretty high, 16,600 there. And then Palantir reporting after the bell, guys, 210 strike price expiring at the end of this week. Volume on Friday, 22,800 with 24,000 contracts still currently open. Look for that to increase this afternoon, this morning, and obviously coming into, tomorrow as well too, just after the open, considering it has going to report after the bell. And then as for some of the options on the SPY, this is going to be at that 685 strike price. This is a 0 DTE, so it's going to expire today. I found what I found relatively interesting was that at the money IV is substantially low, so you're not going to be paying for this contract. I have a quote here for 6 of them. You can see it's costing you around $522. That's the max you can lose on this trade, but once again, it's 0 DTE. Make sure you know what you're doing. On Friday's session at that strike price, you had 101,000 contracts traded with 14,400 still open, and you can see the spread is extremely tight as well too. You obviously want to look at that within your options activity. The delta is relatively low as well, and then the gamma isn't going to add too much effect to it. But one thing that I'm also keeping my eyes on, guys, we'll take a step back here, is Meta. I want to look for a potential bounce here in this name. Just be cautious because the at-the-money IV is still slightly elevated, considering this is day 3 of that massive gap down. So be patient. You don't want to be going. You don't want to be buying contracts directly after because you will lose the value of that contract just to implied volatility alone. So be patient. Wait for those indecision prints, and then maybe get a bounce in Meta, guys.
Well, Meta is definitely in need of a temporary bottom after the earnings quadunk, or whatever we're calling it here. And it wasn't like I said, it wasn't even like a bad quarter or anything. The good news, at least temporarily, like always look for, we talk about the 3-day rule, let things calm down a little bit. Really the essence of that is the market's in price discovery mode, right? It's just the 3-day rule is just a euphemism for the market's trying to figure out where to price things, and when buyers and big money emerges, sometimes it can give you a hint. And it bounced 650 once, it held 650 effectively at the end of the day on Friday. It's holding it for like the 3rd day in here today. So this is a pretty key day for Meta at that particular price. It's $650. I think, obviously, like I'm someone that believes this is going to work long term for them, but when you look at this, considering where the market's at those highs, you have to make the argument that until proven otherwise, Meta is a little bit weak. It's under the 200-period moving average. It's in a slight downward trend from the highs. You could say it accelerated one. And, ball doesn't lie at this particular point when we're looking at this, relative to, say, the NASDAQ. You could look at the SPY as well, but basically the same thing. So this is the key crucial day. I think the 650 is holding for now. I think it's all systems go once it does for that 3rd day to catch a little bit of a bounce in Meta.
All right, yeah, thanks, Joe, for all of those interesting reports. I think Meta's going to be an interesting one today. Of course, we'll wait for day 3 plays on that. I think we're on day 2 maybe today. Our day 3 for Meta, so we'll see where that can land. Today, Bitcoin suffering today as well, down to 108. So we'll see if we can get some love for Bitcoin. I'm still looking at that SMR level. We're getting the sticky note is out. But yeah, it's iBit trying to hold. Oh yeah, Ramin, we got some Krispy Kreme donuts over here. Yeah. We had a, I guess in taking down some of the plastic here and in more painting and whatnot, we do now have a bunch of little black, it's like shrapnel from all the dust. It's like a paint dust. I don't exactly know how to explain it, but like everywhere you just kind of see, like I just did it right there, just randomly, a spot that I already cleaned, and I have black soot.
I'm trying.
I think the word soot is a good one.
It's not really. If it was really soot, that'd be a problem.
I think this is a problem still. I mean,
I almost don't want to do that because
There we go. Thanks, Ramin, for showing that. Yeah, so if you're trying to commit a crime around here, like your fingerprints, I think it'd be easy to find around here. So, but anyways, yeah, we are breathing it in. So that's great, Matt. So if you always wonder why, this kind of stuff continues to plague us around here, yeah, we're breathing it in. It's great times. So.
Yeah, if you wonder why I'm taking Tylenol in the afternoon from the headache that I'm getting.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why I'm not going to be here tomorrow, no, just kidding, I'll be here. All right, we'll talk to you guys very soon about all these plays and many more. We do have our watch list. We have a market rundown. We have many things happening, and it's about to start right now.
All right, a couple of things. First off, MDB, MongoDB popping up here this morning. New CEO named by the company in the pre-market here. Not a lot of volume behind this, but $400 name. So worth noting on the back of some expectations on the earnings side of things as well. Speaking of, there's a lot to come, not only after the close tonight, but the rest of this week for earnings reports. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Grab the watch list. It's free. Top link in the description will get that site, and then all you need is your email address. As I mentioned, comes right to your inbox. Let's talk about NVIDIA. Not doing a heck of a lot here on the back of course, my chart's not working. on the back of this news that they still don't really have any clear idea of what they will exactly be able to sell into China. It doesn't look like their top products are going to be included on that list on the back of this China Xi-Trump conversation from last week and deal that apparently we're going to have signatures on coming up here in the next week or so.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, NVIDIA, though, right now is just popping up once again, so lots of action for NVIDIA. We know also President of Microsoft, Brad Smith, apparently saying to Financial Times that Microsoft and NVIDIA or Microsoft's going to be able to, I guess, to use NVIDIA chips in the UAE. This is news we already kind of knew, but still positive here, or positively for NVDA. Now, with regards to China, Brendan, it's a bit confusing because we have heard many different things from all the different parties. You know, we had Jensen Huang saying a couple times this weekend that he was pretty confident there would be some kind of China usage, but he's also said during the GTC keynote that they're still going to be fine even if there isn't any usage there in China. Meanwhile, Trump saying the chips are super duper and he's going to speak to Xi about them, but then he doesn't. So super back and forth. As you said, there's really not much of an update, but that's just a quick recap of what we know. Super duper.
Yeah. Amazon inking a $3 billion deal with OpenAI to support NVIDIA chips. So Amazon jumping into the ring of sharing profits. To the upside we go here, guys, for NVIDIA.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, right now, Amazon's all the way back up to 254 right now and still going. I don't know with Marvell there. Marvell actually spiked into the $100 level and now bounced back down again. So
it's part of the same story.
Yeah, but still, it shouldn't. That was way too violent there for Marvell up to 102. So I don't know if something's brewing on this name as well. But here we go, another deal from another unprofitable company like OpenAI. Apparently now 38 billion getting that thrown around. So get ready for all your IPO money. Has to go somewhere, man. When this name becomes public, OpenAI, that should be a very, very exciting IPO
this
day.
This is knocking Microsoft down.
Yeah, well, it's a cloud deal, right? So. What is the news exactly? $38 billion. It's actually not even on Benzinga yet, so I don't see it.
Yeah, it's just a $3 billion deal to...
Okay. Well, anyways.
Oh, check that. No. $38 billion.
Yeah, $38 billion.
It's not 3, it's 38 billion from OpenAI. So you got Microsoft down. I mean, it's now red, but it moved about 1.5 there. At the most, it moved 1.5 to the downside.
Deal on cloud, or what do they want?
Absolutely flattening. Look, Amazon on this, and we'll get to NVIDIA in a quick little second. Like Amazon was not part, this wasn't part of the plan today on Amazon. But all of a sudden, just got to start thinking about maybe like the places to hold. Friday high, that's going to be 254. If something were to really fall apart, the 249 to 250 areas on Amazon, I'm just going to put those. Oh, I had one of those already. Okay. I actually apparently had that second level already. But yeah, 254, if we get any kind of a dip and hold at the open, is going to make some sense. Yeah, I mean, OpenAI spending all of that money, that play money out there that they got, it's going to be such an interesting IPO when it happens. NVIDIA is back to a $5 trillion company because why not? It was always going to happen. It was just a matter of when. I'm not going to change plan too much, except for I think there's maybe a little bit of a chance to get a dip into like afternoon resistance 2 days in a row was at 204.5 to 205. That was the dip zone. As long as you're over that, I'm looking long on NVIDIA. Didn't really like the notion of a 208 break, and it's at 208 right now, so I'll stay away from that. There's always VWAP as well, but I'm looking long in NVIDIA, 04.5 to 5, VWAP, and we'll revisit this 208 closer to the open after it has a chance to settle down after this.
Yeah, $38 billion partnership under which OpenAI is accessing AWS compute, compromising of hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA GPUs, with the expansion possibility tens of millions GPUs, tens of millions. Oh man, well that means that hopefully my AMD. I mean, this was all written down before all this action happened. I'd set AMD at 260, 250, or even a drop into 258. So it looks like right now on the note here, we may get AMD coming back into 258. I mean, it's happening right now. And again, there's only so much money that apparently can go around. And if Amazon was potentially looking at something with OpenAI and AMD, now it looks like they're going to choose to use these NVIDIA chips, which obviously can't be great news for AMD, but it's news for the space. And I don't think AMD dip down here is probably a selling spot. I think it's a buying spot. So it just came into 258 right now. I'm going to let it settle down and see what winds up happening. That was your 200 period moving average. And then here's 262.50. It was the high from Friday. And I was just thinking to myself, like, if we can break through that area, shoot. Of course, now we have that big wick problem there. But break through 262.50, some of these areas over the last couple of days, then I think we can get higher and get up to 265 and go from there. But some of the breakouts haven't been great. So this won't necessarily be a huge breakout off the open. It's going to have to get there. So once we get up to 260, 262, then we'll have a look. But I think with this news, we're going to be able to dip buy here on AMD. So let's let it settle down just a little bit. I don't, these lows is what we're really looking for. If we can get something around 254, 253, then that would be fantastic. But unfortunately, we're coming right into this 258, so we might have to scrap that level and just have a quick look. It was that high before we faded out. So this is where we're trying to get long right here for AMD, but this news may get us that way even quicker than we thought. So, and how that's affecting NVIDIA is it's just upside. So you can, what's good for one may be bad for the other. That hasn't necessarily always been the case when you're watching these two names because, again, sympathy, like we could get another announcement immediately with Amazon and something to do with AMD or OpenAI. I guess the deal would be with AMD. So there's going to be lots of news coming through over the next couple of days. Keep your ear to the ground. I mean, that's the big thing to do with all of this. But there goes NVIDIA, man. The winners just keep on piling on for this company, and I think it's going to be a long for sure, even breaking that 210. What is let me just double check all-time highs. I want to get you that exact number before we go. The all-time high is 212.19. So that's going to be within striking range, probably right off the open. There'll most likely be a buy imbalance. So tonight, okay, we do have a big report, obviously coming from Palantir. The name that has a 600 PE, will something slow it down? We'll find out tonight.
Well, continuing to slide here, is trying to hold a key level here from Friday. But if you remember, you go back to the beginning of October 6th, Marvell announced an infrastructure deal, a networking infrastructure deal with OpenAI that also involved Samsung and SK Hynix from a few weeks back. So this could obviously be negative for Marvell if they end up now choosing AWS and Amazon to go in that direction anyway. So Amazon to the upside, NVIDIA as well to the upside, Marvell downside, all on that. Yeah, let's talk about PLTR coming up after the close tonight. Will be the headliner definitely on the earnings.
Yeah, sorry, but absolutely. I mean, Hims and Hers also reporting at 4:05. That could be another one to watch. But we have to talk about Alex Karp's Palantir. Neil and I will be giving those earnings for you at 4:05 p.m. That's when they're estimated to arrive. Check out the market recap show. We are expecting here, Brendan, 17 cents per share for earnings and revenue of $1.09 billion. Now, this company is always on watch here, often associated mostly for its government deals, though it does have other streams of revenue. With the government shutdown, though, there could be concerns, and I've seen some concerns circulating and proliferating on social media about can we still get these contracts with the shutdown happening? PLTR probably going to be fine either way, but certainly something to keep an eye out for, maybe with regards to tone during the earnings call.
Yeah, ho-hum, just more all-time highs this morning for PLTR.
Yeah, I think you got to separate we'll get to the earnings and reaction in the aftermarket tonight, Joe Adair and myself, for sure. Like, this is going to be the one that everybody's going to want to talk about. They're not the only ones reporting tonight, but I feel like they're the only ones anyone wants to hear about. And you can say everything you want about the PE, but PE only matters when it does. And in this type of a bull market, it doesn't really matter right now, ultimately. The only downside I'm thinking here, at least because my first thought was, hey, it gapped over the prior high. Obvious dip level for continuation would be right around the 204. I think I actually said 203 in the note, but like that's the area. And then down here in and around the 200 and play those. But with this Amazon NVIDIA news story, might take those two, those might take the cake now for me, to be honest with you, because now you got a catalyst here for Amazon, and obviously NVIDIA already had one. I don't know if this is going to be the top of the list anymore to look for the dip buy, because now all of a sudden, if we get a dip at the open, you've got two names with big catalyst, and Amazon big time relative volume, whereas Palantir doesn't have a real catalyst. So I might back off going for Palantir at least until maybe the opening range gets put in, and throw Amazon up. And I already had NVIDIA as part of the plan. You never really know. That's why we're here. That's why we're live. You don't know that $38 billion contract's going to come for Amazon, which puts it a little bit more in play than Palantir right now.
Yeah, we have Obviously, we're ahead of earnings. It's always going to be tough to trade a name day after earnings, and similarly day before. But I think this, I mean, what I wrote down on the note here today, it's on the sticky note, it's the #1 trade, is that if it does fall down, then yeah, I want to get some Palantir today. I mean, I wrote down 202, so it's this area right into here. I mean, you can see it's starting to turn down a little bit. This could easily flush. We've seen some big, huge moves off the open on Palantir. Like, you know, flushes that had no business happening. Like on this day, we go up 198 and then flush back into 194 before taking 198 again, right? I mean, the same thing on the weekend, on Thursday, where we flushed down into 198 before an hour later being up at 205, all-time highs again. So if we can get a flush down in for Palantir, looks like to me, there's a lot of buying and a lot of support, you know, in somewhere around these areas. Now, I know that we did break there near the end of the day, but this is sort of the zone between 201 to 202. I wrote down 202, and I said that if there's market weakness, this is where we want to sort of be sitting here to buy. So I'm going to be trying to buy some Palantir up here. And I don't even really want to break that high of 206. We have done that before. It didn't work for me the last couple of times we took out some highs. I think it might have even been this $200 high right here that we had to break, and then it came back, and then it ripped for us. So we were almost like dead in the water a couple times trying to buy breakouts, and they just didn't work out the way we thought. So I do love the 206 break long, but I think if we're going to do that, it has to be like half a unit. It can't be like our 2 or 3 units like we always try to do. And then we'll have to wait for a drop into 204, 205. That's a 200 period. So that's the first area. I don't want to get that. I'm looking where there is some possible support right into here for Palantir. So I'm looking 201, 202. It's what we wrote down on the note. I like it. It's Palantir, a name that I like today heading into earnings. And look, I mean, honestly, everyone can hate on Kramer, but when it was at 50, he mentioned 100. Then 50, then it was 200. Now, you know, he's made the call of 250. Is that finally the you know, the sort of the nail in the coffin here for Palantir? Tonight's earnings are going to be exciting. Let's wait to see what happens. Before I throw it back, I want to make sure that I do double check the short float on this name, as I was just looking up some Marvell. Oh man, even my keyboard, yuck, has all this soot on it as well here. Palantir, oopsies, go into the overview, and it's only 2% short, so we're okay on that run. But here it is tonight, man, 5 p.m. conference call. Wait to see. Join Neil and Adair tonight for Palantir, and join us to trade it right now. 202 long is what we're waiting for.
Let's go on to IREN. This chart continuing to impress. We're right back to high, essentially set to open up here this morning for IREN. That's a daily chart looking absolutely fantastic. $9.7 billion AI cloud services agreement with Microsoft to deploy, guess what, more NVIDIA GPUs.
Yeah, this is a pretty significant tune. Dell also being positively impacted by this. If you guys want sympathy plays, because apparently they're going to be providing IREN with the said NVIDIA GB300 and other equipment Microsoft's going to be using. That's going to be about $5.8 billion. That aspect. Now, this is a 5-year deal. So again, valued at almost $2 billion per year. That's pretty significant. And it again shows that these companies are looking for computing power to run these applications like ChatGPT. And it's also not the only deal of its ilk this morning. We know CIFR or Cipher also had a deal with AWS this morning as well. So a lot of these mining companies initially associated with Bitcoin are really finding other uses, specifically in the AI and compute space. So this is certainly going to be a catalyst to watch out, of course, for today, but also going forward, I think.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on both of those coming. I was just reading a story here on Boeing as well. Bit of a downtick in this, which is kind of interesting, coming back towards 200. Boeing selling a portion of its digital aviation solutions unit to Thomas Bravo for $10.5 billion, all cash. So Boeing looking a little bit weak on that news, guys.
Oh, yeah, Boeing didn't have the best week last week.
No, they had bad earnings there that one day.
Yeah, they're just going to have to settle down a little bit. I think between IREN and CIFR, CIFR is holding its breakout. You know, it looks a little bit stronger. It's above the volume weighted average price, kind of broke away. And then IREN here, it's just not doing anything. If you're looking at both of these gappers, like IREN is pretty much like dead. I don't know how much you're holding VWAP, so gapping and holding VWAP is good. And then also you look at it on the daily and it gets consolidating underneath like the prior high at $74.50. So yeah, this was not on the radar for me at all. And we actually, hey, nice. The next two are actually on the list for me. names that I actually hope to trade. But IREN, I think it's a pass. CIFR, I think you can have a look at because that's holding the breakout. It's got some more volume to it. Looks like it's got some pep in its step. But now IREN, absolutely nothing for the last half an hour.
Yeah, I think Microsoft there catch a little bit of an L on that Amazon news. So because you could always choose Microsoft for their cloud computing, they chose AWS, OpenAI there. So that's going to be a little bit of a hit there. We also saw Microsoft pulling back from last week. So I don't know, like I feel like, I mean, Michael came on and talked about like how there's a lot of strength in the market, and maybe right now it's just not in the space. We already sort of through earnings. We had Microsoft last week, right? And so, and we've seen a nice little Microsoft reported last week, didn't they? Like, I don't, not a huge move, up to 570, 558, and then pulling right back in again into the 50-period moving average. So we're getting into some 500, it looks like here for MSFT. Like, I don't know. I'm still long only, but there's a lot of these NASDAQ names that are starting to get a little top heavy here, it seems like, after earnings. Look, we survived September and October, which were really bad months, apparently, for the market. And if you look at that, I mean, we're kind of just, here's September, here's October, and now we're in November, and we're kind of starting off where we started from. We're back to where we started from on all these names. So I would say watch out here for Softy. I think there's some downside pushing happening today. I'd actually like to be short Microsoft, and I'm actually thinking about shorting Amazon as well. I mean, this is just such a huge move, almost like a parabolic move up there, up 5.5%, 6% on this for AMZN. I mean, we've seen Oracle pull back on big deals announced with OpenAI, and looking for pullbacks here in the whole space today. So that's why I didn't write down anything on the TQs. A little bit hesitant here today, and Microsoft is not one that I would choose. Microsoft actually looks like it might be breaking lower. So I think all eyes today are going to be on Palantir and NVIDIA, and that's why I wrote down AMD as well. Some of the nuclear names, some Rigetti, some quantum names. And then, yeah, the IREN deal, as Neil had mentioned there, you know, if it was that exciting, it would be moving around a little bit more. But, you know, you have that breaking spot right here at 72.50. So I would say look out low if that ever snaps through. But, yeah, I don't know. Up 20%. I think if you caught that yesterday, it was a good move. But for now, we're right back up to where we were in the middle of October. So I would, I'm looking to actually fade a lot of these mega cap names here today. Despite the NASDAQ being up 0.81, Tesla's going to be an interesting play. Crypto still sliding of BYND as well with more news today. So that's down a couple points. Let's go find out what that story is with Brendan and Adara.
Ford just out with monthly numbers here. 175,584 units total. U.S. October sales, 22,207 of those EVs. Ford never moves on that announcement. So that's Ford. Let's go on to BYND. That's the headline this morning, if you missed it. They had some issues that they were talking about, and they need to now reconsider said earnings report. So they've pushed it to November 11th.
Which is interesting, Brendan, because when they did their preliminary report on October 24th, they already told us about these charges. So it's a little bit unclear, at least in my opinion, what they're trying to reconsider. That being said, there are companies that have delayed their reports with less notice than this. Or to be clear, less than 48 hours of notice is not a lot of notice, but it's certainly better. I remember CleanSpark delayed it like the day of before. But yeah, it's a little bit odd that the charge you have to reconsider is a charge you already warned us about. I think that is certainly something to remember in case you were not aware of that fact. But yeah, really, there's not much more to say about this than what was just said. October was a big month for it. They got nearly to $8. They were added to the meme ETF, ticker MEME. Big excitement for BYND, and now it's all kind of gone.
For those wondering, we're still well off the lows here. You got to zoom out a little bit to find those lows, down around 50, guys, but back to $1.50 once again here for BYND.
Yeah, well, it was a good squeeze while it lasted, which wasn't
very long,
terribly long. There was a couple of good days in there for you off the $1 level. Since then, it's essentially just been a short till it's not. Like every pop has been a fade. Sometimes you have to be patient. Other times you don't. The last few days you don't really. Like 170 is a 2-day high, which was a prior low. And even if it never gets to 170, I'm looking short on this thing until it makes like higher lows or rounded bar, something else. Than this downward trend. So I think it's headed back to $1 until it proves it's not. And the 170's in there. The prior high is essentially where it is right now. So if it breaks this top, and doesn't get to 170, I'll just try a mean reversion or like a trend break on Beyond Meat. I paid for locates on this. It's kind of one that'll be there every single day. And the day that it finally makes, if it makes some kind of a rounded bottom and can break this trend in front of $1, then maybe you get another couple of days worth of rally. But until then, it's a short. There's also this THAR, Theramun, which is going a little bit ham here. Trading higher as they announced they entered into a $140 million private placement to fund the Canton Network blockchain strategy. So THAR up 100%. Beyond Meat, not so much.
Thar acting Thor-like. Okay, so I was going to say for Beyond Meat, yeah, I mean, rescheduling your earnings call is not a great thing. They did have, obviously, their moment in the sun where they thought that they finally discovered meat, but then they were beyond that. So, and then now it's all the way back in. I think this is heading to $1, and then maybe you can make a play there, to be honest with you. I mean, rescheduling from the 4th to the 11th, on some sort of a cash impairment charge or something. I mean, obviously it would be nerving, but they're already not making money. They are close to and filing for bankruptcy. We talked about that. Then they get that little bit of a save there, and the market started to go crazy with it. So I would just say, like, let's be patient with Beyond Meat here today. And yeah, the daily doesn't give me much to. Whoopsies, I'm still on this ellipse. The daily doesn't give me much to deal with. So if you look at the 1 minute chart. Again, yeah, not much there either from Friday, as for some reason my Zoom isn't working. But right into here, if we zoom back out a little bit on the 5 minute, I mean, you got some great levels. Neil just sort of talked about them there, but in the 160, 170 area for a fade on Beyond Meat. So I would say right into here. Looks like a great area. So if we can get up to there, for me, because of the short float, I'm actually looking to maybe think about a long, because then we would be the 200 period, we would be also over the 50 period moving average. I'm actually looking for a long break in and around 175 for Beyond Meat. So let's see if that can get going here today. Excuse me, I'll play the flip side of it. I'll look long with a 60% or whatever short float there for BYND, down another 8%. Hey, maybe there is something in the earnings report, which now we know is a week away, so we can sort of get ready and possibly pop on some kind of earnings, or again a squeeze happening again, because everybody that's stuck near the top, maybe they'll try to give it another go, and if they do, then Beyond Meat around that 175. Let's see if it breaks and we can go from there. We want to thank our friend that came through. I remember his name. I wasn't here. Bertrand. Thank you, Bertrand.
At some point we get the
for these. Well, we'll give them
in the back so others can get
yeah, we will. We'll put them in the back for everybody else. I don't think Randy's here today. I've not seen Randy.
No, I didn't see much.
Unfortunately, we're going to have someone else supervise everything around. All right, let's go back over the desk.
Yeah, what a weekend to have a layover in Toronto.
Yeah.
World Series, all kinds of crowds in town.
Intense.
But yeah, thanks to Bertrand for stopping by very early, as we're saying. He said he had to get to the airport. Heading back to France this morning. It's Monday, so we get the latest updates here from both Strategy and Tom Lee as far as holdings and what they did last week with both Ethereum and Bitcoin. 3.4 million ETH now, or about 2% of the total supply of ETH for Tom Lee. If you're wondering, Strategy just over 3% on Bitcoin total holdings here. So end of the day, more red numbers coming through here for crypto today. Yeah,
the Strategy number is always going to be staggering. We know they had their earnings report as well on Thursday night, along with Coinbase and RIOT. So that is 3 crypto names that are technically day 2 earnings for those who pay attention to that sort of thing. I want to mention as well here, Brendan, we're poised for a second red week in a row for BTC. There is this support level here showing up around that 106.5 level. Right now, trading below the key level of 108 for Bitcoin. So lots of different equity opportunities to trade this, but worth noting as well here, the weekly chart on Bitcoin may be a bit of concern.
Yeah, we'll see about the individual names as well, a little bit to the downside right across the board, as you mentioned, for the miners specifically, more so than the Coinbases of the world, guys.
Yeah, actually, you know what's interesting? Like, there's some strength coming back to gold and silver, which I'll get to in a quick little second, while you're seeing this weakness in IBIT. As the market continues to fly higher and the NASDAQ now almost 0.9% to the upside, getting back to where that spike, almost to where that spike was on the Amazon NVIDIA headline. Hit 61.5 into 61.6. That was a low on Friday. It was also resistance on Thursday in the morning. Like right away, we dropped off this. So if you cannot break this, which is it's I mean, it's around the 108. It's actually going to be above 108. If we don't take that out at the open, I think IBIT is a fade into that support. And until we get there, as Adair mentioned, it's a little bit closer to that top. So I think looking for a quick pop and fade into Friday's lows, I should say, is the first look for me on IBIT. But I feel the opposite about silver. I think Sebastian in the chat was just pointing this one out. Look at the consolidation. Silver made a double bottom. Silver made a higher low. Silver now consolidating here. This is 44.80. I think if we can take that out, there's no guarantee it actually breaks this level today. It just needs to go 1% more, and then it breaks out that level, and you've got a little bit of a gap here. Small gap to about 45.7, and then big gap to 47.5. As that pullback was real, that's a bad wick in there. Pullback was real all the way from 49 into 41. Now trying to claw its way back. So I like that breakout 44.80 on silver. But for now, I'm still bearish on IBIT till it proves otherwise. If we break away from that 51.6, fair enough. But until it does, it's a short there for me.
Yeah, here's a couple different names that are popping around on the crypto space here. We got Bitcoin 107 down 6% over the week. Ethereum also down 10% over the week. Like, it's not good, man. Ripple, XRP 8% as well. Binance down 11%. Solana down 12%. 12. Oh, that's Ether as well. Dogecoin 13. My guy Cardano down 14. It's not, it has been a real bad October ending there for Bitcoin. So hopefully we can scrap that stupid saying and move on to November, because Bitcoin did not have a very good month. And it's starting off here in November. Hopefully we can find a little bit of footing here in the crypto space as they all continue to get waxed. Wax on, wax off. Right now, wax off on Bitcoin. All right, here we go. Futures time on futures on the rate. What are we thinking right now? 66, so 2/3, almost exactly 2/3 of the market right now thinking that we do get that rate cut, 1/3 saying no to that in December. So we'll see. Bitcoin obviously didn't like the last rate cut there, as it's only been sort of going down since that has happened. So maybe there's part of that. And you had mentioned gold v silver as well, but that's interesting that the Fed right now is looking like it wants to cut. I still think it does. I mean, I think when they get the rates, when they get the information, once this government shutdown, which, by the way, right now on call sheet, I think it's supposed to be 2 weeks here into November. Yeah, 46 days. That would put us on November the 16th. We're basically trying to get this all settled down. Started, obviously, on October 1st. Right now, the betting market has this as November the 16th or so when we finally settle that down. November the 16th is that's a Sunday. So, yeah, I guess heading into that weekend, 14th, 15th, 16th, would be a settling down. We did have last week, of course, I think it was Vance that came out and said some of the airlines could be in trouble as this looks to extend through U.S. Thanksgiving. So, AAL and some of these plays, especially because it has the word American in it, if we get shut down a little bit, then maybe that can affect some of the lines and some of the, need for people to travel around. And then plus, if we don't have money floating around, I mean, I don't know exactly, we're obviously here in Canada, but the government shutdown has to be affecting retail numbers at some point, right? And so I feel like if you're a little sketchy on when you're going to be returning to work, potentially you're not traveling as much. So that's a pretty hot take there by JD, and I like that one. And then McDonald's reports later on this week as well. So I think if you are thinking that they're going to report, I would go short on McDonald's, and the reason why, and Wendy's reports this week as well, it's just so easy to use this sort of shutdown as an excuse. If they have a bad quarter, it could be like a lot of their customers potentially, waiting for that check to come through. We talked about being furloughed versus being laid off, things like that. McDonald's being weak here. We've seen, movements down in Starbucks off their last earnings report as well. So there's a lot of different names that have different implications with retail strength and weakness. I mean, and Amazon, remember, isn't really popping on anything about retail. This is all AWS related, right? And so we actually have Canadian PMI coming today. Not that matters, but we can check that out as well, with only 45 seconds now until the open. Iran up 20%.
Yeah, that one's flying. Not much by way of the imbalance locator this morning. Fubo with a small story, but they're up 600,000. Kenvue, of course, Kenvue in a big deal. Being bought cash in stock, that's 500,000 to the buy side. QS is a small sell, 370,000. Neo with its delivery numbers, that's actually trading slightly up, 300,000 buy imbalance. So I'd say a little bit disappointing. I saw HIMS in there for a quick little second. They report later this week. Nvidia is a very small sell. There are 170,000 sell for NVIDIA. It's the opening bell, first one of the week on Palantir earnings day. NVIDIA gets NVIDIA, Amazon in play after that OpenAI deal. That's up 3% as we ring the bell. Let's go.
All right, so we're looking, I'm looking, obviously, Palantir here at that 206. We said we'll take it. I will take a break, but it's going to be light. It's not going to be like a heavy take for that one. We nailed it on Friday. It was a monster trade for the long on Friday. Once we finally broke that 200, we got all the way to 204. So let's see if that happens right now. It's going to come up and break. We'll take a small take. A Palantir break of 206, and when that does break, let's not be too foolish with it. Like we keep on saying, man, we're going to take it light so we can hold it. We're going to watch out for 204 down there near the 200 period moving average. There goes AMD as well as the NASDAQ continues to climb higher, and we looked at AMD and we're bidding 258. So if 258 can come in on that one, then that be a take for me early. SMR and Apple were the only other two names for me today. So right now, just not in any position, and I'm fine with that for now.
And nothing's broken. Well, I mean, NVIDIA did not dip into VWAP. It actually ended up breaking out. I just canceled the VWAP order. If we're not going to get that, we'll look for the first available place to join. It was Amazon and OpenAI with that big $38 billion deal. And they are also ramping up. This one does, so one goes off VWAP, the one that I'm trying to get, and the one I'm not is the one that is bouncing off VWAP here at 255. So Amazon, $38 billion deal with OpenAI. It's now up 5% and trying to hold on. IBIT's not really doing much, but you know what? Bitcoin tends to not go crazy off the open, so I can be patient with that in terms of looking for some kind of a fade. You already mentioned that Palantir is dipping. But as the open, you know how the open goes. Like, there's a lot of volatility. It does not happen to be in the direction that I was trying to pick up shares, unless it's Palantir back into prior day high. It looks like it is bouncing prior day high. Let's see if it can close above. That's 204, 203.70, I think, to be particular, but it's trying to hold on to that right now as we speak.
All right, let us know if there's anything you guys are looking at right now, because the market, although the market's starting to go up, it's not a huge day for anything that I'm looking at, as AMD is still stuck in its range here as well. We did get a little bit of news on Boeing. That's around 200, which is interesting to me, but again, not really doing too much here for Boeing. A name that I want to get involved with, despite China, is Alibaba. So look what that's doing here today, not doing too much again. NVDA, I guess, is the name that's popping into the highs, up 3% now, as, yeah, no matter what deal happens with OpenAI, it seems like NVIDIA just gets talked about. So there it is, NVIDIA, OpenAI, and Amazon coming together right now for a big deal today. Maybe all the shine is just in Amazon, and honestly, it's pretty choppy here off the open. I mean, you get a 259 fade, that's a good possibility. We just touched 258 and came back in. As the market, I mean, is this a little disturbing? Yes, it is to me. The market's ripping pretty much, up 1%, and I'm not really seeing anything right now. I mean, if anything, AMD's coming back down, and I'm going to get my first fill at some point here at 258. So I'm bidding 258.10 right now for advanced micro devices, just to see if this wants to hold. And honestly, if we break too much lower here on 257, then we're going to get out of AMD because it's just not acting properly. So I'm not really seeing anything. And on Palantir's earnings day, Palantir's moving $1 back and forth. It's not giving us any direct direction.
And even ETH isn't moving right now. That's down 4%.
Bitcoin's it's not taking. Bitcoin's down a little bit. SoFi not moving, man. Okay, what
Tesla's
else?
not moving.
Someone just said Tesla for a short. How does the short look?
What about Fubo? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Coming in,
no, Fubo's not really moving at all. I mean, look, Fubo's a potential for a breakout in small squeeze, but it needs to get above the 4 level. I'm now going down like deep on the list for things that I usually wouldn't even consider till later in the day because they're moving. So in a bit of a deep dive, yeah, Fubo. Look, if Fubo takes out 405, that could be something. I might put an order in for that, but again, nothing too crazy happened. But I am going to put an order in for Fubo because that's a pretty decent breakout and potential squeeze, but it needs to break that 405 level. So stop is going in as I type it out loud.
I have, oops. My Stream Deck is not working. Maybe it's because I'm not logged in. I think my Stream Deck might have got.
Oh, well, did you?
Got screwed. Yeah.
I had to replace my keyboard this morning.
Oh, no. Okay.
Because of the dust.
Oh, no, yours. Oh, now it might be working. Oh, there it is. Now it's food salad time. Okay. So it's potentially working. I think Joe just unlocked it there with all those bangs. I don't know what happened. Okay. So now we're logged. I do have position here. It's not a huge one. We're just going to wait for 257 to go through, and if that breaks, then we're gone, man. We just tried 258. We're not married to anything yet. We're long at 257.80. Hopefully, okay, well, now that I see a little bit of a bump, let's take that. There it is. So we'll take out some there at 10s as we continue to go higher. It's the first trade of the day for me. First trade for, so first trade period right now. And look, I think it's just an exercise in patience. I mean, if you don't see anything, don't take anything. Like into here, I waited now. This is a pretty long time for me, but I waited until this came through, and it still could fall out. But there's AMD at 258.50, or 258, sorry. So we're going to wait to see what happens. We'll take out a little bit on the high side there, but you know, a break of 257 and we're out here on AMD. Try a little bit more down here if we can get near the 20s. But other than that, man, this is a falling. It's not a knife, but you know, there's really been no bids. We caught a little bit of profit there, but nothing to celebrate here. Palantir is still doing absolutely nothing, by the way. And then Amazon. Okay, Amazon's at the highs.
Okay,
this might get going at the point.
At the moment that NVIDIA is coming back in, Amazon's actually going higher. So NVIDIA is starting to pull back in here. Let's see if it'll bounce off this support that's at that 207.30. So this would be the spot to look. All right, it's trying, get back above VWAP. Oh, no, wow. The second it got to VWAP, and I'm like, okay, it's about to go. Instantly, there were some sellers jumping in. Okay, looking a little better now there on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can weasel. What's the term weasel?
That's Sharif, so I don't know.
Yeah, weasel my way in off this support on it.
I tried to win that 50-50 on the Blue Jays. It was like $28 million or something, man. My $10, I guess, didn't fill up there. I don't know. The
50-50, there was a point during the game where, like, I think we were waiting for, like, Shohei to come out in the first inning or something like that. And, like, in between innings, it went up $3 million. Like, I'm not even making it. Like, it was like one.
No, I know. They're advertising it on TV and everything. So they got
5 minutes later, it was $3 million high. People went absolutely ham on that. Okay, so here comes the market.
Let's go.
Wait a minute. The market's actually coming back down. I was about to say here comes the market because it is bouncing, but I guess
same. And that's why I was like, what the?
No, the market's actually pulling back in, everybody. So as NVIDIA is trying to bounce off VWAP,
hello, everybody.
Look at the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's actually pulling back in here, believe it or not. So go NVIDIA, go hopefully Amazon, and hopefully the market will catch a little bit of a bid here. Palantir also caught a bid.
Yeah, nothing's going on with Palantir really, is it? Now 204 and change, not doing anything with Palantir. So again, we just took more advantage of that. We did get a reload there, so we'll have a chicken dinner right there. We actually had some good chicken this weekend. All right, 258.15s right there. So we actually wind up getting 25s or so as just trying to let this thing break. They will take another 25 now as well as we're trying to, you know, massage this through. If we get to 50s, we're at our day goal, so we don't actually need that much more to hit this, and then we can satisfy that. But we're obviously looking for a little bit more here. I think, especially with the futures going to the downside, if the market pops, then I know we have a good one. I'm willing to sit in this one to let it sort of fester and marinate a little bit into that. So here it comes down. We had some steak. Actually, that was really good. All right, so coming back in now is the market, as Neil mentioned, into VWAP again. So we could watch out for a little bit of a bid here on the TQs if it does come into play. But I was thinking a lot lower than this if we're going to try to trade the market. I was actually thinking more around 118. Right into where we were yesterday on Thursday, right before that drop. So I feel like this 118 area or so for the Qs would be something, or the TQs, that would be something that we'd be able to start look at over there. My eyes just keep going up because I'm looking for different opportunities.
Big buyer just stepped into Palantir.
I was going to say, now Palantir is finally at 205 and change, so that's maybe starting to go. And then here comes again, so we were able to get some out. You're still in NVIDIA, I'm still in AMD, but we are dropping lower on both of these names anyways. So here comes AMD. Looks like on the market move down, we're able to, let me put the right chart up. We're able to get something out on the way up, but at the end of the day, on this break, we will take this L on that, and I may take an opportunity if we're up again to get some out, because this is going to break. There it goes. I don't know why that just didn't. Oh, I was waiting for there it is. I was waiting for 70s, 79s to break, and once that does happen, there goes AMD. Adara? So flush down early there for advanced micro devices. Yeah, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, a reminder of Amazon, AMZN, really strong today, again, announcing that OpenAI partnership valued at $38 billion, through which OpenAI will be accessing AWS compute, comprising hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA GPUs. So that's the news in case you guys missed it with regards to the strength on AMZN. I do want to remind you as well, it is the shutdown, so we haven't had a lot of numbers, but we do have some today at 9:45 a.m. We'll get the S&P manufacturing PMI. a.m., the more closely watched ISM manufacturing PMI. Both of those numbers here coming from this desk, so stay tuned. First number coming in roughly 6 minutes. Back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to remind everybody, when you are typing symbols into the chat, first of all, if it's not working, that's because you have to be a subscriber to be in the chat.
Yeah.
Want to jump in the chat, hit that subscribe button right now. Also hit the like while you're at it, and type $ and ticker. So Tesla's going ham. I don't need to put that one in there. I'll go $ silver just because I happen to be watching it. But Tesla leading the way. IREN, Amazon, Turn, Cipher, AMD's on the list. Nvidia's there. Maybe not as high as it might usually be, but it is absolutely Tesla.
Here comes the market.
As Tesla, look, the market is doing something distinctly different to most of the things that I'm watching right now, so it's a bit weird. The market's back into VWAP, Tesla's breaking out, Nvidia just bounced off the volume-weighted average price. No particular catalyst here for Tesla, except for the fact that it's Tesla. And looking pretty good. Just remember, I think it's 466. Yeah, 466 was the double top from last week as it rounds into that level. I'm going to eyeball this high on NVIDIA because if we fail this top again with the market breaking to lows, this could be a place to jump out and then try to rinse and repeat this trade off the volume-weighted average price. So keep those symbols coming in. Right now, it's like Tesla, like an absolute, it's not even
monster.
Close. It's like 4x Tesla versus like any other symbol.
Okay, so we're getting... So I reversed on AMD. Now, again, like remember what we said, we're not trying to get like too wrapped up early into this market. It's just, this is a downside play here. To me, it broke that 57 area, which was our last sort of line of defense there on the support. It looks like we only get as low as 56.50 on that move. We could have taken 30 cents. We choose not to do that. I was going to give it up the 200 period. It just seems like it's a little bit weaker, obviously, than the market, but now I have to change my mind. I thought AMD was going from green to red and going to stay there, especially if this market kept doing what it was doing. Potentially, we are at a bouncing spot now for the TQQs. I did want to check back in on Marvell here just quickly because this was a name that was doing some crazy moves in the pre-market that I thought, but now it's really settled down. So I'm thinking it's a nothing burger there on Marvell. I potentially would have had a little bit of a wrong read on that one. SMCI, not a wrong read. I was just looking at the action and thought there was maybe some more stories there that was. And the same thing was true for SMCI. We had to move down there early on the pre-market where we started to sort of make some moves, and we heard that right before the open, we were starting to tick down a little bit, and then it did make a flushing move down into $52 again right here for SMCI, and now it's trying to figure itself out there. But that's what SMCI is doing. Some of the banks, I wanted to go long on a possible SoFi dip buy opportunity. $29, that's not in there yet. SoFi looking real good at 29 bucks, man. I mean, if you can, we did spend a little bit of time underneath that Thursday, but I like 29. It's right into here. If we can dip by that and you could put out enough shares that you're holding for 50 cents, I think that's going to be a trade that gets going in the afternoon. We had seen that happen so many times, man, with SoFi where it had to move down and then it just drifted into the afternoon. I mean, even on, well, I guess not on that day, but I think it was their earnings day or the day after. We had some big moves, and SoFi kept on pulling back upside. So we'll wait to see if there's any opportunity there. And we did take a shot. We did get a little piece there. We got some 90s on this AMD short. So we were able to make 30 cents at one point. Let's see if it wants to continue to make a downside play here. That's Advanced Micro Devices, but bouncing off at 257. So I'm just going to stay in this and wait. Kenvue, maybe. I know you're
Kenvue's that's on my radar, but not for the normal. It's a huge deal with Kenvue, but it's a lot of stock. That's the kind of thing that you want to be trading when you can watch both of them together, maybe at lunchtime. But I just jumped out of NVIDIA. I said if it failed to break out that high again, I pull out and look for VWAP one more time. So VWAP once was able to get you a quick half buck, then a buck, and it failed at just in front of that 209. We'll look for another bounce off the volume-weighted average price. The other two things that I'm looking closely at, in addition to maybe getting into a dip buy, is as that was happening on NVIDIA bouncing off VWAP, Amazon's done it as well. So might have just missed a chance for Amazon holding VWAP. Opening $38 billion. $38 billion. It's big money. And Amazon, obviously, at fresh highs post earnings after that. So looking for 256 and VWAP there. I'm still trying to get short IBIT. Have not been filled here.
Amazon?
That's Amazon.
Oh, it's the same price as AMD. I was like, oh my God, I'm doing the same thing over here.
Yeah, I actually find it annoying if two stocks have the same same price, it makes it a little bit tricky in your order log. But IBIT here, going to short this one to the local high. If it's not going to pop up and give me the fade there, then I'll try to short it pretty much right here with like a 61.25 is my out. Adara?
Yeah, we're just waiting here a couple seconds until we get S&P manufacturing PMI. 52.2 is the forecast. Previous was also 52.2. Coming in here at 52.5, so slightly above estimates of 52.2 and the previous print of 52.2. Here's the NASDAQ oscillating a bit on this. Now in another 15 minutes, we will get the more closely watched print. That'll be the ISM manufacturing PMI. Stay tuned at this. I'll give you that number live as well. Back to you.
Hey, I mean, right now, man, finally, we had the ability to switch it up short, and here it comes, man. Now it's starting to bleed down a little bit. We're now 75 cents in the money here on AMD. So the short, we had written down long, right? We tried the long. We tried to let it hold. That pre-market low does not do that after ripping all the way up into 261 again. And then, so I was like, you know what? I'll play a fade coming back in. But that fade continued. So we did switch over into a short. And I don't know if it's going to print or not, but we did get out of about 20 down in here into yesterday's close. So Friday's closing prices in a 265.50. It's not a huge move, but it's 75 cents, 80 cents, depending on where you got it. So that's so far so good here on that play. But again, now it looks like it wants to get right back up. And the market's trying to figure itself out. Bitcoin's also not doing anything. So in hopes of trying to find something else that's going on, we will look at the market and here in a minute, but this is what JP Morgan is doing right now, up to 310. So maybe there's some bank strength there, but then look at that. Like I thought it was bank strength. That was up to 312, and now it's down into 310 again. So I'm just going to hold on to this AMD here, man. And if I can get another bid in the middle of this range, I'm going to do that. So I'll put a bid here into the 60s again. And remember, we do have this little like and subscribe counter right here. Last week it was, there it is, 21.3.
Now it's
21.3. We got to get that a little lower, guys. We got to get that subscribe number higher. Yeah, we need to get, let's get a in front of that digit. Hit your like.
Think of it like this.
Subscribe.
You want to get down to a PE that you would buy right now, which means
I'd buy 21 though.
Okay, fine. It's true. I'd buy 21 on.
Yeah. Let's chop that PE in half.
Speaking of which, WDC.
Speaking of which, here goes.
I actually have to. This is one that I was thinking about, and I didn't mention it when we had the opportunity to. This trades at like a 21 or 22 PE after being up 6x from April. People just make the assumption when stocks do this that they must be horribly overpriced. It's not always true, everybody. That one I can't get over. I expected this to be a little bit more expensive than it is. Not that I'm going to trade it up here, but Western Digital not exactly having a bad time of it lately. Stock has been an absolute rocket ship, like a lot of other things. But maybe a rocket ship. I got to check silver in a second. But went to VWAP here on IBIT. If it breaks out the local high, I'll jump out, wait for the actual top, which is playing back into Friday's lows. But for now, there's some resistance here around the 61.25. And then silver, high-o silver, looking long. I mean,
holy shit.
Everything sort of inside days here. It's not moving much, but it is trending up. So that breakout is going to be in play if it can take out 44.8. But I'd like to see it maybe hold on to VWAP here, and we can jump in to some silver on the way up.
I was going to say Tesla. Yeah, I'm gonna do an ad in a second here. But Tesla, man, wow, what a move! 454 all the way to 467. This stock is on fire right now. TSLA, and it's funny because like I was looking, we didn't have any real notes of significance on the get down AMD. AMD's almost $1 right now, but then into 468. And there is some news that we have to talk about as well with Beta Pro, because they do now have the largest inverse levered inverse triple X, right? So you can get into triple X, 3X bull and 3X bear exposure into the S&P, the TSX 60, semiconductors, and also U.S. Treasuries. They're also offering a fee rebate by dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December the 1st. Plus, this is a U.S.-focused strategy, and they use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, please check it out at betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. We want to thank them again for supporting the show. But oh boy, man, now we're starting to do it. Let's fire off those hot dog cannons right now, because there it is, man. It's AM. $1. Look, we were long, then we were short, so let's go now AMD. We're flat on the day because we take the L on the long, we make it back on the short. So right now, flat on AMD with obviously holding half of this position. So maybe we can get a much bigger move. And I was actually just zooming this back out to try to find it. My next bid is at 255.55, right into here. Just thought that maybe we hold this area if we do come down. So here it is. Right now, we are now $1.80. We are now $2 now in the money, and hella green now. $2 in the money on this AMD short. Look, man, like we said, have the ability, flip it up. We have ISM manufacturing PMI coming in. And now where do we go, man? What about a 254 long for AMD? I don't know. If I like the long, maybe I should get out of a little bit of this. There it is. I'm going to put a bid right there at 25 or 26. There it is, man. If you joined me last week, you saw me do it then. You're joining this week, you're seeing me do it again right now. Neil's got iBit, I've got AMD. AMD now 250 in the money, Neil. This name's starting to go lower, and it's a big one. Oh boy, says Obi. We are now well up on the day, and there goes AMD, one trade. Thank you so much, Rob. Rob, I did not see what you put in the options, but these, if you do not mind, if you want to take it back, for you or just for the whole office.
There's another box that you can put in the kitchen.
Well, we want to thank one of our viewers brought this in. So, Rob, yes, and it's for you as well. It's for everybody. Rob was working on this whole back wall this whole time and everything around here. So thank you, Rob, for all that work. And thank you to our viewers for that. And cheers, Rob. Thank you for, cheers, Neil, for the coffee. You gave it to the wrong one. Are you long or short? Okay, we're both short, so good. So
well, I was long VWAP on Amazon, but the sellers came in heavy, scalped out of it, and the sellers came in heavy through the even dollar. I was watching tape pretty clean. It popped to $0.50 almost instantly when I was able to grab it, but then you could see them start to stack. It lost VWAP almost immediately there. Let me put this coffee down because I didn't sip any. And then lost VWAP immediately. It's holding a higher low at 55, so there's at least that maybe we can sink our teeth into, but at this point, I mean, the market just lost the volume weighted average price. So it looks like we're headed back in. Amazon's certainly strong off that note, but ultimately, this is not one that I want to sit here fighting to try to get above the volume weighted average price. We can trade it if and when it gets there. And same thing for NVIDIA. The only difference with NVIDIA is it didn't bounce off of VWAP when it got the chance. So Amazon did very briefly for a quick 50-cent scalp, but that didn't happen on NVIDIA. What I'm looking at now is with the market coming back in. Tesla, this is now parabolic. It's 10 o'clock. There's a 0% chance. I'm not looking for a mean reversion here. It's up $470, up 3%. Don't recall hearing a story. We get deliveries at the beginning of the month on Tesla, always, but that's usually like a couple of days in. It's not like we got those. I'll have to go to the daily chart's going to show you. There's not much up here except for the wick to 80, but with this kind of action on Tesla, I'm just looking for a topping tail through an obvious even dollar or a trend break. Very likely that we'll be talking about a topping tail candle, but Tesla, absolute rocket ship. Keep looking for story. I actually put it into Twitter. Maybe it's some social media stuff. And yes, price upgrades to me aren't big deals. I don't.
Adara
Like, that's not really
maybe Adara found something.
Adara, do you have anything?
There's something Tesla. It was actually on our morning watch list, our Trader TV Live watch list, which you can get for free. It comes into your email every day. Reuters reporting, citing a South Korean news agency, that the company has penned a $2 billion energy storage deal with Samsung. We know energy storage was a strong sector segment for Tesla in Q3. So energy storage related deal for TSLA. Only piece of news I saw, but maybe something worth noting, guys. Back to you.
Samsung deal.
Like soap.
You got a soapy cup, maybe, potentially, or the water on the coffee machine run incorrectly. All right, sorry about that. You can go get another one if you want at some point. There it is, man. Now we are now $3 in as this just keeps on. Honestly, man, I don't know. I'm waiting at 254.15. We talked about getting out some at 254 if it does come in. Our first take was 255.50, but look at this name. Just continue to bleed down. Guys, like, honestly, it's not... We can props ourselves up, but we do this every day here on the show. So great trade on Amazon, and then right now we have this huge trade on AMD, over $3 in the money. We went long, realized that was not going to be the right play. Hit the short. There it is, right? Like, don't let your losers be quick and your winners be something like this. Hopefully, like there we go. Like we were in, we were out, we got out for profit on AMD, which is why it's not that bad. Then we tried the long again at 257. Once that broke, we got out. Then I was like, let's short it. We put on a small piece there, pops up into an area where it just looked like it was potentially going to fade off of that 258 level, which was the 50-period moving average. We took a short. I'm actually waiting for more short. Didn't come in, so we didn't get our full load on this one, which is why we're only at our half-day goal right now. But we'll take that at 10 o'clock, considering that our first was a -1. So so far so good there on that. And we're waiting for Palantir. I mean, I wrote down to try to be patient on this one, 202 as my #1 trade here for PLTR. So if we can get into 202, then for that trade. And the reason why we like that, and again, this is a little bit more sketchy because that, you know, this is normally where I'd go 201.50. So if we do get into 202, let's take a small little nibble around this area and then see if we can hold. Pretty much holding 200 is what we need to see for that 202, because going long 202, you know, we can get $2 on that, and I think just on a small piece, probably worth trying to hold on just a bit for it. So we'll see if that's working out for us. But right now, $3 and change, and going lower is AMD. So we just get a 254 break there, and just to show you guys, and I know my chart has that bad wick there, but this has been the bottom for a couple days. So we just hit all of this move pretty much. So let's start to capture it, which we've done. We only have 30% left, but still not too bad of a play there for advanced micro devices. So finally hopping in, wow, 470 already for Tesla. What a beast.
It just wicked that 471 the second time here and played back through 470. Again, I mean, battery storage, maybe not that big of a catalyst. Deliveries are going to be coming in the next couple of days for sure. Immediately buyer stepped in at the first even dollar. You have to consider as well, is this going to show? Yeah, 466 is like the prior high. So you're pulling back into prior high only about $3 or $4 from this 470 level, which makes it a bit of a reversion trade. I don't think it gets to the volume weighted average price at all. I'm targeting the first buck and then the 46. If it breaks 71, I'm jumping out of it altogether. Amazon just lost VWAP, so I guess that's not going to be a thing, at least for now, on Amazon. So Tesla at that 470. If it takes out the high at 71, there it is, I'm jumping out of it. I should have scalped the buck the first time through, but gonna take this shot and probably at least 2 more, I think. If I can see something at 75 or maybe a cleaner trend break, this is the one that's got so much room to rally. Well, rally, I guess is going to be the way to think about it. To revert is the way I got to think about it. NVIDIA, I would love to go back to the well, but it's now downward trending. So there's your high, got out on the lower high of NVIDIA, and now we've got a downtrend going on. So unless you're waiting for the pre-market low, this needs to break trend for me. I don't get back into NVIDIA unless it's an obvious support level or break this little downward trend above VWAP, then I can jump back into it. Now, if you're bullish on the stock, it doesn't mean that you're going to go long just because you say you want to go long doesn't mean you have to go long. And it's the same thing with Amazon. They could try to bounce VWAP, there's the fade, not going to fight one. If I get into this again, it won't be the same as NVIDIA because it doesn't have a clean downward trend to revert. I'll just wait for VWAP or something like it. And the belle of the ball, tonight at least, is to be Palantir. Palantir, very clean downtrend as well. So unless you're looking on the south side, not really sure you're going to find much of anything for those ones on the long. So Tesla is on my mind. Silver still has a chance at a breakout, but it's not really moving that much. When the market's down, I would suspect that it can get into some strength. It hasn't broken the high. It hasn't retested VWAP, so neither one of those things. I feel like it's going to be a second shot at Tesla. That's the next trade for me.
Yeah, I mean, go where there's some action here, and I think that you nailed it there because we had written down for our talk here today was AMD long, and it broke 258, so we flipped over to the short, and now it's the only trade that I have, and we've almost hit our spot. The Dow is now turned negative right now, so let's go check over this is happening. This looks like it wants to break. I mean, I'm almost thinking about going short everything right now. We have less than 1 minute before ISM manufacturing employment or manufacturing comes out, so we'll check out for that number. And what we're looking for on ISM today, and I'll just go review the notes to see exactly what levels we're talking about for ISM. I put it down in the tweet. We do have it on market research from Adara's website as well. There it is, ISM manufacturing PMI. 49, so 49.4 versus 49.1. So we'll talk about that as that starts to come through and starts to hit for us. Again, the ISM manufacturing PMI coming right now at 10 o'clock in just a matter of 30 seconds. So be careful and watch out for that. But all right, man, like like I said, we made half of our day here. Let's see if we can get it all on this AMD move lower. We just got some more out there at 254. All right, with only 30 seconds to go, let's go over to Dara, get some stories and hear about this ISM number.
15 seconds here until we get ISM manufacturing PMI, 49.5 forecast, 49.1 previous. We just got the S&P manufacturing PMI at 945, slightly higher than estimates. But again, the ISM is going to be the more closely watched number that we're getting now in 1 second. Let's see what ends up populating here. ISM manufacturing PMI coming in 48.7, so a little bit lower here it looks like than that forecast of 49.5 and the previous print of 49.1. Again, I'm seeing a lower than expected 48.7 print for the ISM manufacturing PMI. Some Fed speak later today. Fed's daily at 12 p.m., Fed's cook at 2 p.m. Here is the NASDAQ. Here day's lows, but again, certainly we gapped up today, and a lot of that is because we had some positive data center related catalysts. Amazon, one of these names on watch with that in mind with regards to these deals. Amazon and OpenAI, or specifically AWS and OpenAI, with a $38 billion partnership. So good look there for AMZN. We know NVIDIA and MSFT are also on watch, as Financial Times reports that Microsoft is going to be able to use some NVIDIA chips in the UAE, apparently getting U.S. government approval for that. Palantir, absolutely on watch today and this whole week. We know Palantir had a really strong performance last week as well, and they actually have their Q3 earnings after the bell at 4:05 p.m. Eastern, along with HIMS, Hims and Hers, and Navitas and BTS. Tons of names reporting later this week as well, including Robinhood, AppLovin, Open Door. We're going to get DraftKings, tons of names throughout the week, so certainly keep an eye on all these earnings. And for all the post-market earnings, always join our post-market show starting at 4 p.m. Before we send you back to the guys, let's take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics as changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. The concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by the year 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. OGEN, Origenics on the NASDAQ or NYSE. Back to you.
That's right. Thank you, Adara. Shout out to Origenics. Ooh, when we talk about some football, we'll talk about why you should not leave your players in to the Wolves when you are down a boatload. I hate to be Washington right now.
Oh, Jaden Daniels, yeah, I didn't see
I woke
highlight.
up to that. I was like, I didn't even bother staying up.
I saw Mariota in, and I wasn't even sure if he was in because they were getting killed, because it was like 20. I turned that game off. It was 28.
It doesn't even make any
28-7 or something.
It doesn't even
like that. But but that's what happens. I mean, you draft mobile quarterbacks, and unfortunately, this is a crazy league, man. There's so many injuries happening all the time. It's like I'm
more sad because I think my fantasy season is getting punked, and I thought
it's nice to have Brock Bowers back finally. I had to go without him for 6 weeks.
Kraft was the best. I don't know.
He was a great tight end. But
that guy is
now TE1 has returned to final.
No, Green Bay, that's a big hit for them.
Oh yeah. But we have other guys. I mean, we have Musgrave. We have 2 other tight ends. We'll be fine, but that is a big hit for them for sure. AMD might be finding a base. I'm fine with that because it did cash out on that ISM number. I mean, it came back in and hit 254. We got that twice, man. We actually got 254. Oh no, we didn't get that. I put a bid at 2. Oh no, we did. I thought we got 253.80 there on AMD. Did I not get that? 250. No, my best one is 254.07s. No, 254.02s but doesn't matter. Anyways, those are those 2 outs there. So we got a couple outs right there now. Now we only have 15% left of this trade on advanced micro devices. So really the only one that I was looking at right now. I'm also looking at Boeing. Boeing bouncing nicely. We did buy some Boeing in the long-term portfolio last week. Talked a little bit about that off of this 200. Right here, 203 is where we bought some of that. So I like Boeing here for the long term. Let's see if it comes. Obviously, no dividend on Boeing. That hasn't been like that since COVID. So Palantir, just bouncing off 203. We wrote down 202. So I'm going to have to wait to see if we can be a little bit patient. That one, IREN was a runner earlier on. There was a lot of traders looking at that, and IREN, unfortunately, not doing anything.
It's waking up a little bit.
up a bit. And then SMR, same kind of way, man. I was looking for the longs there in SMR up near the top, and that just didn't come through at all. All right, man, the market's now catching a bid. I mean, there goes AMD right back up to the upside. We'll look to reshort it, but not until this 57, 57.50 area. I'm just going to let this continue to sort of float around a little bit. We only have that 15% left. Let's look for more positions. It's too bad because the futures almost got in. We wrote down 118. We could have taken that shot right there. Again, the TQ down as 118. We could have actually, we had talked about it's not on here, but 118 for them would be, let's see if that winds up holding. So far, it does. And I do want to reload that AMD short. Maybe it's Apple, or sorry, it's iBit. You were in iBit, but Tesla looks like it's, wow, Tesla's 472 now, wow.
And Tesla bounced. Tesla caught a bid. It broke trend at 72 and then caught a bid at 70 in there. So there's the, I actually moved to a 1 minute chart. Sometimes you have to make the adjustment. Like if they're starting you with a first pitch slider in the dirt every single time, then maybe you should look for it as the first pitch Dalton Varsho. But I was using a 3 minute chart, and I didn't really have a good entry on what I thought was a trend break. I moved it to a 1 minute, a little bit more clean, and so that did give me the entry at 472. I actually added on the way down because I couldn't really get filled above 72 there. I was able to get 70s out, reloaded it here in front of 72, and it's giving me every reason. I got some 71s there, like it's just giving you $1.50 scalp trade, but I'm starting to think this is not trending. When it breaks trend, you want it to work right away. The market's now retaking those lows. This is acting as if it wants to retrace the highs. Like there's your trend break. This would be a third green candle in a row. If it does that, then I probably need to jump out of it. Oh, I have this NVIDIA chart up just to show you I'm still willing to reverse, not reverse, but go back into a long in NVIDIA if it can break out this trend line. Still trending downside in NVIDIA. The market is still trending to the downside. I'll keep my eye on, obviously, I still have my eye on that Tesla on another level 2. Amazon has basically stopped moving. So, like, I mean, Amazon has a great story and a catalyst here. It's basically stopped moving at 255 and just going sideways, which is good because the market's going down. So going sideways would be a positive thing. But not a heck of a lot of action in Amazon when I expected it. So just Tesla, I need to see if it could bounce off that 470. If it shows the same kind of bid, which it's doing, then I might just take this one out and look for a better entry here, or just reload it at 72. But it's the second time that the spike has been violent off the 470 level in Tesla. They're looking forward to those deliveries, that's for sure.
Yeah, Goolsby right here, just talking again. And
a Halloween joke in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Good one, yeah. The ghouly one over there speaking. We're going to get it from Madera. So as soon as that hits, we'll get some talk about what Goolsby's talking about. Threshold for cutting rates is higher than the last two Fed meetings, apparently. So I guess he's trying to throw some cold water, basically, on the fact that it's going to be tougher to vote cut, I guess, at the next meeting based on some of the data that they have. He's talking about inflation, being pretty comfortable where we're at right now. Obviously, we don't know too much about the jobs situation right now until we get some numbers out of the government. So we're going to have to just sort of hope that, and again, we brought this number to you guys earlier. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe button. But it's 66% right now. I'm going to refresh. So same, 68, nothing happened. Yeah, he's worried about inflation, but it's more the job market. That's what I'm hearing right now from Goolsby. So I'm still going to take this long. I just put a bid down there at just breaking through 118. So I'm at 117.86. I don't know really why I chose that level, but right in here into the 80s. I want to give this a shot to see if we can get a break of 118. This is why we like that 118 into there. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of a break and then see about holding some lower levels. But right now we're short, man, on AMD. It's been a good trade, and so far so good. And here's the level right there. So there's 117.80 right now, looking to see if we break 117.50 and then we can get out. But right now, looking for a little bit of a long now in there, looking to reload the short if we get to 257 on AMD. So, yeah. So far, we'll get it figured out. And yeah, Adam, Mark there, Mark Susi in the chat. Yeah, we don't know any numbers, right? I mean, until we actually get a real number from the government, just these Fed guys talking about what their opinion is, right? So let's go back over to Adara, and we'll get that out.
Yeah, just a reminder here that we are getting some of this in commentary from Feds Goolsbee. I was not initially seeing him on the calendar, but sometimes these Feds will make appearances, interviewed appearances that aren't necessarily going to be on the calendar. And he is, like a lot of these Feds that we had on Friday, being a little bit more hawkish, saying that there are still some concerns about the job market and that rates should come down alongside inflation, but that he is finding inflation data to be a bit worrisome. He also said the threshold for cutting rates at this meeting was a little bit higher than it was at the last two meetings. So that is another interesting point here from Feds Goolsbee. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Dara. The at 470 was real again. So I punched right out. I said if it held this level,
there we go,
I would jump out of the trade and maybe look for another entry. I'm not sure this is going to be the one. There's no need to fight Tesla. The term I like to use is if you get away with one, it couldn't get to VWAP, it's still incredibly strong, wait for a different type of setup or maybe move on to the next trade. So Tesla, it worked for the trend reversal, but it didn't follow all the way through to the volume weighted average price. Speaking of trend reversals, here is NVIDIA. It's under VWAP. So this would be like a B, not an A, but it did break this. It's interesting. VWAP's a little different on this chart. But it did break the trend line, but it hasn't closed above the volume weighted average price. So it's pretty close. Probably going to wait for this to hold a little bit better on this 3-minute candle on the trend break and then try to jump back into that one to the long side. You also might see me, look, can view the deal, but it's mostly stock, not cash. Just understand that it can actually move. It's not going to only go sideways like a normal buyout. But if I were to see it spike up, I kind of want to revert this if I see it bounce. You might see me pop into that. But that's only if it pops into these highs. I might take some kind of a shot. It's NVIDIA or Tesla that are all over my mind at this point. NVIDIA looking a little bit better for this trend break to re-enter the long. Like it was a good long if you took out the break at open. It was a good long if you took VWAP the first time. Now we'll see if it can hold VWAP a second time. NVIDIA. Of course, everyone making deals with NVIDIA and they're getting all that money.
Crazy.
And it's all OpenAI's money. So I guess, you know what, continue.
Thank you, OpenAI. All right, here's a nice move down for AMD. We are going to reload this one. So, okay, this is truly, what's up, Joe? He likes the reload spot as well. There we go for AMD. So it's a nice little reload at the 50 period. I'm only giving it to VWAP of 257. If we break it, then we out of here, baby. I was going to say, unlike the Blue Jays couldn't hit anything out of here, but it's okay. We're okay with it. We are
best hitting
going
team
to
in
be
the
back.
playoffs.
We are going to be back.
Best hitting team in the playoffs.
Yeah, just unfortunately not in game 6s and game 7.
No, it was only runners in scoring position. Like getting base runners wasn't the problem.
No, just getting the clutch, I think,
clutch
is what we needed.
Word.
Yeah, the word clutch is
Clutch is the word. Also taking a regular lead off and getting a secondary lead.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, that's too bad.
My coaches would have lit, it's weird, my coaches would have lit into me if I did what he did.
But coaches told him to do that, so I don't know. This is what the story is.
That's the thing. If the coaches told him not to get a good lead, that's on them.
Nervous about Barger because of what he did the night before. They didn't want to get some sort of a mistake. Sure.
In order to get doubled off, the line drive would have had to be right to the third baseman. In Barshow's entire career, which is probably 5 or 6 years, he has hit one hard line drive directly at the third baseman. That's one time in 6 years, and that's why our guy wasn't taking a lead. If he takes a regular lead, he's safe by like 3
it's not even close.
It's not even
close. It was too close to
But it
begin
is
with.
what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
At the end of the day, you know what? Yamamoto was ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't beat.
At the end of the day,
he was unhittable there near the end. So
that dude is. Sometimes you really tip your cap. That's one of. I actually feel pride in getting to see something that special. Like you see the best player on the planet and show, hey, I can't remember the last time I saw a pitcher look that good since I don't even know. Yeah. I'm trying to think of it, but actually.
Yeah, we were at game 2, and we loved every minute of it, but it was a tough one, obviously. When you get so close, that's more the thing. It's not like we were so happy with the performance of the team, but at the end of the day, you always want to get there and finally just put that nail in, and that wasn't able to happen. But next year, I think a lot of us are pretty pleased with the trajectory of the Blue Jays. Anyways, they got there real quick, and Savage is a savage, so we'll see if he can do some of that next year as well. Yeah, with his little bit of a funny arm release, right? So okay. So just real quickly here, let's just have a quick look at everything. We are loaded up again. We're at the highest spot we've been all day right now, net-wise, because we got this reload in our good friend so far, AMD today. We only have that one trade on, and there it comes. bring it back down in. There, okay, we're almost at our daily goal right now as this move continues to make some money downside. Let's cover a little bit here because this again could go way against us at any time and looks like it may want to edge higher right now. But my stop on this one's 257, but we just did get a good little reload up there near the 80s, so that's helping us bring this to the downside. Let's let our winners just sort of fester just a little right now. Go over here. You know, a nice win. I forget what the news was on Eli Lilly, Adara, but there was something with one. Okay, she's going to look it up. Okay, thank you, Adara. Some sort of a manufacturing deal there with Eli Lilly. Should look up because right now in the healthcare, wow, Neil, we are now two times daily goal right now. AMD just cranked a lot right there. And my net just lit up, so sorry about that. Sometimes I get a little bit too carried away here. As there it comes, right now to the downside, we are finally starting to go. Here we go, man, into the gates of hell. We are now $1 on this reload, and oh boy, did we put some shares on board now. As there goes AMD to the downside. I'm gonna have to start to cover a little bit now. It's Advanced Micro Devices, and there she goes. Nice move back into the downside there. So, oh yeah, there it is, man. It took us a minute, but we nailed it. We reloaded AMD. We nailed that trade. Yes, that's $1 right there. So, oh boy, here we go. Nice move to the downside. Yeah, I'm doing the reverse Drake today. See, like, us. So right now, the fact that we're up today, I'm trying to get rid of that. I'm trying to get rid of that.
Why? What did he do?
Oh, every time he bets on somebody or votes for or you know, really? Has an opinion one way, it always goes the other way.
I didn't know that.
So he was at the Blue Jays both days, game 6s and game 7, and they lost. Of course, I was only at game 2. So, all right, so it's a nice move down for AMD. What's up, Adara?
News here on Lilly. Eli Lilly, as I mentioned here, manufacturing, construction, they are planning to construct a $3 billion production site in the Netherlands. They announced that this morning. So manufacturing facility for Eli Lilly, LLY. That stock had a nice move up this morning. They're also day 3 earnings. They reported earnings on Thursday before the bell. Back to you.
All right. So
thank you very much there.
Thank you very much,
again.
Have that. There you go.
Okay.
Thanks, Adara.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Again. Kenview just broke VWAP. Whatever. Kenview broke VWAP. You might see me in this one a little bit. And gimme. Yeah, KVUE. It's cash and stock. If anyone's interested in the terms, I'll go over it a little bit later. But I just shorted the weighted average price there. It's like it's actually got some room to the low. So this might have a little momentum to it. But like I'll be scalping out much before it gets to like a 16.3 or anything like that. Like I'm not trying to hit like that big of a home run. You just try to hold on to VWAP. If it breaks prior bar, that's my rule. If I go long and you lose the prior bar in a trend break, I jump out of it, no questions asked. So my stop is in, and if it breaks, it's like 207.40 something, I'll be jumping out of that bad boy. Amazon doesn't seem to want to hold on, but NVIDIA was the one that was next for me. If it wasn't going to be a reload into Tesla short, I never really gave a clean setup off that 47 or 472, I should say, kind of shot down. So I missed 72 entry and didn't want to chase it at 71. So might have missed that second chance or third chance, I would say, in that Tesla short. And it's really just about can NVIDIA hold on. The other thing to watch, silver, which I liked. Wick on silver all the way down to 41. Silver's not trading to that price. Silver broke VWAP, so no breakout of the high of the day. If it doesn't break out the high, then it doesn't really have much of anything going for me. So we're right back in. Really only traded just iBit, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Tesla. Had my sights set on silver, but it's not high-ho silver today. It's downward market is pretty much all we're getting, right? Looks like it's going to end up holding VWAP. If we close this, there we go. We just closed the candle above the volume-weighted average price. We'll try to add some here. One of the few things that's actually holding some strength is NVIDIA, and well, it was Meta. Trust me, 5 minutes ago, Meta was the high of the day. Even Meta losing VWAP after showing tons of strength this morning. So NVIDIA back about 40 pennies in the money there after holding VWAP. Let's see if it can finally break out 209.
Yeah, let's see if we can finally get some more likes here, guys. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. With over 9,200 of you watching right now. Oh, it's a 1,000 likes. We'll take that for right now. So hit the like and the subscribe. If you're part of it, you can get into the chat, which we're talking about now. Ooh, Erie Pages is currently in the DC area. Oh, that's nice. I hope you're having a good time there. I don't know if the National Guard is in DC anymore, but
wait, what?
No, I don't know. I think they're in Portland lately, or Chicago. I don't know where that National Guard is, but they Shout out to you, Erie Pages. I hope everybody's having a great time as you guys travel around. All right, so just getting some more outs here. AMD looks like it doesn't want to do too much other than just kind of whatever right here. My out was always going to be 257, so it still is. We actually out of half right now of our reload, and I'm actually getting a little negative. I'm going to punch out some more there at 85 and now just sit on the bid. I do have some lower bids. I'm bidding 70s and I'm bidding 30s, and then we'll see if we get back into some of these levels where we were already today, back down into 254. So I'm bidding 255.30 right into here, and then we'll see drop down on advanced micro devices, and of course making sure that we capture some of the profit here as the day has been pretty choppy. Needless to say, what I was in the middle of doing before the P&L sort of started to go offside or upside there, but I had to deal with it, was looking at, find it right here, what's been hot or not. We did have that Eli Lilly move today as well. This is just a little bit of a look. IDXX, we can have a look there if that's a buyout. No. All right, Tesla up 2.5. Neil's been obviously all over that name there today, so we can talk about that. Amazon with their new deal with OpenAI, not really a deal, but just they're going to use some Amazon Web Services and whatnot, just their computing power, sorry. So big one. Walmart to the downside. Waymo is coming to 3 new cities. We just heard from The Verge reporting, so we hear Waymo. Winston, no, that's Google, so we can come over and have a quick check there. And with Waymo going, San Diego, Las Vegas, Detroit. So shout out to Detroit right there as it's coming to a city near you. San Diego, Las Vegas, and Detroit for Waymo right now. So that's going to be a little bit of pressure, obviously, there on Tesla, as you want to be the first to market in these areas. And it looks Waymo and Google trying to make some moves there as well. That could also be affecting a little bit of Uber possibly, but not really. I don't think Uber is a huge story with all of this until it actually starts to happen and we see the real impact there. But okay, we do have a super chat. We can go over that. And by the way, now we're really getting cooking. Before we go to Adara, this is now $1.58 in the, and this is a big for me. We're now at almost 2.5 times our daily goal, and it's just trading one name, Advanced Micro Devices. Somebody just text me. All right, Adara.
We're going to get into small caps. I want to mention as well here, though, with regards to the Waymo news, I looked this up because Waymo usually announces this stuff themselves, and this story is a couple hours old, so just be aware. Verge looks like it's recycling an older story about Waymo expanding into Detroit and Las Vegas. I want to talk here now about these small caps, including NUAI. This is frequent small cap runner, New Era Energy. Most recent story I have on this is from Thursday. They're announcing, I guess they've selected some EYP mission facilities for its critical data centers here in Texas. Nothing new since Thursday, though, for NUAI. But as I mentioned, this is a ticker that is often on watch. It has traded in the past. Now we have MSPR heading for its pre-market high. This is actually a penny stock trading around 88 cents right now. MSP recovery, much like NUAI, has rallied in the past. No news on this one, but as of this rally, looks like we have about $1 million market cap, 660,000 shares, a very small float, and about 25% of that float is sold short. So decent short float percentage there. Last but not least, TERN, Turns Pharmaceuticals, this one announcing some positive data for one of its treatments here. They're going to be presenting at this ASH event in 2025. So TERN teasing some treatment data. Apparently this presentation coming up here as well. Before we send you back, guys, take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: blend consistency and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair, and thank you to Caleb. We put the super chat up. I'll throw it up there again because we didn't get a chance to address it. 60 points in NQ futures. Love you guys. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate it. And there was a second one, Ben Weiss. I have not looked at it, so I didn't know that this was true. But I had already reloaded at 1069 anyways on Webull. So bull is at 1050, no bull. 1044, the current low as it continues to go down. And I saw someone also in the chat mention that UNH was king. This might be the most technical I don't think I have ever, well, that's probably not true, but I can't remember the last time I saw stock on a daily chart move so cleanly off a major moving average. This would be like the cleanest turn I've seen in a long time at 200 period moving average. Sometimes that's why you like those for exits or entries. It's going to close underneath the 50 period moving average. So I took a couple of legs out. The second one was in front of the 200 period moving average, but my swing is done on this stock. Unless it does something crazy, a close below the 50 period moving average was my out, so I'm sticking to it. That's just how it's going to be. Got to be able to respect that. It is what it is. Like trading it off the 50 before, those 50 into the 200 period moving average, it loses the 50, I get out. Simple as that. Speaking of losing 50, I mean, NVIDIA, it's not the 50 period moving average, but it's VWAP. If we close under VWAP again, you know what I don't love? This is not going. It just refuses to break this $0.50 for the second time. And I have twice not taken it out, sort of ignoring this. If we lose VWAP, I'm going to jump out of this. I don't think I'm going to give it to the prior bar anymore. Just the market is relatively weak. So I'm just going to move my stop. I'll give it one more chance for a reload off the volume weighted average price. But it's showing a lot of weakness in front of this 208.5 zone, which I think I should take. And then speaking of VWAP, I did say you will see me in Kenview. I didn't say you will see me in Kenview. I said you might see me in Kenview. Sorry about those wicks. It's just a matter of once I saw it respecting VWAP on the other side, I just said, okay, dumped at the open, rounding it in. I think you'll see some profit taking here. Market's going down and it's not all a cash deal. So therefore, if the market's going down, the acquirer can move to the downside and Kenview moves to the downside. And it was underneath VWAP, so like all the standard VWAP short stuff applies. And taking it, I said I'd take it all out before it even got to the low. 16.5 is target, it just got to 16. So it's more of a scalp trade that you might see me in from time to time. But really, it's just about NVIDIA, Tesla, and, well, I'm not going to get back into Amazon, I don't think. That's right. Chris, Twins fan. Ooh. Thank you for Louis Varland, but also for IKF. And this was the best World Series I can remember in many years. Bummed about the outcome. You know what? I considered it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. My daughter had an unreal time. It was the best World Series.
Yeah, there's so many storylines.
So many storylines, so many great performances, tons of excitement. Yeah, not much else you can say. Day trader, yeah, right. Sean sent me your address for some Dodgers. Bro, yeah, send it to Sean.
I already told him, man.
Send it to Sean.
Our address is public knowledge, man.
Yeah, don't send it, as long as you don't send it to me.
I'll support some Dodgers merch, I don't care. Throw that through. That is for sure. Thank you, Day Trader LA. That's from a long time ago. That super chat. That's probably from an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, definitely send that through.
Yeah, I must have missed
All right, man. We tried our take here on the TQs. This is what happens when you're wrong. You get in and you get the hell out. So there it is, man. We tried. We got long at 117.85. We got out on a break of 75. So 10 cents there, flushing down the toilet. But I look over and I have no. Why is that? Because the market is tanking and we are short AMD. And right now that is now $2 on the reload. So we'll hit hands up for that one. Highest spot we've been at all day right now on our P&L. Just because, again, watching out, being very specific on what we're doing. Taking the right trades, calming down, just sitting here and, being the trader that, we think we are. And that is, one that can calm down, read charts, and make good plays. And honestly, we were long AMD at the first, and we it over to the short, right? As soon as this market started bleeding away. And before, maybe I'd be hammering into this and being very, very stubborn, saying, how low can we go here on the TQ? The NASDAQ is still up. Let's not be stubborn with this. If it wants to fall back in even more, we will let that exactly happen and then look to pick something up into this area. Like once we break below and we keep on doing stuff like this, there is no point to me to say maybe is the bottom. Like I gotta find something, wait for either a capitulation candle, which would be a dramatic move down, which we haven't even had yet, a volume spike, which we don't really have. We're getting one right now, but that's a lot of people got either stopped out where I did or they played that 118. So that's why there's a little bit of volume there. But honestly, man, when that Spidey, and we talked, I think Joe talked about this last week, like when that Spidey sense starts to go off, feeling that, hey, maybe there's something up here with the direction in this game, you flip it up. So we saw AMD, we flipped it up, nice huge downside there. Webull, I just want to know if there's anything at $10, because right now you're down to 1030 on Bull, down 4% and in a straight line. pretty much over the last hour. Straight downside as soon as you broke that ledge there at 1060, it's straight down. And it's not like it's that dramatic because we're looking at 300 names everywhere else, but this is only a $10 name. So down 4%, you know, obviously kicking out a little bit. Webull has been an absolutely disgusting chart, man, all the way back down into these lows again. If Webull's going to stop anywhere, it should stop right about now, 1040, 1050. So I'll buy some more down here as soon as we're done and get some more into Webull. But oh boy, man, this is a big one here. Just one trade today, and that is AMD and trying to find out where that wants to go. Remember, I do like some Boeing that we traded. We made a move on this one on Thursday or Friday. Bought some 203s right now. We'll have to check out if that's any good. And then Google maybe catches a bid. Again, like as the market falls back in, I want to buy strong names. We do know that Google's super strong. They had the greatest report last week out of all the Mag 7. And although Amazon, also a great report. And Amazon today, though, probably Amazon might have been, I guess, seen as the best report. I thought Google was firing on all cylinders, but then today, of course, Amazon gets that OpenAI news and rips up. Like, remember, Amazon was heading down off of their move as well from Friday. So they started off in and around this 254 area. We've already been there, right? And then right now, we started the day on Friday, 254, ended the day 245. So down $9. Today, we start at 259. If we're going to be down $9, maybe we'll rest down 250. Oh my gosh, we are now at days low for advanced micro. Oh no, we're not. We're near days low for advanced micro devices. I forgot we already got 54s. So let's see if we get a little bit lower here for AMD. It's 1030. And yeah, bull is on people's minds.
Yeah, bull. Look, no bull. It's a weak-looking stock right now, and it's just trying to catch a little bit of a bid, which I think you can be patient for it. I just want to remind everybody of something with Webull. Because I was trying to clean up my Kenview chart, but the wicks keep coming back. When this bounced off $10 the last time, let's just say it broke 11 around the beginning of June, maybe the 3rd or the 4th, based on this chart, and it didn't break back and hold 11 till like the end of the month. So it was almost a full calendar month that you spent down there. Almost a full calendar month. So patience is a virtue. I had sold some, so I wanted to make sure that I was starting to get back into what I'm not all in. I want to see it hold a little bit longer. All right, this is actually a little bit more than I would usually expect. Yeah, like I don't usually expect something like Kenview to drop like a couple of points here, but it is threatening to do so. So if it does get, it's a $16 stock and it's a deal. So if it's 30 cents, I should be getting way more out than I am. If it goes back to VWAP, I'll just short again at the volume weighted average price. You know, just to give an idea, this was giving you the consolidation as the market was consolidating. It's a cash and stock deal. If it was a pure cash deal, I probably would treat this differently. But because it can the market, then if the market bounces off 26,000, if the NASDAQ bounces off 26,000, correction everybody, which is the overnight low, then I want to jump out of this and look for the reload. So it's a weird one because a lot of times I'm looking for short selling and I'll find it in like Intel or I don't know, like a more traditional name. In this particular case, it happened to be a buyout that was at the right price at the right time and at the volume weighted average price. Here come the ARBs buying it up again. So I'll take a little bit more in the 60s. All out in front of 16.5 is the plan. And if you're still loving that Tesla, which is #1 on the livestock visualizer by quite a hefty margin, 3 times over SoFi and Meta's. Meta lost 650. So another day and a lack of a close holding that 650 level, not good for Meta. Tesla, probably the strongest of the names that I've seen. I mean, Amazon's pretty strong too. Both of them holding some higher lows, but Tesla above VWAP as opposed to below it. This has a chance to break back out and almost be a long. Like if I slap this trend line on it, well, Sharif, I won't slap it. That's poorly drawn, but it doesn't matter. You get the idea. I'm not thinking of going long off that because I didn't draw it very well. And I'd like to see it maybe trend a little closer to VWAP, bounce. But that's what I'd be looking for there in Tesla, at least for the next opportunity. I think the next for me is going to be a long in Tesla, maybe not a short, if this market can catch some kind of a bid, just because of its relative strength. But Meta, this is not going to be the day that I buy Meta. I thought maybe I'd be buying it on Monday. At least not yet. I want to see it hold 650 a little bit better. I'll probably think about it at lunch. If we're still above the low and bouncing, then I probably pick some up. It's the 3rd day. That was my plan. If it holds long as it can hold this low, but it's not looking like it's going to hold the low very well here.
No, be careful if you think the market's obviously heading to the downside. That will get clubbed, as they all probably will.
Report, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter what you think, to be honest with you, or any of us, as the market, mother market, is all that matters, and what my wife says. So there's a couple people. But right here, SMR, you know, just to look at some of the, if we can zoom here, Andre, if you can, these are just some of the stocks that I look at. We are peeling out of a little bit of AMD. Right there it is. So we got more 80s, sorry, some 90s there on advanced micro devices. So thanks. So there it is, man. SMR down 8% today, right? That's bleeding. Like, SMR is not a great look here today, man. So I don't know what exactly is going on with this stock, but there it goes, down 8%. Like, we're pretty happy about talking about raising capital. Like, oh man, Roblox as well. Like, that stock is getting kicked in the right here today, down to 107. Yeah.
No news on SMR. Roblox, I'll look into it, but it's also earnings day 3.
Yeah, exactly. So, but Roblox is whoosh. Down again there today. Thanks to Dara for the quick look in on that one. It'd be interesting to see if you find anything other than that, but I don't think so. Yeah, okay, perfect. No news on Roblox, says Adara, so we will, you know, get off of that right now, but that's what that is. Marvell down 3. We'd seen Marvell make a move higher. But again, as the market bleeds, the market's going to turn red. We are really happy being short on AMD right now. Mara and base both hitting the skids as well. XYZ, which is blocked, that's down. Alibaba's getting into some levels that boy might be picking up very, very soon for Alibaba. Stay tuned on that one. I like that play. Oracle, wow. I spoke to Adara about this one. I won't give you her opinion, but Oracle downside again and 3%. So good work by Adara on that one. We sold this at $3.19. Like, to be in some of these for a long time is bad, but we did good on that one. Intel down 2.5 as well. Let's go to the other extreme right now. You got Amazon. Amazon will fall the rest of the day. I promise you that. 255 and change. Watch out for Micron, 4% up. So that's been a really good day considering what the market is doing, because the market's about to turn red. So it's a little bit of a panic moment here, I feel like, for the market to see if it can hold on. Another big week of earnings, man, and there's really no one to come save this market anymore because we already know what the Fed's plans are. There's Tesla right now. Good day for Tesla, up 2%, was up 1%. We've been covering NVIDIA pretty good. I bought some Boeing last week, trying to diversify that old portfolio. SMH, Google still upside. So it looks like the real winners today, Microsoft, and they're not huge winners, they're only up 0.2, but Microsoft, it's a little bit of Starbucks off earnings last week. Palantir's right at 202, which is a level that I was like, we should think about buying.
It stands out.
Yeah, Micron stands out like a sore thumb for sure. And then NVIDIA and Amazon, as we know. Thanks there, Andre. As we know that there's some big movements happening in Amazon's world today. But maybe some Palantir down here. Maybe it's a little low. We put down 202. Let's try some Palantir.
Yeah, just give me a second. That last spike down on the futures decided to crash all of my charts at the same time. So I'm literally loading them back up as we speak. But there was, okay, well, that's good timing. One of the ones that came up, I'll just talk about the ES at that spike to the bottom, because it looks like we're making a bit of a bottoming tail from Friday's lows. I look over, more leg out, I'll get a Kin view, and it looks like we're maybe making a little bit of a bottom. It was Tesla that I wanted. Okay, that chart just loaded back up for me, so I can show you that chart on Tesla. Tesla did break this trend. So there's your trend break back into the volume weighted average price. It almost floated higher, like floated, bounced off VWAP. This is a $2 move and then the trend breaks. That's a tricky one to try to follow. I'll see if I can get maybe a dip into the 469, but that was a violent trend break. The other place that I might take myself to is, come on, is that chart going to be NVIDIA right now? This is my 15 minutes, so I'll have to work off of that. NVIDIA, on the 15, you can really start to see support building in. And this is the only place I've been going long, is effectively long in front of the prior 2 days highs, right? In Thursday and Friday, it's been holding that line. Again, still a little bit of a downward trend since the open, but as long as this 15-minute bar closes strong above 207.5, then I think I'm reloading over there in NVIDIA. Like, there's nothing about it that doesn't say it's not at support at this particular moment. So pretty strong one. Even Meta is bouncing. Okay, I think this would be maybe I do buy Meta today. I was just saying Meta didn't look like it was going to hold the low. Meta's held the low. I think I buy this one at 11 something once we get off the air. And it's just something we do here. Like I could pull out my phone and log into my personal account and buy Meta, but that's not how we roll. Somebody just mentioned Intel. I'm literally live fixing some of these charts. This one I need to put over here. That's much better, and I can go to my 3-minute. Someone just mentioned Intel. These are the kind of setups I'm looking for. This is a trend break literally happening right now. There's your close above the trend bar. So anything I draw, this is going to be the trend break bar, and that's the out. I'm going to get into this one. If I wasn't able to get Tesla, you know I always search for these mean reversion trades, and one just set up there on Intel live. I don't even have to draw the trend line. You can literally eyeball that one. Let's get sector watch from Adara to see what is bouncing with this market.
Palantir.
I also looked into Roblox further. This was not on Benzema, but I did some research here, and it looks like RBLX is potentially being linked to a violent incident in Malaysia involving 2 underage people. One 9-year-old injuring his brother in a dispute related to Roblox that happened on October 27th. The most recent update, though, is Roblox, as of this morning, apparently pledging to or to one of their government ministries that they're going to be working here on better monitoring for the platform. So most recent update is Roblox is going to work with Malaysia. I don't have any more updates, though, on that case. And again, the link to Roblox seems to be tentative right now, still early in the investigation. I just wanted to address that with RBLX. Let's talk here, though, about this sector board, which is very red. If you're looking for potential bounces, not a ton of areas to look at. We do have producer manufacturing, both LRCX and AMAT relatively strong. Eli Lilly, lone standout here in the health tech space. Consumer non-durables, though, very weak across the board. Health services, we were talking about UNH. That whole sector is really weak as well. Consumer services weak, communications weak, commercial services, process industries. And retail trade generally pretty red, but AMZN to the upside. That is likely because of Amazon Web Services' $38 billion deal with OpenAI. Tech services pretty weak as well, except for Google and Palantir. PLTR set to report earnings after the bell, so stay tuned. And electronic technology generally pretty weak here, except for Micron and NVIDIA. So a lot of these Mag 7s or larger market cap names generally going to be the standout in each of these sectors. Other than that, though, pretty bleak look for these sectors today. Back to you.
Oh boy, we tried to hit this because, whoops, that's a fruit salad. We don't need that. But the sticky note today does give you Palantir down there at 202. So as Adara was doing it, we did it again there. So Palantir there just ripping to the high side. Right now, $1.40 now, Neil, in the money as that just continues to climb higher here. So we got another one on right there. We've made 2 trades today, man. And that was AMD. We got out there at VWAP. This is P&L 1 easy. And then Palantir right now, there it goes. Like what we wrote down was 202. So there's Palantir right there, 202 long. What we have in our water right now is 202.25s, and it's at 203.70s, so 203.60s. So, you know, we're going to take another piece out, but there it is, man. We did it again. 2 for 2, pretty monstrous trades over here. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're being patient. Talked about a completely new style of trade. Try to find the best ones, hit them, and when you're wrong, quit them. You know, TQs, this was in and out. As soon as we're wrong, we're out immediately, right? So here it goes back in for PLTR. Now just absolutely skyrocketing there off of our level, and you know, glad that we for it. Always think you should put on more shares by the time the trade's over with, but we're really happy with this one. And then get out on our AMD, man. There it was. We get out on a VWAP break, and we'll do that 10 times out of 10, and that's a win. So we win on our last piece, and then obviously do that right there. So it's 2 times our goal on AMD, and then just waiting to top it all off here on PLTR. So I love to trade. What's up? Love to trade.
Yeah, it's great to see the month starting off as good as the last one was. I mean, so far so good. With that big bounce in the overall market there, my NASDAQ chart's back. Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's the same thing. The NASDAQ actually got back to green, whereas the ES is still going to be red. Oh, that's a turn. Punch out. Sorry. Kenview, that was a turn off the low of the day. You could see it like very clearly. There's a low from the open. Could see it just break there, so I punched out of it. NVIDIA finally holding the volume-weighted average. So let's get back over there. There's your break on NVIDIA. So lost VWAP before. We had it a couple times. It then broke out a little bit above the volume-weighted average price. I'm going to show you a little something here. Oops, that's not where I wanted to draw it. Just kind of give it from the lower high here, where we took it the first time off VWAP. So what I'm looking for now is a breakaway of this trend line. Why did I not get filled here? Should take the first quarter, because that's nonsense. The trend line downward sloping from VWAP, I should take the first quarter out. And if it breaks, it's almost like at above that trend line break. So nice bounce off VWAP, at least for now, with the market though. Like this is the overall market catching the bottoming tail, but I think this can be an add above the trend line as long as it can close above. So NVIDIA essentially just traded it at one spot. Pull back into prior day high. That simple. That's held the line, at least for now. But remember, the market's still technically downward trending. And these are lower highs that it's put in. So if it continues to do this pattern, it would technically be a flat bottom break. So you got to be wary of this. And we've mentioned it a couple times without actually looking at it, that standing out like a sore thumb, percentage-wise is Micron, but it's the same chart as NVIDIA effectively. It's held a breakout, a little bit downward sloping, chilling out at VWAP. And what did it bounce off of? Stop me if you've heard this before.
VWAP.
The prior day high. No, it's
prior
the dip. Like VWAP's great now, but the prior day high has been where a lot of these stocks that are still relatively strong are managing to hold. If you take support and resistance, it's one of the more simple things that you can look at. Certainly would have been nice if I held Tesla for the same principle, because that short in Tesla went right to not the prior day high, but last week's highs at 466, and now look at it. The strong Mag 7 name, or probably the strongest Mag 7 name today that isn't named Amazon, is going to be Tesla. Really wish we could have grabbed this trend break up, but as you can see, when it broke the trend, it was like $2 up instantly. And if you chase that move, your risk to reward is completely thrown out of whack. Like I'd be going long 470, I'd be stopping out at VWAP, and to the high of the day would be one. It would need to get to the high of the day just to be a solid trade. So try to keep it simple. If it doesn't work, you got to get the trend break here, not here. So either you're fast enough to get it there, or you don't trade it at all. At least for me.
And that, we talked about it, man. That's what my trading is all about, man. The simplest of trades I'm trying to do. You were just talking about Tesla. I didn't want to talk about it, but you did. So okay, let's go over to DraftKings $30. So all right, in what's been a pretty beat up name, man. I mean, it's too bad because the poly market really crushed some of these guys, and that should have been something that was easy enough to see there for DraftKings. Get their report already? Let me see if we got it left.
I don't think
they're coming out on Thursday. Okay, so DKNG, I feel like it's going to be a fine report. I think, remember, it was last quarter, so I feel like they're going to have a decent report coming in for DraftKings. If we look at their calendar, though, we can see what their last earnings look like. And a nice revenue increase, right? 37% last time. We're going to figure this out if they come out with November the 6th. So after market there on Thursday for DraftKings. Obviously looking for an EPS red right there. So that's exciting. I don't know why that is. Minus 38 cents after just putting up 12 positive. So they finally just had 2 quarters in a row of positive EPS growth, and now the street is expecting minus 38 cents. I don't think minus 38 cents happens. I think why can't they have another positive quarter? So I'm not sure what exactly is going on there with the expectations there for DraftKings. Maybe some more work needed. But if you do look at what the movement's been for DKNG, it's been an oh boy kind of a stock. As we are at, not all-time highs, but again, at recent highs, going back to last April, and we hit it again in this September. So I guess from the spring of 24 to the fall, we basically and now we're round tripping again all the way back in. So unless you're on some of that MyMed stuff, you might be tripping out. But right now, DraftKings is definitely making that move back into $30 and looking to see if we can hold 26. Ahead of earnings, it is a little sketchy to think about stepping into something like a DKNG right now. Let's see if it can hold this 26, 27 area. But DraftKings on the way down, and honestly does not look great. They did buy Railbird, I think it was, and that's a predictive marketplace as well. But we had...
She's crushing it, man.
Yeah, we had ICE here in Continental Exchange, and they're talking about their push into Polymarket. We know that was $1 billion, $5 billion push for them, or $15 billion, something like that, into Polymarket. So you got to watch out, man, for DraftKings. I would not try to catch this falling knife. Wait for earnings and see what we can do. But 26 is a great level for DKNG.
No question about that. Maybe their troubles are because Chauncey's in jail.
Yeah,
they lost some big.
They lost some business there, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. No, I'm obviously just kidding. Look, NVIDIA said it can work both ways. Remember, we took some of the trend line. It's like scalp it to the trend line. But if it can't hold, it's still a downward trending stock. You got to be able to jump out of it when it's wrong. The other thing too is like if you think about it, it's like it's diminishing returns every time it's at this level. The first move was like $2. I didn't have this one here because look, you know what? It never looked good at the volume weighted average price. Never looked like a long. Then it gave you another long here. I only was able to take 30 pennies when it was really like 60. And then this last one maybe gave you 30, 40 cents at best, or maybe like a quarter. But now you're breaking down. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to give the goods. Tesla's managing to hold up here, at least. At that, man, Tesla's strong.
I know, Roland. I know, Roland.
All right, too late. My first thought when we started rolling over was short Intel. That's been weak the whole day. Like, what? Name me a chip name outside of, I mean, AMD did too.
Yep.
But I was the one that we weren't paying attention to that we actually had a chance to break short.
AMD, damn you, AMD.
I'd be a little concerned with Intel. This is a great looking chart. But Intel, since this September ramp job, this is a very clean trend line that Intel breaks with, like, if it closes maybe like 1% down from where it is right here, breaking this trend line. Well, I think Intel is on the precipice, let's just say, of a deeper dip to the downside. Till now, it's still holding the trend, so you know, don't at me if it bounces from here and rallies. But I'm going to keep an eye on this because I go back to Intel's a short till it's not. If it breaks this trend on the daily, Adara.
Let's discuss US dollar, which is on it, I guess, 4-day winning streak now, and we are just below that 100 level. Again, we have not been above that level since August 1st, so it's been quite a few months. Let's see if we can surpass it here and now with a bit of a breakout. We did get 2 pieces of economic data today, which is, of course, exciting because it's been a bit of a light period for economic the last now over a month with that U.S. government shutdown. But today we got 2 pieces of data. S&P manufacturing PMI a little bit higher than expected, 52.5 versus 52.2 expected. But then ISM manufacturing PMI, that's going to be the more closely watched of these trends, coming in at 48.7, a little bit below here, estimates of 49.5, and the previous print of 49.1. Also on watch, Fed speak throughout the day. We had Fed's Goolsby, who I wasn't even seeing on the schedule. He already made some comments today. He was a little bit hawkish, though certainly not as hawkish as the comments that we got from Fed's Bostic and Hammock on Friday. They both spoke starting at 12 p.m., and that was just a slew of hawkishness from both of these speakers, basically suggesting that they were not 100% confident in their decision to cut rates, along with the Fed during that meeting last Wednesday, where, again, we did get that 25 basis point rate cut, but there was one hawkish dissenting vote and one dissenting vote as well. So just a little bit of context there. As we look at the CME Fed Watch tool, 70.3% of participants still expecting that 25 basis point cut, another cut coming through the next meeting, 30% expecting that will be held. Now, this is up a little bit here from Friday when roughly 63% of participants were expecting a cut, but it's down from a week ago when we were almost 100% pricing in a cut. So the cut still seems likely, but how likely? Looks like that's anybody's guess. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara. Here, 1 second. I do this, man, because
Thank
this is my favorite
you,
thing. Yeah, thank you,
Adara.
Much, Dara.
Thank you, Adara. All right, so look, man, this is how I trade. We talk about how simple it is. And it broke 202, Palantir came right back in. We did not average in. We just waited for it to break through. It breaks, we get out. It holds, we get back in. So from taking like a 15 hit to now well back in the money, 55 cents, well worth it there on PLTR. And I don't need to tell you, but there it goes upside again for Palantir. So that was obviously a good little reload situation. And yeah, we'll pat ourselves on the back for it. It's exactly what we were looking for. We're waiting for these prices. We wrote down Palantir. We wrote down AMD, we wrote down TQs, all the trades that I was happy with today, we wind up taking. So here it is, back end, now 70 cents in the money. You're not gonna see me take this 70-cent hit like that on PLTR, so glad to take what we did and now push that rate back up to the upside rate now, creating this now back into our famed club that we really like. And there it is, man, it's your dollar club win. With Palantir again, so twice now. First time we made a little bit more than $1, and here it goes again nicely cooking up to the upside there for PLTR. And again, it's what we wrote down, man. We like the 202. It was our #1 idea on the sticky note. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. And there it goes, man. Nice blow up there to the upside for PLTR. With only a few minutes left, we'll almost get ready to tell you what is for famed lunch. And hopefully it'll be a good one today and not tilapia. But if it's anything like, for the way I've been trading today, honestly, we'll take tilapia. I'll be like, I'm in a good mood here. It's been a couple great trades. Hopefully you're able to match those as well. And there's a super chat, $40 down.
Yeah, but that's not that much for Netflix.
Remember, Netflix is reverse splitting. We do have that coming. Not reverse splitting.
Well, if it drops $40 after the split,
yes,
then we'll freak out, right? Like,
then it'll be $100.
Yeah, like that's we 100% after split. If this stock ever drops $40 in one session, you'll see me freaking out because I own some Netflix shares. But no, this is only a couple percentage points to the downside. Yep. So it's not really that bad. And remember, you pop on split news. It's not changing anything about the company. It's good for retail.
Get out the
I suppose. Oh, the other thing is maybe they could get into the Dow. I don't know if anyone's due to get booted from the Dow, but I suppose Netflix could get themselves into the Dow with a split. So there's always that. But losing the 200 period moving average is bearish. About this, someone asked me about. I think we talked about this last week, and I said I'd rather dip buy companies I like when they regain or hold the 200 period moving average, as opposed to like buying it when it's consolidating underneath. So yeah, you can get yourself a better price, but then to me, you could be entering along right when it's about to break down. I'd rather enter it along after it's made a high, and then I know I just get out if it breaks 1085 and look for a better price on Netflix, which I think would be a gift if it gave you anything in that 1,000 area or something like that. NVIDIA and Tesla are still going to be front of the mind, as NVIDIA is trying, not succeeding yet, to hold on to VWAP. So it's still holding the line around the prior day high, but it's bottoming tail, which we jumped out of our last scalp trade, still slightly downward trending. It can always break this trend line for a long, or we can hold on to VWAP. Neither one of those things have happened just yet. Rivian Millionaire saying, go Roblox.
Yeah,
I was kind of hoping, you know what would have been? It would have been cool if Roblox, well, it's not cool if the stock is down 10%, but if this had been SSR, which it's not, it was SSR on Thursday and then 10% down and then continuation on Friday, this would be an obvious reversion trade. But this is a clean trend break. Look at it not really go. Like, I always want things to go right away when they break the trend, because it's like it's supposed to be going from one mode to another. And this one just doesn't seem like it. So I find myself looking at the same names and not really many small caps out there. Like, it's been Tesla. The funny thing about it, traded Amazon, IBIT, NVIDIA, Tesla, and the one that was the loser was the IBIT short, which is hilarious because I just didn't get back into it.
Now it's at 105.
No, it's hilarious. It's just at the moment I stopped out, like everything else set up, like the NVIDIA long that bounced off VWAP set up, and Tesla reversion set up, and then Kenvue was at VWAP, and I didn't get back to IBIT, which is now down 0.7%. I know percentages don't matter when it comes to a 24-hour market, but it's instructive in that you can at least compare it to the NASDAQ, right? So like I can say, yeah, maybe it's 24-hour market, that doesn't matter, but the NASDAQ is up 0.3%. So right now, and this is ETH breaking through 36, by the way. I don't know why I had an ETH chart up, because that's looking nasty. But you're gonna hold underneath that prior support on Bitcoin. And all you have left before you do a 2-level breakdown is going to be this 104. Like, that's it. We got 104 on BTC, and then you have a 2, sort of prior level breakdown. I don't know, that's what I'm calling it, because I only have 4 lines in my Bitcoin chart. So it'll be like a 2-level pullback, which I think is perfectly reasonable if we lose 104 to see the high 90s. Like, that's not crazy to me. Like, that's how it's setting up right now on Bitcoin, but whatever. I guess I should have held the short.
Oh, yeah. Just like right now we should have held. I don't have the menu, so I just asked everybody. I can't find the menu for this week.
I think
what's for lunch, so hopefully we can get it very, very soon. But there it is right now, man. We'll just hot dog gun it up. Have these on this trade there today, because there's another reload of Palantir. I mean, boom and boom. So those two trades holding the whole day for me today. TQs we could have still stayed into. AMD is what it is. We punched out of that one. That's going to be by far the face slapper. Hopefully we can come back from our little swim and watch Palantir to the moon, right? We're going to wait to see if we can get a 204 area fill for this, as it's still trying to go upside right here. We haven't talked too much about gold today. It's pretty flat, obviously, there, 0.1 right there for gold and whatnot. So we'll have to wait to see what that is. Do you have the...
I just got it up just now.
You have the menu? Okay, so here we go.
Let's hit the...
Yeah, you do it. Yeah, we'll do it. Here we go.
Oh, no, it's chicken.
Oh, it's chicken. Okay, there it is. All right.
What do you mean? Well, how is anyone ever surprised if I say it's chicken? Nobody should ever be surprised when we get chicken, specifically lemon herbed chicken,
Ooh.
vegetable fried rice,
Ooh.
roasted carrots and peppers, and chef's choice salad. I would say that's a very, that's a simple lunch that should just be a very much, like a B.
It'll be good.
Solid B. Hard to mess that one up.
Think with some salad?
Yeah, why not? Oh, see, the problem is now I won't say anything, but I just glanced at tomorrow.
See, this is why it's my segment, Neil.
No,
trying to be disciplined.
No, I'm not saying anything.
I know, but now you know. See, it's like, this is the thing. This guy over here, what can we do
I can't
about
say
it?
anything, but I can't say anything about it.
Okay. All right, good. All right, well, nothing. I have a feeling for what tomorrow is already.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Hopefully it doesn't start with a T and end with an AAPL. I don't know. If it's that, then we're gonna have a little bit of a situation there. Okay, good trading today, man. We'll run the gauntlet here today with AMD. It's somehow worse than tilapia. Okay, stay tuned for tomorrow, and we'll get Neil's opinion on what's worse than tilapia.
At least one personal thing.
Okay.
Right,
we'll give it a shot right there. I got to go. Tilapia plus chicken. All right, thanks, everybody. It's a midday show. Sharif is back. So we'll see everybody at 2 p.m. Sharif and Joe, take it away, guys.
Music needs to be louder.
I like that.
Get pumped up. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And yes, we are all poppied out, giving, of course, remembrance to the ones who fell before us. Joey, we want to make that shout out super quick because we always get questions about these from American friends to the south. What are these things you are wearing on your chest? They are World War I remembrance little.
Americans don't wear these?
No, the British do, but the Americans do not. So just letting them know. Let's do the shout out though. Shout out to Dangerous. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to Denise, always throwing love in the chat. I always like that from you, Denise. Chris Miller, we got Brown Lightning, we got Fox, he's throwing up to New York Cent. Shout out to Holly and Ryjan. Jake Robert Snake, Dr. Darkroom. How about, who else, man? Bobby, Bill, Bob. Clipwave, Assassino. Pello, The Pulse. We got Dude V. We got Donkey Trader. Volky. Who else, man? We got Ichiro. Mustard's in the house. We got Dan Gale and Hinsey. Thought it was going to be Hizzy. Ginvesting. Hangry Wife joining us as well. Andrew Chow. Bastone. Is that how you say it there, Katina, man? Is it Bastone or Baston? Short? I thought you told me to short the name. Yeah. Bastone. Okay. We got Wicked Chunky Trades. One more, Joey. The OG, Other Zinc. Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend.
Sir.
I had one of my better weekends in a hot minute. Can't wait to talk about it. Good morning.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, was this your tournament? Was it
no,
your
man.
Oh,
we got a couple more weeks on that, Joe. We got to practice.
Man, I can't believe you didn't even tell me before. So now I'm curious what your good week, why your weekend was so good.
Well, I don't know, bro. You were focused on trading. I don't want to get too much.
No, that's totally fair, man. Yeah. Because we got a lot going on. Yes, what is this? All right. Know that the crypto space isn't doing too well. We sold some contracts. Fantastic stuff. Collect 75% of the premium, close those, and it's unfortunate that I had. Well, I mean, it's not unfortunate. It sucks that it's not appreciating how it to. That's fine. But at the end of the day, we're gonna mitigate risk, and we're gonna sell our covered calls. It's essentially a poor man's covered call strategy. So I've rolled those down I've sold additional more, collected 75% of the other premium.
Okay.
Now I've moved the strikes lower, I believe pretty tight to where my entry is here. So yeah, I'm selling the 66 calls now. All right, before it was the 69s, now I'm onto the 66s, and I'm long the 65s. So essentially what we got going on is we collected $450 once again. We closed in, we locked in that 75 before, and then now we're just mitigating. It's honestly, this is what I'm talking about. Buying time is so important. I'm so thankful that I bought the May 15th expiration cycle, because if they were near dated, I would have been done. They would have been worthless essentially. And I'm a couple K in the hole. Full disclosure. But we can mitigate that, Sharif, by just continuously selling these covered calls, and covered calls. All right, enough of that. That's what I got going on. Also, eyes on but Cleveland Cliffs. Why am I trading this? Slightly in play here on today's session. You can see that we're starting to get that breakdown. We tried long attempt number 1, didn't work, patience, and then sure enough, we're getting a second entry right here, and this one's starting to work substantially better, and we have triple the amount of size here than what we did on this trade. A couple other, I did take some losses on IREN. That wasn't fun. We'll pull that up. So we'll go 0 for 2 on that one, and we're shooting 50% on CLF, which we like a lot. And then also for IBIT, we grabbed a little long off of that as well, too, which I'll show you momentarily. But there it is, long attempt 1 we get out. And then once I added into this position, I'm like, okay, I can't give this. It's either gonna go substantially quick or it's gonna chop around and sell. And as soon as we got that breach of the volume weighted average price, sure enough, boom, I was out of that trade. Boom. So that one didn't work for us. Sharif, one more before I send it back to you, my brother. And there, yeah, big time. So I was short IBIT out of the gate at the crack of this support level at 61. We take it out a little prematurely, but then I'm like, you know what? Let's see. Considering the volume on the sell side was so substantial, I'm like, all right, let's see if we get any form of indecision prints, and maybe we can get a little short duration bounce. Not too extended, and as you can see, we get in much larger size than this, and then we take a little bit off, and then eventually we get stopped out, break even. So we're not going to complain about that. CLF, if that gets volume weighted average price, it's going to be a solid day.
All right, thanks, Joe. MSPR. So let's just cut it. All right, let's get right to the ones that are moving. 85 support, previous area of resistance, very clear on the side chart. I missed that. I got in at 85 pennies on the downhole. I love this level. Look how many times rejected 85 pennies before we cleared it. It also happened to be the 10 EMA on the 5. I said, whammy, punch. We punched on the down halt. We held through the halt. And I, in fact, had another DCA to defend into 80. Didn't even come into play. We scalp up all the way into $1, but this one is having all sorts of trouble clearing that dollar area. It's not a surprise to me whatsoever. We know it's a different trade north and south of that dollar. You're going to have to get above that dollar decisively. I'm not talking about, a couple of pennies here and there, 103, 104, even 109, which is a high day. Not good enough. Not enough, clearance of that psychological of resistance. I'm talking about the dollar. To sort of use it as support. So here's what I'm looking at. We got another test of 85 there. I got stopped out. Probably the wrong move here. So what I did was I placed my stop at 88 pennies. I said, look, I'm long 85. Let me stop out at 88. Kind of negating the fact that we've had umpteen amounts of bounces off that 85 penny area. And here we go again. So end of the story is you have support 85. It's proved it to you multiple times. Now that's the good news. What's the bad news here? The bad news is you're putting in lower highs. And to me, that's screaming, the sellers or the profit takers are still in control, and you're unable to break that sort of lower high pattern here on the 5, no matter how much we try. Now, there was aggressive selling into 102. First of all, there was aggressive selling at 101. We cleared that 101 seller. 102, 103, they all had monster selling. MSPR, the reason everybody and their mother's cousins looking at this is up 335%, and it's getting into that dollar area. So, yeah, we're going to continue to look here at MSPR. It's still very much in play under my system. It's just about really getting a bit more nuanced with the entries. Now, new position alert, NUAI. Got into this one. Also a good-looking bull flag, but it also suffers from the same affliction that MSPR is suffering from. What is said affliction, you ask? Nobody asked. I'll tell you anyway. The lower highs, they're just very, very, apparent to me on the 5-minute chart. That doesn't mean that we won't find a clear area of support like we have on multiple occasions. I'm talking about 10:30 5-minute candle. I'm talking about the 10:35 5-minute candle. How about the 45, the 50? They all found support at the volume weighted average price. It doesn't mean they'll continue to find support, but trading doesn't really guarantee you anything over here. So that's what we're at right now. We're in NUAI at 93, showing me 83. So this is the area where I'm looking to add, and we'll take out the previous area of DCA as it's just a little bit lower than I think the will take us right now. So what's my move here? What happens if it loses the volume weighted average price? Well, VWAP is right at that $0.75, give or take 1 or 2 pennies. So I'm seeing VWAP in the high 70s. Obviously, 3/4 is at 75. So my move is I'm going to give it to the breach of 70. I want to give it a little bit of room. Even though this one hasn't shown me its propensity to breach the volume weighted average price on the day, doesn't mean it won't do this time around. So I'd like to have a little bit of room between that 70 penny level and where I get out. So we're going to go ahead and throw in that order now for the remaining amount, and then we'll see if this one wants to mosey back up. So we have 88, so it's showing me 87s, so we're not too much out of the money right now. Let's throw something at 93, and then we'll layer orders into that $7 area, lest it be a staunch area of resistance, as the French say. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. So as I mentioned, MSPR and NUAI, but I've got more, baby. Pickings are kind of slim, but there are some going on here. TERN looking very, very bull flaggish. This one, this volume profile though, is dropping substantially from the open. It is down into the right now. We're barely doing about 250,000 shares per 5-minute candle. However, there is a divergence between the volume and price action, which always scares me and makes me on alert. I don't like volume price action divergence, especially when you're bull flagging, because it feels to me that they're running out of longs, and then the shorts are going to see that, and then they're going to get crazy with it. So that is something that I'm keeping my eye out here on TERN. I'd rather the money fills than a breakout, because we've seen so many topping tail candles on TERN, and that you have to take into consideration the characteristic of the name. If it keeps topping, that means the algo off that's trading it is getting short or taking profits aggressively at area highs. And if it did it once, it might do it again. If it did it again, it might do it a third time. On the lookout for that. TERN, Joey, keeping an eye on that. What do you got?
All right, cool. Good stuff there, guys. So we're just slowly taking some out here on CLF. We had a super chat there from our Patrick. The vol, Joseph, how far out do you mean when buying time? Well, if you're relatively new to options, you want to start with at least 6 months, in my opinion. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but what that allows you to do, it gives you some playing room, right? Which I think is extremely important to note and understand, because if I didn't have that type of playing room on some of my trades, essentially you're just going to lose everything to theta decay and IV decay, and that's not something that we're aiming to. We want to leverage our systems in the correct manner, and with that being said, that's be continuously buying our time. Once again, I have contracts that don't expire until May 15th of 26, and I'm just rolling contracts. I'm contracts that expire on November 21st. The other one was the 14th. So again, you can see what I'm essentially just doing here is that thesis isn't working out of the jump. It honestly went straight to the downside. Essentially, it's just mitigating risk at this time and just
Joey, can I interrupt?
Oh my God, yeah, okay, go ahead.
TGE's breaking out, guys. What do we got here? We got 35s. It just got up into 43s. That is the official high of the day. It has wicked a little bit higher. I think those are institutional prints at 8 o'clock, 8:05. Be on the lookout here for a $0.50 rejection. This one's up bigly as well, 82% and going on the NYSE, but be careful for the halts on this one, because you're going to fly blind if it halts. You will not get the top, the theoretical auction price during a halt. Something is trading on the NYSE or the NASDAQ, excuse me. So be on the lookout here. TG, sorry to interrupt you, Joey.
All right, yeah, I was just, I meant to take some off there and I accidentally added a little bit too much, but that's okay. Yeah, guys, anyways, enough. As for the options, yeah, that's buy time, because that way you can and just sell, do the poor man's covered call, collect some premiums, and then hopefully at some point the underlying will actually head back toward your entry prices, and you don't lose too much value. So that's just essentially what I got going on. It's nothing overly complex. What I'm looking at as well too from a daily standpoint is Meta. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that one. Maybe an oversold bounce at some point. But I mean, going the contract route is what I'm looking to do. I don't want to release too many details right now. I've been all weekend. I was working on just like game planning around this specific trade, and I just want to focus on that pretty aggressively. It can be substantial for what I'm looking to do. But as for this CLF, I accidentally added up here. That's so frustrating. That should have been an additional out, but that's okay. Maybe we'll get a pop. We had those indecision prints off of those lows that made us take that trade, regardless of what's happening. Patrick, I hope I answered your question. I'm pretty sure I did. 6 months is where you want to start. It gives you playing room. You can do a bunch of different things, and you can manipulate the contracts in manners that you want to. But now, as for this, guys, beautiful prints off of these lows, and then you're going to move all the way up into 1178. VWAP is going to be the primary target, considering I just add. Now, I have to look at this as a free rolling trade. So if it comes back to flat, so that is my unrealized. If it comes back to zero, I have to get. This was a slight mistake. I hit the wrong key, but it is what it is. Maybe we get back up into that price target that we're looking for. Do I take an additional trade here on Amazon? I hopped in. I forgot that I posted up at 255s here, and I come back, and I'm like, oh, no, okay, we're in it, but I got out. It's climbing a little bit higher, and it's like, oh, Joe, you should have held it, but I honestly meant to remove that order. I wasn't expecting it, but right at the lower end of the range, that's a pinpoint entry. We like that one a lot. So keeping our eyes over on AMZN, just in case we do get this range breakout, right? Forming that bull flag consolidation. What's going on? You have that consistent lower high trend, but with that flat bottom, so which way is the volume going to step in? And that's what you essentially want to follow. If you get that fake out, that's fine. Going to be another opportunity. You want to see on your volume profile is in which direction you that outlying volume print in those volume signatures, all right? Joseph, can you look at IonQ 70 call September 18th, 319? Let me know what you think, please. Yeah, absolutely. Did you say you sold your coin calls, Jameson? I'm curious on that one, but yeah, let's take a look at IonQ. Obviously, like the the quantum space, but you got to take into consideration just from those August lows, you go up 143%, things are going to cool down. It's holding right now 57s. You like the 70 calls September 18th. Okay, so September. Okay, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, right? But let's take a look at the at-the-money IV. That's going to be really important because we want to try to avoid buying contracts when we're in heightened times of volatility. You want to be writing. And with that being said, if you're sitting in that type of position and you're looking that far to go out, what I think the better route is to just sell some cash secured puts if you can, or do some bull put spreads. I think that's the best route until you get those specific levels that you're looking for. But anyways, aside from that, going back to these strikes, at the money is, yeah, it's 144%. I mean, if you go all the way to your September 18th calls, 2026, obviously the at the money IV is going to be relatively cooler, only 99%. But I mean, that's only 15% off of what it is when we're trading on the near dated expiration cycle. So once that starts to cool down, obviously the contract is going to just lose value on implied volatility, but you have plenty of time. And if it doesn't work immediately, I like how you're writing that strike price. You can write some and collect a little premium in the meantime until it does start working in your favor and you want to avoid just selling calls in general. But there it is on CLF, guys, getting an additional higher. Once we break through this cliff, I think we're going to be okay, 1178. And then his next target is going to be 1182 at the volume weighted average price. Adair, what do you got?
What we have here is a response from Novo Nordisk, NVO, with regards to Pfizer's lawsuit this morning about Novo Nordisk's attempt to acquire Metsera. So just to give a little bit of background, because there's a lot happening in this story, we know that Pfizer was interested in acquiring Metsera. Then Novo Nordisk, as of last week, put in an unsolicited bid. Metsera coming out here saying they actually preferred Novo Nordisk's bid, but Pfizer then responded in kind, saying that they didn't think that was fair, that Novo Nordisk was not handling the situation appropriately. Now they have filed their second lawsuit, this one antitrust related as of this morning. Well, Novo Nordisk responding to said lawsuit, now that we're all here with the context, saying that their proposal for Metsera offers compelling value to Metsera stockholders that far exceeds that of Pfizer's proposed transaction. They also added that they adhered to all the restrictions under the Pfizer merger agreement. They're actually confident the facts and the law are on their side there, and by them I mean Novo Nordisk. They say Pfizer's also wrong about the competitive dynamics of the marketplace. So NVO responding here following Pfizer's attempt to sue Novo Nordisk and Metsera for Novo's attempt to acquire Metsera. Again, guys, Metsera prefers the Novo offer. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. We had a fantastic chat in the question in the chat. Boom, there it is. So we did add. We didn't go panic mode on that one. We take a little bit off. Now we're starting to climb a little bit higher. We can piece another bit here. Actually, I'm going to post up at 82s. But the question that I wanted to get to before I send it over to our guy here, Sharif, is that someone, I think his name is Smoked in the chat. I'm going to go with his name, Smoke.
Get it, Smoke?
Yeah. So is it? Anyways, I usually do bi-weekly to mainly scalp play, sometimes day trades. Can I still buy that far out and see good price action / volume? Absolutely. If you're looking for that type of price action, just correlate your deltas, right? And then you'll be okay, because what you're looking for is for every 1 point move in the underlying, how it reacts and how that contract reacts. And if it's very identical, there's nothing wrong with buying a little bit more time. I'll go through a quick example on something that's more liquid. So we'll go to NVDA, we'll take a look at the monies, and then we'll go a little bit farther out and compare what the delta is there. Okay, so you can see at 207.5, our delta is $55. So for every $1 change in NVDA, you're getting a $55 change in the contract pricing. Now let's just pick a random spot. December, what is it? The delta? Relatively say, okay, so they don't have it, so it's the same thing, right? So you're okay. That's something that you want to keep an eye out for. Obviously, your gamma as well, too. We can go back and take a look at what the gamma is, and it's relatively the same, right? So your rate of change, essentially. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with going a little bit further out. You don't need to buy leaps or anything like that if you're looking to just scalp and trade them from a weekly basis. What do you got?
What do I got?
No.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Here we go, baby. Let's go. Joey, they open Sizzler here, bro. I'm buying the biggest lottery ticket.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God! Boom on TGE into the high of the day. We're at the high right now, $1.48. Couple of trades on this one. Let's talk about it. Initial breakout trade, right? Because I got in a little bit late. 135. You love that level. How come? Well, we talked about this. Umpteen amount of rejections into that 130. There it goes. It drops down though, so I had to move up my stop. I'm like, look, I'm not going to DC in into oblivion. We're going to take remaining amount on this initial trade over here for a profit. If it holds 130, we can have another discussion if it does hold. And it did. Punch back in at 33s, and there's a scalp up into 50. Now this one's really going. All right, so now we're over 100% on the day. There goes $1.60. It's time to take this one seriously here. I think we're going to have to look for that 140 to 150 area of support. I wouldn't give it to 130 anymore, given the distance by which it's cleared that 130. I don't know where the halt parameters are. It feels like it might be in the mid to high 60s, given the percentage move from the breakout. So let's keep an eye here on TGE, zigging and zagging. I'm going to look for an initial hold at 150. We don't get that hold at 150. I'm punching in between 140 to 145. I wouldn't give it all the way down into 130. I think that might be a little bit of a risky dip trade. If it breaks into that level, I'd stop out personally and let it set up again at 130, and then we can have a discussion about whether that level is going to hold. So let's watch now as it dips back down into 150, holding for now. I don't want to get in quite yet, right? I want to see if it's going to breach the $0.50, maybe with a little bit of an imbalance of sell orders, or shorts get a little exuberant. If they do, hopefully we'll be wise to that and we'll punch back in. But there's another position I have to bring your attention to, which is NUA. We got 84s on this one. This got a nice price spike up into, I think, 05. So we got the 75 print there. I'm still holding this one for a volume weighted average price hold, and ideally a break above 7.25. You don't have to be a chartered market technician to see that 7.25 has been a very clear area of resistance since we lost the bid at around 10.05 this morning. That red candle on the 5-minute is the one I'm referring to there. Back though to TGE as this one does come into the $0.50. Let's look now. Okay, so we're losing the $0.50. 47s, 46s just showed up right back above the $0.50 we go. So there's traders who are interested in said half dollar, not just me. Let's see how many, though. Are there enough for this one to hold above said half dollar? We already printed about 46 million shares today. It's a dollar name, so, you know, it's not too much. This is not a good candle, though, on the 5. It's a topping tilt candle with a 161 high, and now we're printing 150. So, you know, forgive me for not being too exuberant to punch into a topping tilt candle. I'm going to need clear levels of technical support before I weasel in, as we mentioned, watching that 50 penny level. This candle's got 2 minutes left on it over here, so we'll see if it ends up holding up above said level or what its situation is. Back, though, to NUAI, above 7 we go. This one's had all sorts of trouble with 7. As of late. I mean, 7.25 to me is the sort of, I don't want to call it the real technical resistance. Go ahead, Joey, tell them.
Yeah, we got it. Man, there we go. Cleveland Cliffs. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've ever traded. Did you intraday trade this a couple of times? I don't remember.
I don't personally remember.
No, yeah. I mean, I personally haven't either. So, I mean, beautiful prints across the board on this name. We just caught that additional fill. Look, this is no hezzy, no panic mode right there. As soon as we added by accidentally, Shreve, I didn't even mean to.
Get it, Joey?
Yeah, it was an accidental add in it. And you know what? I'm like, this name is strong. It hasn't put in a red candle. Yes, take my strong hand. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 straight 5-minute red green candles. Sorry, straight to the top side. Sorry to interrupt you, but we're now on the backside of the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling a little bit more on CLF, man.
I know you and your OB, you have an affinity for being on the backside.
Yeah, Obi does. Obi
well,
does,
I feel like you might as well. Anyway, going into 7:07. Where are we waiting here, Joey? We're waiting at 12. So we got a pack our patience there on that one. I punched back into TGE on the break. We've got a couple of beak wetters into the high of the day. I got 63s there. I believe it did. That is actually the high of the day, 63. So this candle's got another, I think, 30 seconds or 15 seconds or to close. It's gonna, if it closes this way, it might close near the high. Let's see if the sellers step in or the buyers step in. Can't really shake 60 for now. Looks like there's a seller here at 59 waiting for this candle to close so we can see what's going to develop subsequent to that. Still a seller at 58, nothing doing over here. I got 57s on. So what's my move? Have we cleared 50 pennies by enough for me to weasel in? I don't know, but I can use prior bar low. I have a decent position over here. So prior bar low was 146. I don't mind giving it to prior bar low, given 50 is the area that I'm eyeing as support. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go 145 now, which is fine with me, as it comes right back into 154. So now we're a little out of the money on this one. Let's give it an eye over here. Let's see if it holds up at the $50, Joey. Pack in the patience. What do you got over there? You're pumped.
Yeah, of course, you know I'm pumped, man. Hold on there.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. All right, that's enough. How do we stop that one there? Okay, we'll hit something else there, bang. We'll hit this thing here. Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, you know what, man? No, I'm not even going to talk about it. Anyway, well, I was going to talk about the Jays game, but those guys were all over it this morning. I'm not going to.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
When that guy, I forget who it was, that smashed the homer in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah.
I saw the way he hit a foul. And I'm like, oh no, he's seeing the ball clearly. And it was an aggressive foul, I think, into left field. So I was like, I even said to my buddy, I'm like, home run next. And I was like, oh no, it ended up being true, Joey.
Listen, you played competitive sports when you were growing up, obviously football and everything, right?
My tennis training.
Yeah, and you're 10. Okay, but no, but like, in all seriousness,
yes, sir.
I'm not going to say, like, again, I played pretty competitive hockey growing up. And sometimes you just know when something happens in a sporting event, it's like, oh, that is not good. Something like, for me, the sporting gods are 110% real, right? So I knew, listen, it could have happened, but as soon as that ball got wedged in Game 6, I'm like, yeah, that's the battle.
You knew,
right? I knew instantly.
And we didn't have the luck on our side.
Yeah. Instantly, I knew. I'm like, oh,
what are the odds of that?
I've been in those scenarios. I've been in like some, not necessarily in a baseball one, but from like just a standpoint, it's like, okay, you hit a couple posts, the goalie's acting as a brick wall. You just have that gut feeling of someone who's been in some of those scenarios. Obviously, World Series isn't comparable to what I've been in, but I just had that feeling seeing that ball being wedged. I've never seen that in a baseball play at the Dome, ever. I've never seen that. And then as soon as the probability of that happening is extremely low. But all right, guys, what I was getting at here, some good stuff here on Joe. So again, I just pulling them up. It literally picked up this CLF print that we were looking at earlier in the day, and the exact same thing with IBIT. I was going to pull over to Tesla to see if it picked up that signal, but here it is on IBIT, which I'm surprised it didn't get stopped out on this one here. So it's still currently ITM, which isn't bad. We're not going to complain about that. Did it pick up the Tesla signal off of those lows? No. I think I was looking at a different name, not Tesla. Didn't pick up any NVDA. Oh, Meta is what I wanted to see, but I don't understand why it didn't, but that's okay. I thought it would grab this print. I know why, but essentially it is what it is. But it's picking up the majority of the things, just doing a little bit more refining on the algo over the weekend and just game planning for some potential big trades coming up, swing trades that is. But as for CLF, boom, right off of those lows, same thing right there, pop, 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 we take some out, accidental add, and then we take a little bit more out there. So right now, I'm just looking to see if we're gonna get a sustained breakout here. Amazon, it doesn't look like it. We broke through the top end of that wedge, so you can see we were on the backside of the trend for some time, a couple minutes to be exact, and then sure enough, because the volume wasn't supporting the breakout, we're coming right back into the middle of the range. So be patient and wait for it to step. And I think there's going to be a solid opportunity. So I'm just hunting on Amazon as well. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. Joseph, it reminded me of watching France against Argentina in the last World Cup. You were sad your team lost, but you know, you watched something. Yeah. Amazing. Do you ever cry eyes over the baseball? No, I've never. I don't think I've ever. I think maybe hockey one time it was a brutal loss. I might have, but other than that, I never really have shed a tear over any form of sports. I'm numb to the Leafs sucking now, so yeah, it's just how it is, man. Just how it is. Yeah. Did he score?
Again.
Hey, let's go.
Again.
Yeah.
Yes, bro. Finally, he's been putting in work though. Like I could draw a comparison to forechecking in hockey. Like the center forward has to keep the backs under pressure.
Yeah.
And they don't like doing that because it exhausts them and they want to save their energy for the attack.
But this guy's
in the Prem, you can't do that, right? If you don't forecheck, I'll just call it forecheck so people understand. If you don't do that, you're not going to play. It's just that simple. In the Prem, you got to hustle, man. Right? So yeah, he does a lot of that, but he hadn't been rewarded, Joey. He hadn't been rewarded with goals. Now he is finally getting a little reward. Of course, I'm talking about Gyökeres, the masked assassin. All right, we're just going to do a quick fan over here. Sorry, shout out to Aloha, local something. He's saying aloha, PNG, not PSG, has done well for us. Thoughts on CTM? Let's look at CTM first. Then we'll throw it over to Dara for crypto. Let's see what we got over here. So this is the daily on CTM. Very, very consolidative, but most notably, you know, most of the prints are above $1, and that is good news. Otherwise, you're going to pesky letter from the exchange. So I wouldn't want to use any of the moving averages over here because we've been very much in a consolidative state. To me, this one local, you're buying at support and you're trading it as a range unless you're looking for, of course, a long-term investment. And that's not what Joe and I do here. We're talking intraday trades and swing trades. So this one, very, very consolidative. I buy it below $1. I sell it a little bit above $1, and I hold a piece for the dream for continuation. That's kind of how I see here on CTM. No too much else about it. We're going to pause for a second, and we're going to go to Dara for the crypto segment.
It's like getting smoked. I mean,
Let's take a look here at Bitcoin BTC breaking below, at least briefly, that 106 level. Now we're back above that 106,000 level for Bitcoin. I'm seeing an interesting reason being attributed, at least by some here online, to this drop. Now we had comments from Scott Bessent yesterday, that is of course the U.S. Treasury Secretary, speaking here on the State of the Union, which is a CNN program, and he said that he thinks that the economy is generally in good shape, but there are sectors that are in recession. Now, of course, it's unclear if this is directly the reason for this drop in Bitcoin, though, as I mentioned, I'm seeing some people attribute these comments to the reason for the drop. And this comments from Bessent also seemed to mostly be designed here to put some blame here on the Fed, saying, quote, the Fed caused a lot of distributional problems with their policies. Again, he did mention that the overall U.S. economy is strong, but there are concerns here about high mortgage rates, which are hindering the real estate market. So again, some comments from Scott potentially on watch here with regards to this drop in Bitcoin. We'll take a look here at Ethereum as well. ETH/USD, which much like Bitcoin, is breaking below a level of support. Now, Ethereum for multiple days here held support at that 3680 level. Breaking below it, next level of support for ETH could be 3,500. I also want to let you guys know Netflix breaking down. I'm seeing some people in the chat asking about that. No news on that, though we know there is that forward split 10-to-1 split that was announced on Friday, gapped up on that, could be giving back, but either way, this one is pushing lower. NFLX, back to you.
What do you got?
Yeah, Netflix is tanking, guys. Just watch out. This is a pretty good signal, in my opinion, right? So you have this engulfing volume print preceded by potentially a hammer candle being formed. So keep an eye out on that one. Let's take a look at the daily. I like what Adara was bringing to us with that crypto segment. Once those floors are cracked, what I'm going to suspect is that we're going to see some aggressive selling probably once the support levels are broken, and then maybe you have to be patient and wait for that turnaround. But as for CLF, guys, this has most definitely been the trade of the day for the kid over here. So yeah, not too bad of a look. I want to pull up some of these crypto charts one more time just because Adara was talking about them, and we'll go over them momentarily as soon as I get this pulled up. There it is. There we are. Pull up. We're gonna pull that up. Yeah, the sky. That's crazy. Yeah, BTC, USD. I was gonna ask Adara. I don't know if she likes that David Singer guy. David, the one with. Yeah, I don't know what she said. Okay. Anyways, guys, so this is essentially what I'm looking at. Let's get this off of here because it's not going to display anything meaningful on the daily. But yeah, once this support level is cracked, hopefully it doesn't get too chaotic and you head into the 95s or anything along those lines. But I mean, with this space, absolutely anything can happen. You got to take into consideration 126. We're now down 15% off of those highs. I was buying contracts up in here, and then I'm like, you know what, this isn't working considering that I'm in on 6, so essentially the right to 600 shares. Now I had to start selling against it, but hopefully we hold up 100. That's going to be the ideal, so that's going to be another 7% or so from where we're currently trading at. Not going to be a good time, but we can get a rebound. We sell premium. Sorry about that, Sharif. Until we get this thing turned around. So we have plenty of time, and that's what we're just going to continuously do. Not hit the panic mode. Just sell premium, and then hopefully we come out on top in the long run. Specific trade, Sharif.
Like it, brother. Like it. Wishing you all the like, obviously. All right, so let's get to these trades because they're all breaking down, so I have to get out of them. So let's start first and foremost with the one that we were in here with NGI. It comes back into VWAP, and now it's a plethora of lower highs. It's yelling to me, Sharif, I am a, oh no, flat bottom break candidate. Of course, we never really know whether it's going to bottom break or not, but the volume weighted average price is getting tested way too many times for my liking. So we're gonzino on this one. We'll take the profits and run. NUAI at VWAP, but feeling like it might break down. TGE did break down, but this one still above the 10 EMA on the 5. That pleases me greatly. Let's see now. Does it hold up at this 140? I'm going to give this a chance, and I'm going to give it to below 135. Okay? Sometimes the money fills are in between the 10 and the 20. The 10 right now on the 5 is at 137. The 20 is at 130. But I like the 140 level as support because that's a 10 EMA. And I also like it for consolidation area before we broke up. So I'm involved in 141 right now. Let's go ahead and post in the mid 40s as well as the high 40s. And we're also going to take a couple of prints above 50. But what if it breaks down? Well, I'm going to get more because I want to get the money fills as I mentioned. 130 and 135. It loses that 130. It ends the trade for me. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and wait right there and see if we can get something along those lines. That's my look on TGE. So that's why I got out of that one initially. But I want to mention GSIT. So shout out to you guys for pointing this one out. Not one that I had eyes on and not one that I know is up on the day as a result of it not being on the side chart. So GSIT, yeah, look, it's not up much. In fact, on the day, it had a crappy day Friday, it had a crappy day Thursday, it was consolidative before that, 28th consolidative, 29th consolidative, 30th crap the bed, 31st consolidative today, trying to break above Friday's highs. It'll have to get above 10.5 to do that. And there is certainly a seller of note here at 9.59. Look how many times we've rejected $9.59 at 11.20, 11.25. 30, 35. None of the prints have gone above that. So there's a seller of note. He can get shaken or what? We're going to have to wait to find out because I'm not going to shake him clearly. I'm a market observer, not a market mover. So Joey's shaking. So GSIT in focus for me over here. Looking for a breakout trade. Then we can have a discussion. Where are we at here with TGE after getting back into that long? Nothing doing quite yet, holding at the 10 for now. We're going to have to get above 45 to get the print. Yeah, and you guys have been talking about BQ as well, and I don't mind this, even though it's a multiple halter, I think, to start the morning over here. And look at this price action, guys. Like, this is the price action from today. You can hardly tell it moved based upon Friday's dump, Thursday's pump, and then dump. Look at the Christmas tree, dude. Can't even make the left side of the Christmas tree green. It halted so many times. So that is certainly going to be, factoring into the reason or the reason of why I trade it or why I don't. We'll see what this one does. But there goes TGE up off the 10 EMA like a glove. We just took 47s. There's 48s now. Selling coming 49s. We get the print at 49. Now we're waiting at 54. So TGE right back in. $0.50 seller. Can he get shaken? 52s now showing up. Momentarily down into 51. 52 rears its head again. We're going to have to get into 54 to get that print, but a good move up by TGE nonetheless. $1.63 high, by the way. I would submit to you that both closing prints and the opening print on the two high are $1.58. So even though we weaseled into 163, be on the lookout for a high to mid 50s rejection here. So let's see if we can get the 54s. We're showing 53s. Pack in the patience on this one. Man, I was about to punch in a TERN off the 10 EMA, and I digressed because I was trying to do something else, and there it goes again into another high of day. TERN, all freaking gas, no brakes, and guess what? This bad boy here is knocking up on 100% as well. 93% and change, and it's about to take out 100 if we get a price spike above 16.25. So TERN, if you're a small cap trader, you should be focusing on this one. But there goes TGE into the high. We get the prints there. Let's set up now a little bit south of, let me just see how many shares I have. Pardon me. We're good to go on this one. Let's go ahead and set up now just south of 60, because I mentioned 58 is where I perceive the resistance to be. We just got 54s. So let's go ahead and set up there at 58 showing up, and boom, into the high, Joey options. We're going to post up at 69 now. 64, new high a day on TGE. We're looking for continuation. Good move up on this one. $1 name. You can size this substantially. Tell them what you're looking at, Joey.
Yeah. All right, guys. So once again, there it is. A nice, beautiful pickup. So just going through some of the names on that one. We're long NFXL, Sharif.
Oh.
That's going to be the 2X leverage there on Netflix off of those low signals. Boom, we're just going to pick those up here. Okay. And this is what I'm talking about. I have a little bit more conviction in this trade. So essentially what's going to happen does start to work out really well. We have this engulfing print followed by a beautiful hammer candle, which the algo did pick up. So once that gets going, we're going to get into full size. Right now I'm in at approximately 66%. Okay. Yes, 66% on NFXL. That's going to be a tongue twister. I'm going to have to look at the screen every time and get those ones so I don't get those ones mixed up. But here it is, guys, on CLF. I don't have much size left. Nothing substantial whatsoever, but this trade has been working out really well for us, so we're not going to complain on that front. Let's do what we haven't done today, and that's going to be going over the top performing sectors, Sharif, of the session. And let's go Netflix. Come on, you can bounce, baby.
Let me guess, counter-cyclicals.
Yeah, probably.
Healthcare and utilities?
Okay, no, okay, so time out. What are your top
I didn't even look, I swear to God.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Give me your top three.
I just said, I don't know.
You said healthcare.
Yeah, it's counter-cyclicals.
Okay, you said, okay.
Typically what? Consumer technology, tech, and energy. Yeah, I was completely wrong on all of them.
We're not that defensive today. But no, guys, in all seriousness, this consumer discretionary up 1%. Sector up a third, energy up a fifth. Now the bottom three, the consumer staples, not too good, down about roughly around 7/10 there, and then we have the materials down 9/10, and then services down 8%. What has our friend Meta been up to? Wow, yeah, we're keeping our eyes out on that one. We're gonna have a lot of fun with it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what swing trade potentials pull up there. But now let's head over. No, I told you, I'm going to be patient. I think that I'm going to see exactly what I want to.
I'm close. I'm long at 55s. I'm comfortable with that level.
655s?
655.
That's prime. Yeah. You're over there,
That's from
man.
Friday,
I wouldn't be
even
worried
punch in
about that
anything
at all.
today.
I wouldn't be worried about that at all.
Here too.
Yeah, no, honestly, Sharif, I plan on holding this one for some time.
Exactly. I think they're going to make him pay. Because
absolutely.
Because here's the reason. He's not renting out his AI infrastructure investments, whereas the other hyperscalers are. So they'll realize revenue on it in a shorter time frame than he will. He'll have to actually either monetize it through new products or obviously make it up through digital ad sales, right? So I think he's going to be made to pay in the same way that he was made to pay. Maybe not to the same extent, obviously. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the tax hit as well too. So
well said.
Boom,
Joey.
There you go. Coach Bang, you want to show them what we got? Because I'm going to pull this up here.
Absolutely.
Show them what you got, Sharif. I'm going to get the options chain ready for
Joey, I got to show you this
ahead,
entry,
brother.
bro. If you don't, I mean, I know you appreciate entries like this. Look at that entry right there. There,
zoom in on that, John.
Right.
Man.
There it is, right at the 10, man.
No, man, pull this down here.
Pull up.
Make this one.
Do it like
okay,
that.
there you go.
Good?
Get in there a little bit, man.
Yeah, man, here it is, though,
time.
Joe. 169. You know, if we're waiting in the 60s, where we are going to be waiting, it is a done deal. We take out the last little bit there at 69er, but that doesn't mean we're done this trade. The 10 EMA has now wheeled on up from $1.40, where it was previously, I should say, hanging out, and now it's hanging out at $1.45. So we're going to continue to ride trend on this one. Now, it's not only the 10 EMA, off which I can enter. If I start seeing higher highs and higher lows, I'll base my trade up on that. So TGE is the one we all thought it was going to be. Why? I didn't even think about it, Joey. I just exaggerated.
No, that's
what are you getting hyped up over there?
We just took a little bit off on Netflix there as it's starting to climb higher. That's exactly what we want to see. So bang, bang, bang. All right, guys, let's get over to some of these options contracts here on our META. I was thinking about going with the leverage, but I would rather just go the actual underlying. I can pull up METU and FBL, and you can just see how obviously the effects of using a leveraged derivative and then using a derivative off of that is a recipe for disaster sometimes. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case, but here it is. At the money IV, starting to cool off, this is exactly what we want to see. Are they expensive? Absolutely. Like, you got to take into consideration, for one of these, it's $6,700. But that's essentially 10% of what you would pay if you bought the shares outright. Again, you don't own them or anything along those lines. You only have the rights to them for 137 days. You have to take that into consideration. Let's put our strategy builder on and just essentially just kind of game plan what I've been doing all is like, where's my entry? How much am I willing to risk, et cetera, et cetera? Which route are you looking to take? And for me, that's easy. I'm going to be taking this route. And that's why exactly we're the profile and we're seeing everything that we got. This is going to tell us everything that we need to know. So if say we were going to use 640 as our stop loss, we're now trading at 652 roughly. That's going to cut this 640 is going to approximately, it's not even $1,000. It's $654, which isn't bad at all. But you have to understand that when trading meta, you have to be extremely precise on your entry, because a $10 fluctuation at the end of the day in a $700 name, $650 name isn't much. So your entry has to be pinpoint. And there an individual that I used to trade with, not with him, but he was a part of a group anyways, highly intelligent, and he had a system called the pinpoint strategy. So essentially it is derived off what we look at from a volume price analysis standpoint, but his entries are so precise to the point where he's risking 5 or 10 cents, 15 cents, extremely tight risk on swing trades, which allowed him to have substantial risk to reward ratios, but it shot a lower accuracy. You have to understand that. But when he hit, he's putting up like 30, 45 Rs. And what do I mean by Rs? That's going to be per risk unit. So you're hitting 45 times of what you're actually risking. But the thing is, there's obviously a catch. The accuracy of that system is like 20, 30% at best, right? But you have that larger win. You take a lot of losses, but your wins are so big, wipes everything off of it.
Traders do that,
exactly. So yeah, he's really phenomenal at that.
Interesting.
But let's break down this profile once again, guys. Be down around $650 at 640. Is this going to be the entry that we're looking for? I'm not sure. I want to be a little bit more patient on this front. We'll pull up meta from a daily standpoint and take a look at what we're specifically looking for. And these candles are starting to form. All right, so if this happens to close at 658 on the session, then that's phenomenal. But the more indecision prints and the longer that we hold 645, I like our chances at getting in on the lower end of the range. I think you have to take into consideration the fact that, okay, yeah, there's only a couple of these big names now that are off of their all-time highs, and that's going to be Tesla and Meta. Amazon just blew everything out of the water on its earnings report. Now let's worry about these. 18.9%. I like our chances, and I think if you buy that, well, I'm not saying for me personally, if I buy that contract 130 days out from now, it's going to give me a good opportunity to potentially fill half of this gap. And if you own multiple contracts, do the math. That's a good win. Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here in SFT. It looks like another deal announcement. The company apparently launching a multi-billion-dollar AI infrastructure agreement with Lambda, as reported by CNBC. So again, CNBC reporting a multi-billion-dollar AI infrastructure agreement for MSFT. If I get more details on this, I will certainly keep you posted right away. Back to you.
Yeah, no, you guys are welcome. Go ahead.
All right, TG's breaking out. We're right back in at 71s. Just took 75s there. That's the high of the day. I was about to get back in the high 60s. I don't know why I hedged. I didn't want to give back. So let's see what this one's got now. So my move on this one is going to be continuation of trend. I don't want to see this one dip below like 1670, 69. We need to see this one breaking out aggressively. So now we're above, that $0.50. Well, we're getting into that $0.75 with that. That's the high of the day. There's a seller here at 74. He's getting shaken. More hidden sellers coming in at 74 right as we were about to clear it. So watching TGE up 123%, looking for continuation into the 80, 75, 77 now. Good look here. This one, let's wet the beak there, and now we're going to take out the prior area, and we're going to hold here, Joey, for that mid-80s move. There's 80 showing up. Good look now on TGE. The breakout's on. You got higher highs and higher lows, essentially, since you breached 140 momentarily, 138. Since that time, you haven't had a candle to make a lower low. That's what I'm trying to say there. So good continuation here on TGE. Keep your eye out on this one. Now, NUAI, I kept saying, look, this was a very flat bottom breakish, and I still happen to feel the same way. This one did lose VWAP, but you're not getting that sort of very classical flat bottom break action. And here's what I mean by that. I mean, typically when you hold VWAP this strictly, like NUAI has, look at that 1030 hold, 1035, 45, 50, again at 10. You got it at 10, you got it at 15, you got it again at 25, and you got it again over here, 30, 35. Then you actually had a loss of VWAP, which hadn't happened before. Even the wicks were holding up at that level. So I was expecting sort of an aggressive candle, much like this one, but to the downside. So like that 945 candle, I'm circling there, but to the downside. Maybe not as aggressive to the downside, but something similar to that. That's typically what we see when we get all these lower highs with a flat bottom that got defended umpteen amount of times. You're not getting that though. It feels like you get an incremental move down. So I don't even want to look for shorts on this one. Now this is a pay for shorts type setup on the floor over here. So yeah, if you're with real trading and you're on P8, you're definitely going to need to secure shorts on this one. It's not really my move or kind of my methodology to short these small cappers. I mean, I did for a very short period of time, but I like going more long. So that's NUAI. Now I'm going to keep my eye here on TGE as we work right back into that high of day. This current 5-minute candle has a low of 72, a high of 75. So it feels like it might be testing that 180 high that we just put in there. Prior bar low takes us to 157. So a bit of a chasm between the current price action and the area low that should influence your decision as to whether to get in and your stop placement. Adara.
I do have some more details here in this Lambda deal with Microsoft. Actually involves NVIDIA as well. So Lambda, which according to its website is a super intelligence cloud, which builds gigawatt scale AI factories for inference and training. Making, again, that deal with Microsoft. Microsoft going to be a multi-billion-dollar AI infrastructure agreement with the company, and this was again reported by CNBC. Now, further details here. Part of Lambda's agreement with Microsoft, Lambda will be deploying AI infrastructure powered by NVIDIA. So there's also an NVIDIA component to this Lambda Microsoft deal, again, reported by CNBC. Back to you.
I gotta show them this, Joey. I hope some people took this, guys. I tried to keep pounding the table and telling you guys about Energy, another 8% day, Joseph, as this one works into all-time highs, guys. Bloom Energy is him. Okay, it is the one. And I mean, for now anyway. And I'm super happy. Like, so Bloom Energy is obviously very, very expensive, especially relative to where it was, you know, earlier in the summer, 20 bucks, 15 bucks, Joey. Now it's $145. So, you know, I'm like, well, maybe this one's exhausted the entire move. What are some alternative plays? And that piece of crap, Plug Power, kept coming up. And I couldn't be happier that I stayed away from that hot garbage because it was setting up quite, but true to form, just like it did to me last time, it did this. Look at that move into 475, then all the crap started coming out right there, right down into 275. Now here's the deal. This area is an important area of technical support. Look at that breakout area. It also happens to be the 50 on the 5. I'm not trying to advocate for a long into Plug Power. I'm just calling him how I see him. But Bloom Energy is him, all right? Right back down into the 20. We added into that. And I couldn't be happier. Now, the deal is I'm going to ride Bloom Energy until there's an obvious break of trend. I see it the way I see it. The thing has done very well holding up the 20 moving average on the close, not on the wicks. So by definition, that will necessitate me to wait until the end of day before getting out of Bloom Energy because I want to base it on that closing print. And we haven't gotten really any closing prints breaking that 20 EMA. And this one is breaking into 145. I think this is all-time highs, Joey. I'm just going to do a quick monthly. It's not even close, bro. It's not even close. Even the pandemic prices weren't even close. We're at $45 high. We're $145 high today. So Bloom Energy is him, and I hope some people took that trade because it is it's been doing real well over here. All right, back to TGE. There's the high entrance into the high of the day again. 177, 175. We have a higher low on this candle, but we can't breach that 180. That is 180 up there. I'm looking at that's a high of the day on TGE, up 125%, Joey.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So I think I maybe I made a little bit of a mistake here on NFXL considering. So I did get out at that break-even stop just following the rules, but I think I could have held it a little bit longer or gave it a second here. So I'm going to wait for that pullback. If we get that 444 level to hold, then I'm going to be right back into it. All right, guys. So what you're doing, Steph, bro. Okay, what do you think about swinging calls in AMK? Oh, I know. Oh, that's crazy. I think I kind of get your thing. What do I think about calls in AMRK? Yeah. All right, I'm not even familiar with AM. MAKR. Amcor Technologies. Okay, this thing has been pretty pretty good. Intraday standpoint, we can't complain. It was from you. Best advice I ever heard was from you. What was that, my friend? Iggy Sosa? I'm curious to know. Let me know what that was. Because nothing that'll make someone's day too. Best word of it. But I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, anyways. But yeah, let's take a look at this from a daily standpoint. Never early when you fall. Never early when you fall. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So if you just follow your rules, you can't really complain. This is looking pretty good if you ask me. Amcor Technologies, I wouldn't complain about this whatsoever off of those April lows. You're 14 bucks. You're over 100%, 160%. Just like that, man. As quick as you'd like, Sharif, on that one. So continue to hold until that trend line breaks. That's what Sharif was saying with BE, right? He's like, I'm in this until that trend breaks. And I think this is going to be the exact same thing. I want to take a look at BE for myself, just so I can just pour salt in the wound and be like, yeah, you know what I mean? Because everybody likes a little self-inflicted pain, I guess, here and there. But June, yeah, this thing is insane. Wow, yeah, it's some great stuff, man. It's some great stuff.
Bro, it's crazy. And I got to shout out Money Mitch, man. Yeah, because he brought us this trade several times.
I think I heard him talk about it for
several times.
And then I got to pull over this, like,
and for the reason we talk about, which is not for vehicles, and which is kind of what they were looking at initially, the hydrolyzed. It's for data centers, and we know what the AI trade is like.
Well, that's
another thing, Joey. Right? I mean, if you the energy component, like we're just warming up, dude. You got a lot of people. A lot of people, not just Altman and everybody who's in that, but everybody's saying, look, dude, the compute, we cannot get enough compute. It's good. And how are you going to power that compute, my man? It's got to be energy.
Oh, are you comparing this to, is this the shovel in the gold rush or what? This energy
I don't know,
play?
man.
Or is it, so, I mean, at the end of the day, there's so many ways of making, I think, solid trades and investments, not necessarily involving something that requires a GPU or CPU or stacks.
But it could be AI related at the same time.
But it can be AI related.
Caterpillar.
Exactly, right?
Joey,
So
I want to
things-
give
go-
everybody this one too.
Yeah, man,
So let
go
me tell
ahead.
you about this company. And I don't have a
TMC?
position in it
Yeah,
yet,
yeah,
but I
I think
want to
you're
work
telling
in
me about this
the
one.
metals company. What does this company do, Joey? This company pioneers grabbing these nodules on the bed or on the sea, or on the ocean floor.
Yeah.
And these nodules have insane amounts of rare earth elements, the critical minerals that we all need for military, for AI, everything else.
What's a nodule, though?
It's like a little ball. It's
Okay,
like a weird
okay.
looking ball. I'll
Okay.
show you. I'll
It's
show you in a
natural.
second.
I mean,
Naturally
yeah,
occurring,
okay,
sitting
okay.
obviously in a very hard area to mine, the bottom of the Pacific Ocean,
Yep.
as well as the Atlantic. Here's the deal. This company pioneered a method to drop these kind of bottom-dwelling robots to suck up these nodules and then send them up. The problem is they don't have the rights to do that. On your friend Donald to open up those rates, right? So it's been running up, as you can see, it's up 500% on the year, but they haven't mined a single thing.
Wait for the nod.
They need the nod for the nodule. They need the nod for the nodules. So I might weasel into this company over here. Now,
why not?
Here's the deal. It's obviously topping tail into 12, but as Neil was pointing out with respect to MP, because I'm obviously involved in that name as well, I'm going to be looking for a 200 move here. Now, I'm not going to wait to the 200. I'm going to be adding. But this TMC company could be, this could be a big.
A big
Yeah,
play?
I have no idea. You know,
I mean,
you have to do your own research on that. But
there's something going on with NVDA here because this name
when
once
there
again
is, there isn't,
Yeah,
Joey.
I know,
When is there?
No, in all seriousness.
Here it is.
But there it is. It's
Okay.
breaking out.
I don't
man.
know if this is coming in now, but your friends at NVIDIA told Fox Business
There you
Taiwan
go.
Semiconductor is an incredible partner for the U.S. Let's see what else. We got Evercore sees material upside. No, that's for Amazon. I'm looking live on CNBC. Yeah, that's really all I see at the moment, unless Adair has something else. This is all I'm seeing. NVIDIA shifting production to most of its advanced AI chips to Arizona, marking a major step in reviving the semiconductor manufacturing, with CEO Jensen Huang crediting President Trump's push for technological independence and action to reduce the reliance on China. The project completed with partnership with TSMC. Okay, it's just basically, this was yesterday, man. He told Sunday Morning Futures on Fox Business. This is not even from today. So this is old news. I'm not seeing anything on NVIDIA, but yeah, I'm not really surprised either that it's moving because it just seems to be all gas. TGE's coming in, guys, into the 10 EMA. I want to say the 10 EMA on the 5 is at $1.56, but this is already a losing trend. The first 5-minute candle will make a new low, printed at $11.55. So I'm not going to try to catch the bottom on this one. I'm going to see if we can kind of weasel back into maybe that 140 where VWAP is now. TSM, Julian, Diet Soda as well. TSM, I'm not talking about Taiwan Semi. That's certainly what I'm talking about. I'm TSM, which is, TCM, excuse me. What the hell? Where is that? Okay, well, when we get back from Madeira, I'll find it for you guys. I think I have the wrong ticker there.
It's time to talk here about this market. Here's the 15-minute chart for the NASDAQ. As you can see, trying to push a little bit higher after consolidating near these lows for much of the morning, though the market's still gapped up. We've had so much data center related news. With regards to NVIDIA, I know this was just discussed. I did mention this about 10 minutes ago, CNBC reporting that Microsoft is launching a multi-billion-dollar AI infrastructure agreement with Lambda, and then as part of that Lambda agreement, Lambda is going to be deploying AI infrastructure powered by NVIDIA. That is one NVIDIA-related catalyst, but again, that's going back to about 10 minutes ago. I did mention it at the time as well. And another Mag 7-related piece, CNBC reporting that there's some speculation suggesting that Berkshire Hathaway's, of course run by Warren Buffett, at least for now, may have cut their Apple stake yet again in Q3. That's all speculation, though. Keep an eye here on Palantir heading into earnings after the bell. 4:05 p.m. is the time for that. Neil and myself are going to cover those earnings live for you on the market recap. 4:05 p.m. we get Hims and Hers Health as well. That's going to be another name to watch here. Before we send you over to Neil and his today, we're going to take a moment to take our friends at Oragenics, OGEN, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. Yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orogenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today with Orogenics, OGEN. Now, it's time, without further ado, to go over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So Neil, take it away.
Thank you very much there, Adara. I can't really say it like the Trump thing, but you know, the lesson of the day, and I'll take an analogy from sports. Hey, baseball just ended. You got to have a short memory in sports because, I mean, ultimately, when the ball doesn't bounce your way or the shot doesn't fall the way you like it or you make a mistake the game before, you got to come back out regardless of how it worked out for you, be able to sort of perform, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. If you blow a game yesterday and your team's counting on you the next day, you got to show up and still be the same person. It's the same thing with trading too, like regardless of like the prior outcome. And a lot of times, the first thing that we should always tell ourselves is, you know, the market doesn't know what just happened to you. It's completely, unless you have a fat finger to trade, like I suppose, and there's certain circumstances where, yeah, the market knows. You fat fingered, you got a huge position. Yeah, the algos know you just happened to you. And that being said, that's a very rare circumstance. But most of the times, if you have a bad outcome, it's completely irrelevant to your next opportunity, even though it might not feel that way. So I'm going to give you an example of, you know, today, which, let's be real, in the morning, every once in a while it's going to happen. Like, I'm more of a trader that I'll be consistent. I'll win in like 3 out of 5 trades or something like that. And then you have good risk to reward and it all works out for you in the long run. This morning was that everything worked except for IBIT. And I was short IBIT, which is frustrating because, I mean, ultimately it ended up doing possibly the best drop of anything that I was looking at. And it was the one thing I like short. And you can see what happened. It kind of sucks. You know, we get it on the wrong side of the V. And when it broke down spectacularly. Now, you've got to remember like what it is that you're looking for as a trader and what is going to be your next trade. So not only did I miss the short, but as a mean reversion trader, when it went catastrophically down, massive volume, I've now missed the reversion, which was pretty much gold. Like, look at the volume spike down. It's $10 level, it spikes off 60. That's a pretty clean reversion. I'm a scalp person, so I'll usually get out a bunch there. So A, I've bungled the short by not getting back in here. B, I've then missed the reversion at 10:30. And then C, when it makes another bottoming tail just after we finish the morning show, I kind of take a hit here trying that spike when it fails the low of the day. So it's like lose, miss, miss, lose. Like at that point, I'm like, my goodness, what am I even doing on IBIT? But right after I get out, here's what happens. It does a strong bounce off the low again, setting up a trend break. So I have to ask myself a question. Is this a trade that I take 10 times out of 10? Answer, yes. Does it matter that I've not had it, that I've basically the one stock that I couldn't read today was IBIT? No, it doesn't matter. Does IBIT know I did this or missed that or lost? No, IBIT doesn't care. It's just downward trend, breaking the trend and riding its way to. It doesn't care what you've done. Sometimes the next trade is going to, or at least the next opportunity for a stock in a setup that works for you is going to be in something that maybe you didn't read right or you just didn't execute right or maybe you weren't watching it as much as you should have been in the particular moment of the trade setup. Whatever it might be, stock doesn't care. The only thing that matters is strategy and setup and then taking the trade. And it does require you to have a short memory because I had just kind of messed up along off a bottoming tail candle. I'd just done it. I'm like, oh, that wasn't the bottom. That's not a clean trend break, and I took it. That's a bad read. And then I wait, maybe a minute later, and there it sets up. And at that moment, you can either, no, you could back away. And it's not saying it's completely unreasonable. You could say, you know what, I don't have to read on this stock. But if it's a positive expectancy for you, and it is a core strategy, you've got to take the trade. It's just that simple. That's one thing I've learned over time. Traders that are consistently profitable do essentially two things really well. One is they take the trades that are positive expectancies almost regardless of how they're doing. They try to avoid the ones that are not, of course, that goes hand in hand. And then 2, they control their losses so that when they are wrong, they're not paying more than what they can win. Those are the 2 big things out there. And so oftentimes, right off a loss or maybe right after you've just read a stock, whatever it might be, you might see an A+ opportunity or an A opportunity come out there. You need to get to the point where you got that short memory and you're just jumping in because you know it's the right trade. The other side of that coin, however, that I'm describing to you, which is, oh, this is a positive expectancy, it doesn't matter what I've been doing, that's a good entry point. You have to make sure it's that and not just revenge. Let's imagine another scenario. Because let's imagine a scenario where I haven't had the read on IBIT, but I'm taking the long because I'm mad at myself and I think I should have had this long. And let's say I'm longing this dip and I'm longing this dip and I'm longing this dip and I'm just buying into the bottom because I'm frustrated that I missed that turn. Like, you've got to understand the difference between wait, slam, and buy, hope it works out. There is a big difference between the 2, and I will tell you this right now, most traders have a lot of difficulty figuring out that difference. And if you want to be consistent, the difference between being patient and waiting for your entry and saying, this better bounce, let me just go long into it. If you can find a way to make that work for you, congratulations. I've been doing it for 20 years, and I have yet to see anybody make that work for them. That's just me. But if you have the patience to have an entry style, or a trading strategy, or an execution style, which does give you a positive expectancy, which does consistently work to the point that it's profitable over a long run, then it just behooves you to take the trade regardless of what happened before. And that's why you put in the work to find something that works for you, so that you can have a couple of loses in a row and not care, because you know when this setup next happens, I'm just going to take it, right? It was very similar on Tesla when this morning there was really nothing going on. It didn't really get, well, whatever. There was obviously the Amazon was okay and NVIDIA was okay and Kenvue ended up working out pretty nicely. But there was a moment where Tesla was the only thing setting up, and it set up in a reversion. And it wasn't like it was perfect, but it was the best opportunity. So you saw me just go to Tesla and wait for a chance to take Tesla, which I did. And so ultimately, that's what trading is going to be about. Just like in sports, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but the next bounce of the ball does not care, or does not know what just happened to you. It's up to you to get back on the horse, or get back on the trade, get that A+ setup or A+ setup. It's there, act like nothing happened before, and just make the trade, because that's all it is. At the end of the day, it's all just points, and that's how you have to have attitude towards it. If you start treating it as emotions and more than that, you're going to get yourself into a little bit of trouble. So don't fight the stock, wait for the setup, hit the setup. And if you don't have the setup, come up with a setup and work on that, because that's what it's all about here. And hopefully we can help you guys do that. I know the Midday Boys have their strategies. Sean and I, we have our strategies. And it's not that you trade exactly like us. It's that you find your own way, because every trader ultimately has to do that if they want to become profitable. So good luck rest of the session. Hey, Tesla might hold VWAP here. Who knew?
Go your own way. You can go your own way, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Neil.
Absolutely.
I like what Neil brought up there.
Been dropping fire lately.
As soon as you start micromanaging, and that's what we were talking about a little bit, I believe, the other day, Sharif, is that ignorance is bliss, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is. So, I mean,
I hate saying that.
Yeah, it's true.
Because it makes me feel like all the hours of analysis and reading just means bupkis. I don't want to believe that.
But some people are just like that, man. I know you have a couple of buddies who are like, man, you're definitely not the sharpest tool, but they're successful because all they know is that one thing, and it's just like, that's it. They don't know it. They don't know the opposite side.
Wisdom over intelligence, discipline over intelligence.
any day of the week.
Well,
They're compounding intelligence. You can be absolutely a genius, but you can be a dumbass
discipline
at the
all
same
day.
time. Yeah, you don't have to.
Listen, it's the same thing. Like, I'm taking discipline and hard work over the
Any
talented
day.
individual any day of the week.
Any day.
Any day of the week, regardless of what it is. But guys, all right, Netflix continuing to grind higher. We got out of that one prematurely, but we're going to make it up for it here on AMZN. So a nice little bounce. I talked about following the volume. We didn't get the prints that we were looking for exactly, but we have this whipsaw move, in my opinion. You get that liquidity grab through some key support levels. You get that pre-market low at 254 to hold almost to the penny, and then sure enough, you're getting a little bit of a bounce right now. Are you going to adjust this trend line? Maybe a little bit, but you don't want to kind of manipulate it all the time. But volume steps in. I do like our chances of a bull flag pattern being formed there. Let's see if we can get that move. Tesla had an additional print as well, too. So we'll give Hesitation Nation on that one. No worried about it. And same with Netflix is starting to bite me in the rear here a little bit. All right, guys, $5. The Dawn Z. What's up, my friend? This one's for you, Sharif. Sharif, always extra confidence when to keep in a stock or watching, and then you say it's breaking out. Keep it up.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you know, you just get a feel for them sometimes. Now the next move, Joey, obviously is to size up after that.
Yeah.
Shout out to RJ. $2 super chat. I'm assuming he's talking to you or talking to Neil. He's saying, thank you, sir. Dropping cash in the chat. Thank you very much for both of you. Oh, and the Dawns, that's money, Canadian money, that is. So we're going to shout out Canada. Shout out to Canada. Joey, let's talk about TGE here because we're back in. So this one bottoming tailed. Look at the 5-minute candle over here on the black charts like this, dude. If you don't tell me people were buying up a storm over here, I won't believe you. And they were buying up a storm, so much so that this one ended up closing above the 10 EMA on the 5, despite looking like it was going to get to the 20. Now, here's the deal, though. It's rejecting off that very same area we've been talking about, this $1.65. Even though we've been to a $1.80, it feels like this $1.65 is where the real resistance lies. We had trouble with it 11.35. We had trouble with it 11.20. We certainly have trouble with it 11.40. Here it is again, right into 165, 67s now, 68 showing up. Let's see, man, if we break out aggressively, we can take out the high of the day, which is 80, especially if we can close above 65. Only a couple of candles have closed above 65, and that was on the breakout at 45 and 50. I'm talking about 11.45 and 11.50. We got 57s. Bless you, Ram. Looking for a continuation at least into 75 before we wet the peak. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out at 54s. That's where my stop is. It's at current bar low. So the current bar right now at 12.10 has a low of 155. 155? Yes, 155. So I put my stop at 54. 67s now showing back up. Let's see if we can get a price spike into 70. 68's now showing up, Joey. Here we go, moving into 69er, or can we? 69er now showing up. All right, let's go a little bit more here, up 117%. Let's go, TGE. Back into high day. Now, we've spent very little time at 180. Again, candles in a row, either closed or opened at 175. So the same thing we were talking about, 165, I'm going to apply to 175, at least for the long. Maybe not as just yet, but certainly for a resistance level. I'm talking about 175er where we rejected right there. So packing my patience over here, Joe, on TGE. Looking for continuation, but alas, we are going to zig and zag, and here comes the mid-60s, low 60s again. Going to have to make a decision whether we're going to add or whether we're going to wait for a trend break. What do you got? Decisions is what we got, and we go through on a day-to-day basis, my friend. Goodness gracious. This decision here, I mean, but then again, if you start making too many, you're going to probably mess up a little bit. Anyway, yeah, exactly. I don't know why I got NVDA up here twice, guys. Let's change that up. This is exactly what we're looking at here on the day. Tesla, nice print at the volume, below the volume weighted average price, now running into the backside of this trend, or the front side of this trend. Here, let's see how that reacts. Netflix has just been absolutely Keith Primo over here, so some good stuff. We like that on Netflix. Amazon potentially breaking out the wedge. So we got wedges left, right, and center around. So we're going to keep our eyes out on them. IBIT. Anybody heard that the wrong way? We got wedges. Wedges. Right and center. Oh, no, wedges left and obviously, I know you bet, bro. But anybody heard that, you know, maybe they heard an E or something at the end there. You know what that reminded me of? Yes, is that, like, it was a thing in our
Yes. I know a wedgie isn't the same, but we used to go around and see who could give the other individual the worst Charlie horse possible, and it was just our uncles just smashing on our thighs, stuff like that. It was crazy.
Oh boy, boys growing up, it's a different world, bro.
Different world. Dara, what do you got?
We get comments from Feds Daily. Feds Daily talking about these rate cuts, whether or not it was appropriate. She said that she believes the rate cut was appropriate and that she supported the rate cut. Now, this is only significant because even though we only had 2 dissenting votes, we had quite a few comments from Feds over the last few days, specifically Feds Bostic and Hammock, coming on Friday, suggesting that they actually would have also supported holding rates steady. She did, though, note that the 50 basis points worth of cuts this year make the Fed better positioned and that she has, quote, an open mind on December, noting also that the inflation is still above target. So long story short, Feds Daily being a little bit mixed here, but still erring on the side of caution when it comes to December. We know that Fed Chair Powell on Wednesday said that the December cut is not set in stone, far from it. Back to you.
By the power of Grayskull.
Boom! TGE right back into 1.8er, 1.80. I don't know, bro. Leave me alone. All right. No continuation on TGE, guys. Still, having trouble clearing one, but I would, think that you're possibly building up a position here, off money where the money fills seem to be coming in for a $2 touch and drop would not be a bad strategy here. And here comes the bid stepping in again into 75, 77s now. Here's 78. Here we go. Approaching HOD 79s, Joey. Could this be a breakout, or are the shorts going to put a damper on this party again? Monster seller at 80 over there. Can't shake that level. Here we 79 showing back up again. I just want to take a quicker look here at 80s to see what's posted on the gateway. But as we always say, it's not what's posted on the gateway with these small cap gappers. It's typically what's hidden, as most sellers, when they're trading this kind of name, they will hide their orders so that's not to tip their hand. 80 again showing up here. The size getting decimated, Joey, off the ask there into 83 we go. TGE is him right now, up 133%, looking to hit $2. 10 let me give you levels. 10 EMA on the 5, currently 162. 20 EMA on the 5, just a little bit ahead of the 150. 151, 152. Look, this has been a clean, trend drop off the 10 EMA. And what I mean by that is it's trending up, but it drops into key levels of support. We saw it over here with the 10. We saw it over here with the 10 and the 20. So base your levels off this. I mean, it is giving you the higher highs and higher lows. So if you're not, too picky about this because you're sizing in substantially, and one move here on a penny could make or break your day, I would give it to prior bar low or prior area low, not prior bar low. So double bottom over here at 1130, 1135 would be area number 1 for me. This bottoming tail hammer candle here at 1205, that's bottom area number 2 for me. So base your stops on prior area low if you can, if it makes sense with your sizing and your style. Otherwise, you can continue to sort of just scalp as I'm doing over here into the area high. So liking how this one's looking. Shout out to Joseph Birch Music. Nothing wrong with having some fun. Yeah, it's kind of what I say there, man. What else we got over here? Shout out to Roland Joe. That guy in the animation got a wedgie. I don't know, bro. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I have no idea. You ask him. Ozan. Oh, do we have Shira? You know what, man? Sure. My dad's best friend, may he rest in peace, had a dog that's name was Shira, and so I didn't even know what Shira was. Until, obviously I didn't know the character Shira until later. I just knew the name. So yes, Shira is obviously another superhero in Batman. Here we go, guys. Another high day right now on TGE, 183. But look at the selling come in right into 183 as quickly as we move down into the high 160s, but getting back up. Still, this 5-minute candle does have a higher low than its predecessor, so be on the lookout there for continuation. Thank you, Ozan. I appreciate you there, brother. Ozan, the OG, doing it live in the chat. Always Always making us chuckle, but he's a good trader as well, man.
Absolutely.
Is that Nate?
Who's who?
Nate? You don't know who Nate is?
No.
That's Ric Flair.
That's yeah, that's
Ric Flair. His name is Nate.
Is it
the
actually?
Nature Boy?
Oh, the Nate. Oh, the Nate.
What are we gonna do
Okay,
with
all right, dude. All right.
What's going on over there, Joey?
I knew he was called the Nate. But hey, I don't know who this guy is here. Who's that?
It's probably a guy that took a picture with Nate.
Him. That would make a lot of sense. Maybe Jay Bronson, who tagged me up in there meeting the Nature Boy, which is pretty cool. Ozen, yeah, I just replied, Vanna Woody. I'm glad that everything is good on your end, my friend. Would you please do? Okay, I can't go through all of these right now, but there goes.
I like it. I like it. Look at this, guys. This is the Jumbotron right here. We're just doing tests and stuff.
Can we put, let's put the options chain up there.
I like that. Options chain, this guy,
yeah,
bro.
That would be so sick. That would just be like, yeah, all right, I'm grabbing this, and this. But no, in all seriousness, guys, a nice little steady grind to the top side up there on on Netflix. We're out of that.
Joey, I want to stand beside the Jumbotron here.
Just to get a.
Give everybody an idea.
Well, I'm going to take a picture. There, Ram. Get the camera ready, Ramit. Look, this is there. Yeah. Get over there. Look, just the. It's a movie theater. It's a movie theater screen. It's absolutely massive. I love you too, Hangry Wife.
The angle, or is there no other angle?
Yeah, he's got it. There we go. Bang.
Oh, look at the size of this thing, dude.
Sheer size of it.
Takes me a little time to walk back and forth.
Look, show's gonna be over by the time Shreve gets back. That's how big it is.
Yo, Fabian was tripping. I'm like, all I'm doing is walking in front of it, brother.
He's saying,
like, I'm
watch out.
working on it.
Oh, he's working on it. Yeah, you let the man work on it. He needs to do his thing over there. All right, guys, let's take a look at some other names on what we got going on. We've been going through Amazon, Netflix, Meta throughout the Tesla rejecting the top end of that range. You can see that right here on TSLA. Boom, there it is, right into the trend line. And then, oopsie daisies, back to the downside there. Let's go over some of the volume prints on the session, guys, to see who's leading the way. We don't want to pull that up. The more we look at it, the more hair you lose by the second. So we just don't want to. I'll be doing that. Let's head over to the stock screener, CanView. There it is, guys. Getting that, going that cash deal buyout right there. I think Neil was talking about it not too long ago. TSLA with 96 million shares. Cypher, what is this thing? Has it done anything out of the open?
Very nice.
Yeah, that looks. Is that this? Is that?
That's,
no, is that? Yeah, it is.
Of course it is.
Sick.
Tesla #1.
No, I was saying, is that the city? Like, is that actual true? Yeah, and then I seen the CN Tower there. Oh
yeah,
man,
I know what that is, Ram.
Look how. Look how cool.
She starts pointing at the CN Tower, dude. She's fantastic, dude.
No, look how cool that looks right there.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? That looks like a stage almost. That's pretty cool, man.
Great, dude.
Fabian, yeah, that looks pretty wicked. Once we get that other one up and going, then that's going to be a good time for sure. Do the rundown, get to do your rundown on that and everything.
Brendo's already said, I mean, as much as we can, we need to use this board.
Use this thing?
Yeah, and you know what? Can I tell you something? I'm watching Bean Sports, not on IPTV or anything like that, Joey. I don't want you to get... Yeah, Bean Sports. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, so it's like the biggest sports kind of network in the Middle East, as well as in Europe as well.
Okay.
One of the biggest.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of soccer. So naturally, I watch them. So they had like a monster jumbotron, and the two guys are sitting there using it. So I'm like, let me watch how they use it. So that, when I go on there, I don't look like a complete amateur.
So give us a one pointer for those.
So basically, you know, as simplistic as it gets, you put one person on each side, the like middle data, and then they're obviously talking about the data. Obviously, with sports, it's a little bit better because you can have sort of...
You can have like a replay going on or something like that. Yeah, no, that's cool stuff, man. For sure. I mean, there it is, potential print downside on NVIDIA. A little bit of buying pressure still stepped in. I know we were going through some volume names. We'll get back to that momentarily. Meta coming back in south of 650 there, so we like that. Continue sell, give us an indecision print, and then we'll be able to get involved in that one. So yeah, let's go through a couple more names. What has American Airlines been doing today? It's on our session, indecision right there and just off to the races, so not too bad. It's the battery name here, QuantumScape. Boom, boom, all the way from 18 to 1586 there. And then IBIT did get a recovery back to the average price, but you can see the selling pressure step right in immediately, straight away on that front. Sharif, what do you got for us?
And now, guys, for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada. That's Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs. They've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull as well as 3 times bear exposure to things like the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you're looking for even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. What are they doing? They're dropping the management fees down to just 65 basis points, Katina, man, all until December 31st, 2025. Yes, New Year's Eve. Plus, Focus Strategies, they use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance as well as exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, then you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily, Joseph, to learn more. You can scan that QR code that's on your screen right there.
You can do that.
What easier way to do it than that exactly? Yeah, so I wasn't here this morning, sadly, so I was at the dentist, so I didn't get a chance to prepare the note. So for everybody, I'd like to apologize about that as well, obviously, and that we won't be able to do the news segment with my notes. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it with Adara's watch list. So we'll get to that in about maybe 15 minutes, half an hour or so. We'll see exactly what the market's looking like then. Yes, so let's see exactly what we got over here, Joey. So here's what I got. Okay, so we're not in anything at the moment, but TGE is coming right back into that 10 EMA that we've picked it up multiple times at. That's at $1.62. That's where the 10 EMA is hanging out right now. It's continuing trend. If you were to get in here and it was to lose the bid, my out would be the $1.50. 50 pennies has to hold sort of to ride trend. The reason I say that, not for the psychological level of support, but look at that hammer candle that closed at 12.05, off which we got. That does, defend 50. So if it loses 50, I wouldn't want to be holding into another lower low. So TGE is the best for me here. I hate to keep talking about it, but there's really nothing better than TGE right now. MSPR, I got involved in this one quickly, right into that 90 penny area, but it dropped super quick down into 80. So I'm done trusting this one. This one feels like the best trade is behind it. And if you look a little bit further, we're still putting in lower highs. So the trend is still very much intact, and that is to the downside. 75 pennies is where VWAP is, and it feels like if 75 pennies gives way, then we're going to see 50 pennies, maybe 60 quite soon, as this one could be another flat bottom break. And another flat break candidate we gave you earlier, NUAI. Now this one, Joseph, look at this one. Respect for VWAP as support. And then look at how it's respecting VWAP as resistance now. Isn't that fantastic? So VWAP playing into NUAI. Bigly over here. Want to take it long or short, that is up to you. But TGE is getting a bounce again off the 10 EMA, and there it goes into the low 70s. Let's see if it can test 75 pennies again. It's holding trend, man. So this is not a bad look right now. I don't think the best trade behind TGE, at least right now, Joey, as we are a lot closer to the day's highs than we even are VWAP, let alone the day's low.
Absolutely. All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders are funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profit. I had a feeling. I don't know, man. I'm saying I'm avoiding this at all costs.
We're gonna put it there for
listen. I'm a man. I'm honest.
Are these Halloween colors? These are kind of Halloweeny,
right?
Yeah.
Like, what are you getting? What are you grabbing over there, Shreve? Which one you want?
You know what,
this
Joey?
one right
I'm
here?
not touching any of them. But are you gonna have any?
No.
You're not gonna have.
No.
If you have part of this glazed chocolate one over here, I'll participate.
You know what? I'm not gonna fall to peer
Neil's like, is there a bear claw here? Where's the bear claw?
Here, grab this one there, Neil.
Apple fritter, my bad. My bad. Yeah, apple fritter.
Neil, I'm waiting on my
Ram.
I'm waiting on my.
Which one's it gonna be, Ram? What do you got, girl? That's
no
crazy
way.
Right there. You need a napkin because that's gonna have all sorts of red stuff there.
Which one did you get there? That one has jelly in it for sure.
Yeah,
I never liked the icing-filled donuts.
She's calling Joey weird, bro.
AF, not weird. Not weird, just weird AF.
Yeah, if we get a knife, Joey, you know what? I'm going to take a piece of that chocolate glazed over there.
You may as well just do it, man. Do the whole thing.
Joey, we sesh this morning.
Yeah, so you can afford to eat the whole thing.
I hate Brendo. He always does.
That was crazy.
I know. He just like slammed it down.
He knows what he was doing too. He's like,
oh man.
Wow.
He knows exactly.
Did I even finish the ad?
I don't know.
I don't think I did. No, I got distracted. No, I got distracted, man. Like, yeah, the attention span of a child apparently. But anyways, never been one to. Okay, anyways, all right. Sports and stonks. Don't do a pie equipment. No, but now we got this box. It's here. Anyways, aside from that, guys, trade the pool. I hope everyone does limited risk trading. Everything's all right on that front. Goes NFXL and Netflix in itself. That was another one that we held on to a little bit longer, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's what if history. Now up to 45.12. We were in at 40s, and we had 66% of the position that we were looking. Then we got stopped out right there on the break even on Amazon. But this is just a grind, man. This was a really nice trade. That would have been big time, but we don't live with what if history around here. We only do for certain history. But we're starting to break trend here on Amazon. That's looking pretty good. Getting a bounce in the overall market. I mean, if you look at the semis, NVDA was chopping around until lunchtime today, and then eventually it decided to break out. And there it is. The longer consolidation, the bigger the move you're going to get, and you punch through those those resistant level highs. So that's a pretty good look there on that name. And as for the Qs in the SPY, it's a little bit tougher of a look in the morning. A lot of overlapping candles. You get that initial selling pressure, but then now essentially hasn't done too much since that point, Tree.
All right, guys. TERN. Been trying to ride trend with this one. Look, I missed the obviously on this one, a double bottom into 15. Looking for continuation though into 15.75. It's back above the 10. This one is spready. Right now it's 5 pennies. It's not bad, but I've seen it open up a little bit wider. TERN. 57%, sorry, 88%, what am I saying? And possibly looking for more over here. TGE, though, is feeling like it's getting a little top heavy because this is us right back into 20. We're at 156. Prior area lows, what I mentioned is like basically that 50 penny area. 148 technically on the dot is that is. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. But I really don't know how I feel about these small caps right now. It feels like are given back a little bit over here. TGE trying to hold up above the 10 right now, or sorry, the 20, just wicked into the 20, getting a bit of a bid. We're at 57s. If I give this to 50, then I think we might have something. So I'm just going to punch in over here, and we're going to give this one to about 50s. So if it loses the bid, it loses the bid. Sorry, just let me put over here. There we go. We're going to give that one to 50s. What else we got? Oh, we already got pushed out of our TERN trade, already got stopped out. That was good. So we'll let that one cook again. We'll see if this one ends up making another newer high, or sorry, a higher low, excuse me, from the prior candle. So we'll pack our patience on that one. And we'll keep an eye on TGE here. We've got 9s, looking for another move and possibly into 70s. It's another bounce off the 20, but you never really know how this is going to be. So we'll keep an eye out on this one as, these ones start dropping in volume a little bit. Thomas Kondo, I'm taking that trade with you. I think we hit $2 today. Brother, I've been in and out of this one all morning. I'm just worried about this one losing trend, and trend to me here is the 20. So here we go again. We're not really rocketing up into the 60s like we did prior. You know, we would hit the 20, and then you'd see an aggressive bid step into it and kind of propel this one up super quick. That's not really the case here. But, we are in a different time of day, so let's expect the same type of price action when, the underlying is a little bit different. So that's what I'm looking at. TGE over here, I think. Oh, no, thank you, Brendo.
There you go. He's doing us a favor.
Yeah, there we go. He got rid of it.
Out of you,
good. Because we don't need the...
You almost fell victim to the...
Oh, falls down.
Ooh, just like that.
Here we go, Joey. We're going to get back into TERN over here as this one does hold prior bar low. Yeah, and so what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low is 33s. So let's go ahead and do just that. 32s it goes, and we'll give it all the way down. All right, nice price spike up. We got 48s. 56. Let's see if we can wet the beak there, but that's not what we're involved in this for. We're not asking for pennies here. TERN does move a little bit more aggressively than some of these other small cap gappers, but that means it can do both things, both aggressive moves to the high side and the downside. So looking for continuation back here on TERN up 88%. There goes TGE right back into the mid 60s. 59 on this one. Let's post here at 69er, and then we're going to wait at 77. Is looking for continuation on this one. Does have a higher low. This candle, the 1235 candle, does have a higher low. The issue is, though, it feels a little bit like it might be using the 10 EMA on the 5 as resistance. That ain't the move. So we'll keep a very close eye on this one. There goes above the 10 EMA into 67s. Get it, Katina, man. We're waiting for 69er. We're seeing 68 over here. No prints coming on the time and sales right now at 69, so we will not get printed, but we'll pack the patience here. We got 59s on. Let's see if this one wants to run up back into the high of day, which is 183. Thomas Kondo, I hope you're printing up several storms on this name. On your side of the screen there, we're going to shout you out and hope you do quite well. Still waiting here for print on TERN. I'm waiting, I believe, at the midpoint on 55s. It's showing me 55, but we're not getting printed, so we will have to pack the patience on this one. But I do like how it's holding prior low. So again, prior bar low, that 1230 candle has a low there of 33s. This current candle has 40. Doesn't look like we're going to get the print as the bid drops off a little bit there. So we'll pack our patience on that one, Joey, and we'll report back. Oh, wow. What a move up. So we get the print at 55s. Now the high, 62 over here on TERN, looking for continuation above the other previous area crest, excuse me. That crest is 65 pennies. So let's get above said 65 pennies, and then maybe we can gap up into 16. Not gap up, trend up, excuse me, into 16. Let's see what we get on this one, Joe.
All right, good stuff there. All right, nice bounce.
There's a rune in the chat?
A nice bounce off of the lows there in IBIT. Once I sold those contracts, or sorry, I bought them back, I should say, because I'm selling. I did sell down here if I was a little bit more patient, but I just, you know what, bleep it. Let's just do what we got to do, write those contracts, and hopefully we can profit off that. Nice work, Katina, man. Long 202 there on Palantir. We like that right off of those lows, man. 201.85. Approximately the low of the day, so that's pinpoint right there. We like seeing that stuff. Netflix continuing to grind higher, grinding, and there it is. A nice little thing. That's where you got to hold just a little bit longer. Joseph, stop being Devin Haney. Devin Haney is not obviously he's extremely successful, but we don't like him. We don't like him. So there's that there on NFLX, guys. A nice grab off of those lows. What were some of the other names that we picked up on today's session? It's October, the 31st. It didn't work out on that one. Let's get this one out of here. That's frustrating.
Get that garbage out of here.
Get that garbage out of here. Right. Now, as for Palantir, we like this at the 5-minute, heading right towards, I think it is that opening price right now. So that's not too bad. 205.09 is going to be that opening price. So yeah, let's go back to our volume scanner. We'll run through a couple of names to see if we can pick anything up that we like. So, All right, sorry. And there it is. As for the NFLX, the scanner. Going to SoFi, I was looking at this one here. Oh, what the hell did I had an order out there on something? I have no idea what it was. We got to go back and take a look at that. So hopefully we don't have any outstanding orders there. Palantir, not too bad there. Putting in 30 million shares on the trade at QBTS. There goes CLF. Cleveland Cliff starting to climb a little bit higher. We were long this name all morning, and then we got out right at the volume-weighted average price. So pop. Accidental add there. And then sure enough, we take that last bit out right here at 11.75. So shout out to Cleveland Cliffs. I know there was an inbound the other day, so that's why I popped up on the scanner, and I was kind of interested on that one, or intrigued, I guess you could say. Clean Spark, what are you up to? Much, Sharif. Okay, so we see this on Clean Spark. We like that one. Now, let's head over to the algo to see if this bad boy picked up. CLSK, and if it did, it's over with, brother. It's over. And that's what I'm talking about, man. This is crazy. Hold on, where's my... yeah, there it is, man. Some good stuff, some automated stuff. Just eliminate, essentially, like, let's try to eliminate, what I'm doing with this is just eliminating the subjectivity, obviously, within trading. You just want to be more, quant-based, I guess, and just let the system work. hit those 2-to-1 profit targets and not micromanage the position in between. November 3rd, that is going to be today. It picked up that signal right off of the lows. Did it close it? Yeah, it did. So it hit the, oh, no, it didn't. No, it's still outstanding. So what we're looking for here, we can always adjust what we got going on in the settings to see what it is. Yeah, so what I did is that I found drastically when I changed this from a 2 to a 9, like a 1.9 risk to reward ratio, you don't make as much, but what happens is it hits a lot more targets. So around that like 1.8, 1.9, things start to turn around is what I'm finding with this specific script. So I changed that to 1.9. At one point I had it at 2.5, but again, obviously your winners bigger, but it's less frequent, and it really drastically cools off the risk to reward. So there it is, winning trades. You're shooting a 50% accuracy right there on this one. What's the profit factor on that one? 2.64 is an absolute amazing profit factor. So we'll take that all day, every day. The list of trades, once again, 50%. This is a big one, September 24th. There to see what it picked up, and it displayed the candle and everything along those lines, and there it is, bang, a nice little trade on that front. Man, oh man, a little bit of FOMO on Netflix, but we won't complain. We'll head back over to our scanner to see if we see anything that we really like. What has Mara been up to? Marathon Digital. I don't think the algo would pick that one. I'm not going to tell you why. Soundhound, there it is. Soundhound, we did that one. QURE, what are you? Da-da-do, and then, okay, that's it. Apple, one more there. Oh, maybe. Let's see. No, I don't think so. Nope. Rivian, what has that been up to, Sharif? Not much. Joby, I know someone likes Joby. I mean, from 17 up to 16. I mean, it's not too bad, is it?
I mean, it dropped.
The sky
It's still it's consolidated.
That's good, right? As long as you hold up that base, you're still in play right there. There's TERN. This was what Sharif was talking about earlier in the session. Take a look at those 5-minute prints straight to the top side, my guy.
Yes, sir. I'm back into trade as well, looking for a 20 hold. It keeps, bouncing down into the 20. So I've given this one to prior bar low. Let's see if it can price spike up and stop making me look bad over here. TERN. We're also into a new one, guys. DTCK. Looking to ride trend on this one. Looking what the beak at 56 is. DTCK is up nicely. 36.37%. It's having trouble clearing this mid-50s, mid to high 50s area. I'm in the low 50s for a hold, but I do have a plan to DCA into about 45. I've got my profit taker, or sorry, my DCA, at 46 to front run the 45 level print. That also happens to be the 10 EMA on the minute chart. So we'll see if this one can price spike up. There's been a seller at 55 or 56 for a hot minute. And we've been passing this. I even saw 57s get the print. So it looks like it's an area of illiquidity here causing the lack of profit taking. Back to TERN, we're showing 52s. I got 48s. And I'm looking for a hold of prior bar low. It'll have to hold prior bar low, otherwise I'll get stopped out. Looking for a hold of the 20. That's my move on this one, but it doesn't seem to be forthcoming, at least at the moment. TGE is the one that we've been talking about all day, and this one is starting to lose trend. Double top, very similar areas at the double top, 80s, and here we go. We lost the 10, we lost the 20, and now we're on the way down, at least it seems this way, to 45. We're at the $0.50 now, so you'll get a momentary stop as maybe, the shorts take profit into that psychological level of support or resistance, depending on what side of the equation you're looking at this from. But I want to bring your attention to this hammer candle right here that printed at 1205. That is a 48 area low. So if we lose this hammer candle, then the buyer who's stepping in there is no longer stepping in. So you'll need to look for a different buyer, possibly at the volume weighted average price at 145. That's what I'd be looking for personally. Nothing else for me to do other than to hold TERN and DTCK, looking for trend continuation on both. If you guys see any new ones, let me know. Jameson saying BMNR, that hot garbage is pumping up.
Just looking at it. That's crazy.
I was complaining about this one.
Yeah,
look, man, I'm out of the money on this one, but okay. I just don't want to be in the position where I'm thinking about putting it into long-term because I'm out of the money and on my swing. No, I will take the hit on my swing, come hell or high water. I won't start into this, and if I lose money on the swing trade, I lose money on the swing trade, and if it sets up a better way, we'll get in. But I'm not going to be dollar cost averaging into it in oblivion because I don't have that kind of conviction between BM and R. Most of all, I also have ETH in my long term, so I don't want to double with a much more, sort of volatile name, especially because it is so leveraged. I know they don't leverage in terms of, they're not running debt to buy ETH. They're buying it with equity, but you see what I'm saying, though. It's a kind of like almost a leveraged product. We got to take a pause for a second. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on TMC and basically any of these other rare earths plays. Now, this headline I'm seeing is not super detailed. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But I'm seeing that the Commerce and the Pentagon, or Commerce Department and the Pentagon, are reportedly going to be funding and potentially taking stakes in a U.S. rare earth magnet maker central to the China trade war. Now, if there is a specific name here, which is the wording of this headline kind of implies, I don't see it yet, but it looks like there could be one of these rare earth magnet names getting some kind of U.S. government interest. If I get more details, and like I said, if I find out which of these names it might be, I'll certainly keep you posted. This report going to be on watch here for any of these metals and rare earths plays, including TMC. Back to you.
Yeah, what's the irony, Go, is we talked to you guys today about TMC. We explain, what they're doing with the ocean floor, this, that, and the other, the nodules. Look, it's a really, really interesting company. They're from Australia. They got a really interesting leader. Make sure you are doing your due diligence very thoroughly before you punch into this for the long term or a swing or anything like that. But it is very novel, and they do have a defensible moat here, which is basically pioneered pulling up these nodules from the ocean floor. From my understanding, not too much in the way of competition, but that's incumbent upon you. Do your due diligence there to see what industry competitors there are, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, now I'm just looking at some puts here on META, guys, just for some potential writings here. Let's click on our strategy builder. I know, Ozan, you're in some, I believe you're thinking some calls as well too. Thinking about the put route as well, just kind of just going through some of our options. A nice recovery in Bitcoin. Maybe that's the, I'm not saying it, but that's pretty good, right? Like this we want to look at, and I want to, even though these are two very different names, I want to, there's a really key comparison here that I've been noticing quite often. So here, I'll make them a little bit bigger, and then we'll get right back to the options chain there and see what we got going on that front. But this is the comparison that I want to make between both of these charts, but just the similarities within the action, obviously two drastically different things. Now, take a look at our volume profile here, guys, especially near the lower end of this chart. Obviously, you don't know it's going to be the low, but what we can notice is that on both occasions, before the price turns around, and I've noticed this for an extended period of time, and I actually implemented this within the algo, is that look at this engulfing candle before price turns around, right? So this is the engulfing volume print, and these are two totally different names, but then you get those indecision candles that you're looking for. Now, it didn't work on IBIT, but Netflix and IBIT, same thing. So before you get that hammer candle print, look at the size of the candle and the volume. Same thing over here. Look at the size of the candle and the volume. We can classify that as a genuine move, but we can also look at it as a potential stopping volume. What is preceded after that? Immediately you get those hammer candles. This closes stronger, so you can see that closes as a bullish hammer candle, and this is a bearish. One worked and one failed, and I think you can determine quite a bit from that specific signal. So when I see that, it's actually my fault that I didn't hold on to Netflix a little bit longer, considering the amount of conviction that I'm supposed to have within that trade. But you learn from that stuff. So next time you see it, you have that engulfing candle print followed by that hammer candle. I think the probability is most definitely in your favor. Your risk profile is most definitely defined with the break of the low of that candle. And if it does, then so what? Be patient and then see if you can find another turnaround point. Look what happened in IBIT. It climbed right back to volume weighted average price once it did its a secondary fake out, whatever it may be, but it's correlating multiple things and it's pattern recognition across the board. Now let's go back to what I was kind of just going at here, messing around with some things on META. Now if we're gonna write some puts on this thing, so we'll go a bull put spread. Essentially what you do here is that when you're writing, so you can go 630, collect $1,400, but you want to buy a little bit of protection. And I think per contract combination, that's not too bad. That's a 5-point spread. There's obviously going to be a drastic margin account as well in there. I don't know what that was saying. So I don't know why this, okay, the P&L numbers are not solid lines. So yeah, let's wait for this to refresh, but you should be collecting a couple $100 on this here, which isn't bad whatsoever. And essentially what the thesis is saying is as long as by, oh, is that March? No, that's November. Okay, so yeah, we'll get that sorted out. Clear all legs. Oh, okay, that's what we got going on. That was a big mess. Okay, so we'll start this all over again. We'll go back to the 630s. 1240, 1420 is what we're going to collect. 1265 is going to be our protection. And then sure enough, we'll pull that up. Essentially, you collect $155 per contract combination, but your probability of profit is around 70%, 65 to be exact. Now, max loss is double that, so you have a 0.45 profit factor, essentially risk to reward on that. That's not good, but your probability is significantly higher. That's the benefits of what Ozan is doing. You don't need it to appreciate it. You essentially just don't need it to go south of 630. You get to keep all of that premium that you've collected on that contract combination.
You're getting love in the chat for that explanation, Joey, man.
Yeah, I appreciate
that. Good call on you there. All right. Still holding the same stuff, no difference here. DTCK looking for that continuation. It's dipping into the 10 though, but because of the spread, we're not getting filled at 46s. I did actually come into 46. We did get the print back into 52 ago, so we won't get the DCA there. Let's see if it does print up at 56. There was a seller of note here at 55. So I've been watching this one for a while, and it looks like there was some selling there at said 55 penny level. It's holding up off the 10 EMA on the 5 currently. TERN, we got a couple of prints on this one. Pop up into the mid 60s. 69er still no print there, and then waiting at 77s for TERN to kind of hold above the 20 and the 10 and to kind of weasel on up back into 1627, excuse me, is the high of the day currently on this one. TGE is continuing to sell off. So I want to address some of the comments over here. Thomas Kondo, going long TGE $1.52, aiming for $2, still think it can do it. This can do it. He average before was 165, so we're in now at 155. Shout out to you, my man. I hope you you get a price hold here, because this is the volume average price that we're currently at. Showing 144 on my chart, we're showing 143 in the price. So for me to stay long, these small cap gappers, they have to be trading above the volume weighted average price. This one is on the precipice of losing it. And what also concerns me, Thomas, I don't want to scare you out of the trade. That's not my intention. I'm just speaking my mind here. I don't like this double top and then a neckline break. So we know two double tops are not created equal. They look a little different. Sometimes have, areas of the top that are not the same price. For example, this one's 180 and the other one's at 183. But the point is, it's a double top nonetheless. What also concerns me is the neckline break, which is this candle here, 1205. You're trading below it now, and now you're breaking down below the volume weighted average price. This could be a bit of a retracement. Now, the measured move, users will tell you to measure from the top of the double top to the neckline break, and then take that range from the neckline and project it down, and that's where likely you're going to end up or find support there. Whether you use that system intraday or not is really up to you. More people, I think, use that for swing than intraday because there's a lot of noise intraday. DTCK is though the bid here, and I have to be careful. So I did get the add in the 46s. My out is going to be the loss of the 20. The 20 moving average is at 37 or 38, can't quite tell. So what I'll do is I'll put my stop below 35 to give this one a little bit of room. Let me see if I've already got a stop on this one. The answer is no, because we just got in. So let's go ahead and throw in set stop, and then we're going to give it a little bit over here in case the bottom does drop off. So the one that we're looking at right now is DTCK. But I also want to bring your attention, of course, to the stock visualizer, Joey, because, if you're not voting every day, then what's going on over here? We got nothing to talk about on the afternoon segment. And right now, Tesla is leading the way forward over here. It's got 93 votes, excuse me. Tesla, is it the best performing mix of a name? No, that title goes to Amazon, then NVIDIA, and then Tesla. Number 3, SoFi, getting a lot of love today, Joey, up 4%. It's got 56 votes. NVIDIA, come on. We can definitely do a lot better than NVIDIA. 34 votes for NVIDIA. That's crazy talk right there. Let's get that up. Bull as well, showing its importance. 26 votes. And then Meta losing 650, Joey. It's got 27 votes. So get into the chat, throw in the dollar sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires, but throw it in there so that we know what you guys want to talk about. Otherwise, we got no idea, and we'll have to fly blind, Joey. So make sure you guys are voting every day. Quickly here, right back to DTCK. This one popping up. Oh, nice move here on DTCK. We get 55s. We got 48s on, boom, into 60. It holds it like a glove off the 20 EMA. And there we go. A couple of shekels now off the high of the day, showing 60s. I'm waiting at 60, I think, 2s or 1s there. So if it crosses, we'll get the print. Now we're going to obviously throw something at 69er. How that works. Nice move up here for DTCK. The only affliction that this one is suffering from is a bit of a wider spread given the name, about 5 pennies right now. 57 on the ask, 52 on the bid. So you might have some problems getting initial fills, but for the most part, it is okay. TERN. Right back into my entry, Joey, right at that 20 period moving average. Now I'm trying to gauge whether we're seeing higher lows or we're seeing lower highs, which is typically an invitation for me to get the hell out. But, I'm not seeing lower lows quite yet, so I'm going to pack my patience over here, look for another move into 75 pennies on TERN.
Love to hear it, brother. To hear it. There's XLF right there. Picked it up this morning. Beautiful print on that one. Meta. I don't know if it
swing on that bad boy.
Me?
Yeah. XLF.
No, I was on. I'm talking out.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't pick any of it. No, I grabbed Selena XLF though.
Yeah.
A while ago.
Excellent, bro. Excellent.
She doesn't even know. She's like.
What does she hold in the account if you don't mind?
Oh, bro, I had no problem. I set it up for her. She did. So we got the Amazon in there.
Okay.
Walmart.
Okay.
And XLF.
Amazon, Walmart, XLF.
Yeah,
I like it. She's got a lot of retail in that.
Yeah. I mean, put it in there.
They're
man.
both really good.
Staples, you know what I mean? We get the Walmart in there.
Good call,
but she doesn't really understand the concept. She's like, oh, well, how come my Bitcoin and Ethereum one is up so much, and then all these ones aren't doing so good? I'm only up a couple $100, and I'm like. You have to put more in to make more money.
There you go, bro. You're not gonna get her any of the indexes? Oh, you're not gonna punch in the SPY or the Qs or anything?
Oh, it's not that funded, man. It's not that big. I would love to, but you can't.
You can get partials though. What, she got IB? She have IB?
Yeah, you should get partials. She get partials on. Yeah, but what are you gonna go grab like a third of?
Joey, do we need to do this again? Do we have to do it again, Joe? We're going to do it again.
Do it.
We're going to do it. We're going to go to the monthly on this, Joe.
Oh, yeah, I know.
The market goes one way, Joe.
One way, yeah. At the end of the day, it only goes one way. Look at this thing. Man.
Do you know that we're up 100% since the beginning of the decade?
Yeah, that's sick.
On the market, dude.
Yeah,
on the market.
On the overall market.
And that's just in 5 years.
I think,
right? Forget about looking even farther.
Like, I think it comes to a point, Sharif, again, a risk profile, right? Like, so I think just because of our age, we're a little bit more risk on, right? There's nothing wrong with building positions, obviously, in the SPY, in the Qs, but right now I think it's just like a little bit go individual equities. Just my thought process, and then slowly build into that like SPY and the Qs.
Why not? What's wrong with that? Buy good companies, which is what you're doing.
Exactly, right? So that's all she set up with a couple of the good names. So yeah, not too bad there. We're in some meta here, guys, to see if we can get a bounce off of this hammer candle low. Like this setup here, so this is essentially what we're long off of. Not going to pick that up there, but that's pretty good. I like our chances. And I don't know, this name is just insane. We're only a couple dollars off of that previous all-time high now. Are we going to grind there? Let's take a look at our options chain to see if there's any overhead resistance or anything that I think is going to be extremely important on NVDA. If we have a call wall, then we can possibly call a top, but I don't think that's going to be the case here on today's session. 220. Yeah, okay, 220 might be in the works this week. That's crazy.
6-7.
Yes. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I saw the sickest viral video.
Yeah.
It's these like little punk high school kids. They're like at I don't know, I forget what it was. Like Papa John's or
something like that.
Or is like Chick-fil-A or something. But we're at a thing where they call out orders by number.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you can understand. So everyone's waiting for the order 7 to come on. They're like, oh no, 6-7. All going crazy because the 6-7's
What is it like? What does it mean now?
I don't even know, man. I have no idea. It's what's it called, right? South Park? Raiden?
I don't know. Apparently
South Park did a bit about it.
Yeah, there is no meaning behind it, apparently.
It's not from South Park. It means 6'7", says Brian. I don't know, bro.
Nothing.
It's funny. The kids like it. They get all hyped up, and I just left chuckling about it. But
I'm pretty sure LaMelo Ball started.
it was in and out, so Bora saw it. Okay, so he knows.
I'm pretty sure LaMelo Ball started that.
LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
Did he actually?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he started like the whole 6'7".
And they always go like this, 6'7".
Yeah.
And then like there was this other video of a teacher going. He's just filming his feet, so it's a principal, not a teacher. He's going in room to room, classroom to classroom, and he just walks in, opens the door, does an inspection like a principal does, but then yells out 6'7". The kids go crazy. And he goes into another room, yells out 6'7". And go crazy.
That's crazy. That's
Get
crazy.
it.
All right, it's Skrilla, says Hangry Wife.
All right.
Skrilla, all right. These are all right.
Adam James doesn't like it.
We're in some meta here, guys. This ain't working out how we would want. Okay, nice little bounce there, Sharif. We'll take that. A big-time recovery. Again, more of an expensive name, so you have to be really honed in on your risk. Once it breaks this low, I'm out of this trade, and it looks like it's going to. But at this point, we're at the top end. We had multiple hammers across the board. This is exactly what we wanted to look. The rapid Skrilla started, and then LaMelo Ball, South Park blew it up. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'm thinking Skrillex. I'm pretty sure that's that dubstep individual. But yeah, I mean, what's I bid up to? Still around there. Take that down 4 figures nicely on that one. So I mean, 4. Crazy. Shout out to writing options, man. Otherwise, I'd be losing the head top day by day. A little bit of a loss here on META. That's okay. I liked our chances on it for potential bounce. Doesn't seem that it wants to go. Skrilla, not Skrillex. Yeah, I know Skrilla. I don't know that person. Hey, man, listen. I'm not in the 20s anymore. I'm not in on all these fads and everything. To be honest with you, I could care less. I just go to the gym, play hockey, and work on systems. That's just the way that my age has definitely come into play. I like to have a little fun here and there, but not as much as I used to. That's for sure. Try to keep everything subdued these days. But 647. Once this bottom's given out, then I think we're gonna go and test the low day. It's unfortunate we didn't catch a bounce in meta here. So essentially, what I was going on was just a higher low being formed, but that hasn't been the case whatsoever. So we'll get a little bit back. And we were just chipping away. IREN did make me red on the day, full disclosure, but everything else is like that. And CLF, we had that nice trade on there. So yeah, IREN is the only one that we took the big loss on earlier in the session. How old am I, Bart Simpson? I'm Trey, you savage, brother. Trey, double Trey. Double Trey.
Crazy. I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, hey, you almost said it, Joseph. What did I say? 6'7"? Yeah, wait till you get to 40s. It gets much better, says 2NY. You're not 40, are you, 2NY? I thought you were young, my brother. I thought this guy was, I thought you were one of those.
Assassino's like, yo, 40 is a new toy.
It's true, it is, man.
I'd love to believe that.
40s are awesome if you're fit and healthy. Yes, take a page out of Sharif Assassino's book. Everyone around here is doing
What are you, not healthy? But you're not even close to 40, so.
I wouldn't say not close. I'm not
You're
early.
not even close, bro.
7 years, a lot can happen. 7 years.
I realize that, but
Yeah.
that doesn't change the fact that you're still not close.
No,
You're
yeah, I'm
closer
not.
to 30.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. God, I'm 35, brother, says Bart Simpson. So shout out to the 90s babies. Yeah, what's up, all of those? I can tell you, says Dangerous. Yeah, there's a lot of good times. I heard a lot of people have some fantastic fun in their 40s. A lot of my friends are in their 40s as well, too.
Speaking of exercise.
What do you got?
Remember I told you I was going to get it? I got it.
What'd you-
It's here, but it just has to be put together. Here it is. So this is the one that I got, Joey.
Let's see.
And I got it for way cheaper than it says there. But
Oh, that thing. Yeah.
So we ended up getting the Aries one. We didn't get the Venus, I got the Aries, because this one actually has the triple pulley system. So what's going to happen is I got to move my computer out of the computer room. So it's no longer be called the computer room because there's just no room for it.
No.
Right, based upon. So, Joey, we got the single arm cable on the left.
Yeah.
We got the single arm cable on the right. We got the dual pulley on the bottom, and then we got the dual pulley on the top, bro. I can't tell you how pumped I am. This thing is huge, and it cost me basically an arm and a leg just to get it delivered. But this is going to be the one. So now, it's a squat rack.
So, bro,
it's
you don't even need to go.
It's a dip machine, Joey. It's everything. It's everything you got, baby. Bench pressing. You can do deadlifts. You can obviously do everything that you can do off a rack. But the whole point was to have the pulley system. And check this out. So I can have it in two different ways. You can have it in the thin way, right? If you don't have the other extension to make it a bit more stable,
or you can have that.
Or you can have if you want it to squat, you're going to have the wider base, right? I'm thinking I'm just going to have the wider base because that way I'll have my old squat ones.
Over under 2 days for you to complete this thing, to build it.
That's a great question, brother. I have no clue.
It's going to take it's going to take a little bit.
It's going to be on the weekend though, but we got it in. It's ready to go. I can't wait to actually build this up because I don't think I'm going to need anything else for my gym other than this. I already have the Bowflex dumbbells, the adjustable ones that go up to 90, and I have a bar, and I still have concrete weights. That's the only thing, though. That's the only thing. That's what I need to change.
There's nothing wrong with those. Your little concrete weights.
It's a little bit of concrete weights there, Joey.
Concrete. Come on, meta. Everybody said, did I almost swear or something like that? Everybody said that I almost said I swore or something. I don't think I came close to it. Maybe I was going to say something else, but I didn't even realize. Aside from that, guys, look where we are now in META. The market is slowly grinding higher. We're not participating there, so we might just get out of this trade. We're going to take a loss. Okay, but as soon as it establishes, we get a 1 minute candle to open south of this, then we're gonna just hop out, right? Because you gotta take into consideration, I'm in at 649 roughly, and then there it goes $3 against you. I know it's only meta and we're not doing anything substantial, but now I needed to go $6 in my favor at least, so that's gonna go all the way to 50. Even for me to have a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So that's where I'm just gonna get out, accept the loss for what it is. You suck, meta. I'm glad that we didn't hold on to it any longer. No wonder you're running scared from Sharif. Yeah, this guy's got the minute. He's got
Westgate
the
wants the link. He's gonna get the link. He asks, he gets, man.
For that thing?
Yeah. All right, here I'm sending it right now, Westgate. I hope it allows me to post the whole thing. What Wastegate? I mean, sorry, Westgate, Wastegate.
Man,
Sent it, sir.
NVDA is gonna go to all-time high today. NVDA is gonna continuously go all-time high today. Watch out, we're at 211.22s. There's nothing up into 220s that's going to stop this train from moving. So keep an eye out for that on NVDA. I thought we were going to get that bounce in meta. Obviously, I wouldn't have taken it otherwise. But yeah, that was a hit that I didn't necessarily want. But oh well, it is what it is. Let's head over to what was I just about to look at? Yes, the chain. We did kind of look at it, but we want to pull that back up and see what we got going on. NVDA 220, and yeah, I think this might be in the for this week, guys. It's only a couple dollars off of it, $9. That can act that as a magnet effect, and I mean that liquidity can get absorbed like it's no tomorrow, essentially. So at the money IV, 47.5%. I like 220 on NVDA, and I think that probably by the end of next year, NVDA is going to be a $300 name. So I'm going to continuously buy more. It's now my third largest holding, so I've just been on the lows, been grabbing more and more and more of this thing, and I'm going to continue to do so. I can't wait. Hopefully, OpenAI IPOs in the next couple of years because it's just like pedal to the metal with that name for sure.
Bro, that's insanity what we're talking about
with
here.
Open.
Like, yeah, and like he's got 15 billion in like actual revenue. He says he has a lot more that he hasn't disclosed, but and they're making $1 trillion deals. It's insanity what's happening. But when you hear what everybody else has to say, and Elon was on All In on the weekend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was the Elon podcast. Nobody else talked except Elon, right? Yeah. Or that idiot Cal Canis. But you know how I feel about him. No, I'm kidding. No, but seriously, everybody is saying that the AI spend is going to be gargantuan, and that compute is going to be like they're comparing AI to electricity, brother.
Yeah, they are.
And I guess they have a vested interest in to say that because he's obviously got XAI.
But I think we have to look at it as such like a massive structural change, man.
It is. It really is.
Like an insane structural change. It makes think about the efficiency in people's lives from just using that and the use of this thing, whatever it may be. Yeah, it is. It's probably the greatest. I don't know if I could say that of my generation. I think it is hands down.
I think so, man.
Yeah, of my generation.
Be bigger than the internet, but we'll see.
I mean, it needs the internet at the end of the day.
It needs the internet, obviously.
So yeah, I mean. Can you be bigger than something that you essentially rely on?
Yeah, that's a great point, bro. I mean, like, can you actually outgrow something? Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, like, I think that if it more, yeah, if you can build products off it that are more wealth creating than the products built off the internet, yeah. The answer, yeah, to that is yeah, whether or not it gets done. And let me just look at this for 2 New York cents, guys. So 2 New York cents talking about bull, and he's like, look, man, you know, I'm going to take a hit on this. Look, brother, we're right at that technical area of support on bull. It really is a 10.25, generally $10 hold. Since we IPO'd, most of these closing prints are at or above 10. 10 is the level, I'd say, and then I get the hell out of there. You've had good bounces off 10 in the past when you've made it down. I'm talking about, you know, those June lows as well, early June lows. They bounced off 10. And when you got back into that $10 area on October 10th, which is 10.10, ironically enough, you bounced off it again, but you're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. I mean, I wouldn't be buying bull. It's just not for me. But I hope you print on it, brother. 2 New York cents, it's a bit of a tough one there. I realize that. I hope you do well. It's not for me, though. Hangry Wife, is that head and shoulders on the intraday on BE? I don't think so. Oh, on intraday. Let's have a look at Blue Energy on intraday. I mean, I don't really trade Bloom Energy, but let's take a look. 5-minute chart we'll go to. Possibly yes, especially if it gives up that 138. Sure, this is a classical head and shoulders pattern. You've got all the ingredients. Now I just need to break down below the neckline. You've got an uptrend preceding the formation of the left shoulder. You have a head that clearly gets above the left shoulder, and you have a right shoulder as well that's very clearly defined, especially if it breaks down. What I'd be looking for, I wouldn't necessarily be getting in here unless you really want to take more risk. I'd be looking for a 139 breakdown. You got 139 defend, 1035. You got it again, 1045. You got it at time, 11 o'clock. You got it again, 1205. So you get that 139 breakdown, I like it. Otherwise, you could be getting in here and giving it to above this area, right? That 142, 142.5. So if it doesn't end up forming a right shoulder, but rather continues on for maybe a VWAP hold, you're not too much. I always talked about this. When we used to do the lessons of the day, I said there were a couple of ways, there's more than a couple of ways to enter a head and shoulders. My preferred way was to get in on the formation of the right shoulder with my out being the right shoulder high. For example, I would be getting out on this candle right there, that 1250 candle, the high of which is 142.18. If I was to get in here, I'd be giving it to 142.18 as my stop. I'm talking about short, of course. Or the way the textbook tells you to go long on a head and shoulders is the neckline break. The neckline here to me is glaring at 139, given how many times you've held up there. So a couple of ways to finish your entry into it in head and shoulders. I personally like this method, getting in on the formation of the right shoulder the best, but it's obviously a little bit higher. So make of that what you want, Hangry Wife. Shout out to you. TGE as well as Jacques pointing this one out. It is starting to move back above the volume weighted average. Alas, though, it is coming into that technical area of resistance. Let me make my case here on the black charts for you of why I feel that way. TGE, we were talking about this one having a neckline, so to speak, for the double top at around 155 to 150, right? Given that this hammer candle formed in this manner. Alas, we drop into VWAP, we hold VWAP, but here we are again coming into neckline area, the previous neckline, and holding up. Now, whether or not we hold up here or continue moseying on into the 160s, time will tell. But if you're looking short, this is the area here that I'd be looking short if I was a short seller looking to short a small cap gapper, because that's a neckline break. The neckline is support on the way down, right? That's why you're going short on the neckline break. So that's kind of how I see that. I'm not going to weasel into a short on TGE, and it hasn't set up in the way that I like to get in on a long. So TGE for me, no go right now. The one that I'm involved in is DTCK. Ozan's been loving the fact that I'm long DTCK right now. And I'm not going to call it the other name, but what I'm looking for here, Ozan, is a general hold, man. We're getting higher lows here, Ozan, but we're also seeing a plethora of lower highs. It feels like pattern, what, bless you, Ram, what they call, you know, a bull pennant. Whether or not I get finagled out of this one or I ride the trend back into the highs, which is 263, time will tell. I think I've got, you know, the trend on my side. It's up 33%. and you know it's a lot closer to the highs than it is to the lows. So DTCK, the only one I'm really looking at right now. Nothing coming up on my scanner. If there are any new small gappers breaking out, let me or Joseph know.
Absolutely.
But right now, Joey, I'm not really seeing a whole lot in my world over. ESLA, light on volume. I want to really stress that, light on volume on ESLA. But a good looking trend. You can already tell it's light on volume without even looking at the volume bars on the bottom, because there's like intervening periods here on the price action where we didn't do anything. So that means the volume is light, and that typically means the spread is wide. So I personally steer clear, but it's got 22.5% under its belt here. So, you know, what do I know? I'm not gonna trade that one at the moment, but I will continue to report to you guys on it. DTCK rocketing up over here. We're gonna wet the beak because we got shares on DTCK packing the patience. Worked over there. We get the print at 69. Now it's showing me 60s, Joey. But the sellers stepping in at 60, just like they did before. So there's been a whole bunch of selling at 60. You can see we've only wicked into 63. So the real level is 60, and we're getting a rejection at that level again. That's a no good, but if we get above and hold above 60, I'm going to add aggressively into this position. Let's see what this one brings.
Woohoo! Yes, sir. I like that one. Long meta, 1 minute. So, all right, Gorev, I see what you're looking at there, my brother.
Jose shorted DTCK. What would you do?
Where's the next call wall on NVDA? Yeah, 220 control. 220. Keep an eye out on 220. I think that it's not even large either, right? Like we're sitting on like 70,000 contracts, which isn't anything substantial whatsoever in the likes of NVDA. We've seen that thing 250,000 open interest, et cetera, man. Some big time cash. Big ups. But yeah, no. So what happened?
Hunter Harvey. Look at Hunter Harvey.
What did Hunter Harvey?
He's a wild one, Joe.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's
nice
wild
there, Hunter
right
Harvey.
there,
Yeah,
bro.
we
That's
like that
wild. I did it.
No, we didn't see it. Post it up there. Post it up there.
It's
there
on
it
the
is.
screen.
Corey Ewing. All right, this one's for you, Sharif.
Corey.
All right.
My guy. NUAI seems to be forming higher lows. Traders take profits. Is that a good place to jump in long? I see 100x by the end of the winter, my man. So we're looking at NUAI. I think I did have this one on the side chart today, but it did lose its spot. Yes, I do have it. It's up 14 3/4. Let's look at this. Sorry to interrupt you, Jay.
No, it's all right.
Let me have a look at this. Let's start with the daily, though, to get a better feel for the old girl over here. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Joey, look at this trend. Look at that trend, dude. This is a localized trend from September 22nd onward, Joey. Okay, let's just take to the highs of today. We're up 1,064%.
Did you retire?
It's over.
It's over.
And look at these clean holds off the 10 EMA. Look, great call out, Corey. Corey, buy this off the 10 EMA. If it gives you opportunities on the 10 EMA, get long and get out on the break of the 20. You haven't even had a 20 touch since that September breakout. Thank you for pointing this one out. This one's definitely going on my longer term look over here. NUAI, fantastic look, Corey. But there goes DTCK into 65. We got 40. Joseph Wilson, let's wet the beak over here. Aw, drop back down. That's okay. We'll look to post at 69, which we already have. And now I'm going to post at 77 on DTCK. Looking for continuation on this name. It's up 40% or thereabouts, but it's having trouble with 60 again, Joey, despite the fact that 65 is the high of the day. I'm looking for a price spike into 70 here. We got a great hold. We got a breakout of the compression pattern, mind you. We were talking about this one forming a bit of a compression pattern. This is a bull pennant where, you know, the compression pattern is lower highs but higher lows, and we got a breakout of that trend. We got a closing print into 60. I'm going to look for continuations above 65. We get a continuation above 65. I'm going to add. I've got shares on right now, so I don't need to add right now, but I am alive to this one breaking out, and there's not too much else breaking out right now. So the fact that this one is going usually means eyes are on it. Before we go to Adara, BQ is absolutely crapping the bed. This was halted at 487 or 485, and it just dropped down to 315. It is halted down, Joey, here at 315. It looks like it is halted. It's losing a bit over here, and it is down now 21.25%. BQ, hot garbage. Adara.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the performances of our Jimmy Carter picks because another month is done. Time to look at these once again. Sean is continuing to win by so much because Palantir is now up over 200% from when we made these picks, and I am still in last place. Only 2 of these are actually right on the year, though. That would be Sharif here with UNG, though he is actually green overall, and my UNH pick, which is still down a cool 35%, though, of course, this has not been UNH's worst performance overall. Now, here's the overall ROI. As I mentioned, I am the person who is still red on the year, thanks to our good friend United Health, but everybody else is green, and the average return is actually up 26.23%. That's the average. Not a bad look here for our Jimmy Carter picks. Only 2 months left of this, guys. It's been an exciting look, and Sean and Neil definitely in first place here. Brendan in third. Back to you. First and second.
What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, I'm looking at this meta here as it's starting to sell aggressively. 5-minute didn't display anything that we were looking for. Yeah, I know, Corb. Oh, I know, it's unfortunate. Once it cracks this low, I'm going to hop out of it because this is going to be the second attempt on it. You did get that little move, and I'm looking for like a 2-to-1 on this one. So I got to be really, really tight on that risk, and there it goes to the downside. So there might be some more additional selling pressure within this name. So there it is. Yeah, all right, let's hop out, man. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Kind of just back to where I started at the early session, but this is what happens when you try to put on some of these trades and these falling knife bounces on META. I mean, that print is beautiful. We're not going to complain about it. This is essentially what we're looking for. It closes as a complete hammer. We had some aggressive selling, right? And then sure enough, you get that little bit of move, and then sellers step right back in. So nothing you can do about it. We'll pop out of that one, take an additional loss there. So yeah, boom, boom. So the more it sells, the better. I think we're down 20% off of these highs point. Which I like a lot because you can get involved into it. So there it is, 19% to be exact, roughly. Sharif. Exactly. So another 1% going to hit that bear territory. So I think we get there, a gap down, anything can happen, but those indecision prints are going to come. Let's go back in history and just say, hey, after any extreme gap down, what are we experiencing, right? So you get this massive gap down, isolated print, you get those indecisions. Okay, great. Look, it climbs higher, goes to the new all-time high. So, I mean, with these names, it's phenomenal. Look at this isolated print with that hammer candle right there. It doesn't even test the low. Boom, boom. Yeah, it's selling aggressive right now, Sharif. Well, I mean, it's at 60. Yeah, but again, listen, this name anything can happen with this name. You wake up 4 a.m., this thing's gapped up $20, $30. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's that $700 target. It can happen at any moment. And what I'm getting at is just going through history, Sharif, is that it's going to happen. We just have to be patient enough. The gap will get filled. That's going to be a trade within itself, just because this is what it is. We love Meta, and I think Meta is an extremely, extremely strong name.
Look at that gap.
Yeah, it's going to get, I promise.
What pattern do you see forming there?
Here at the lows?
No, yeah. Zoom out so we can get a better picture for the entire move there, Joey. Even the, yeah.
No, are you trying to think head ends? But
no, I'm not trying to say head and shoulders. I'm trying to see what pattern we're forming.
No, I don't see anything.
Other than they're just a trend break.
I don't see anything, and I'm not going to force it either and be like, what is this? And start grab out my trusty tool and do all those things. We're going to wait for those indecision prints. We're going to find them. We're going to be able to identify them, and we're going to know when Meta's going to turn around because I know for a fact that I'm pretty confident in the fact that it will turn around.
I got 55, so we're $12 out of the money right now on that, but which is fine. I mean, this is something that I can.
Did you go? No. So exactly. So there you go.
You move to go all in.
You grab a little bit more right now. You're down. I think that's a play.
Oh, it's only technical area.
Yeah, exactly. It's a matter of time, right? It's just not. It's not if, it's when. And it will fill that gap.
We'll see, bro. We'll see.
It may take a lot longer than what we suspect, but
he's going to be made to pay here. And again, I really want to stress why I think he's going to be made to pay is because he's not generating the revenue from the CapEx with the same way and the same speed as his competitors are. AWS is buying these and they're renting them out right away. Azure is doing the same thing. They're buying these huge data centers or building out data centers, and they're immediately renting them out as neoclouds, right? Yeah. And you're not getting that with Meta. Meta, you're going to actually have to monetize Reels, monetize the other things that he's using these for. He's not renting out cloud space.
No, but
he's going to see the revenue.
But you know what he's going to do, obviously, with Llama? It's just going to be more digital ad rev.
I tell you, I'm not really bullish on Llama at all.
No, I know.
Not
It
yet,
sucks.
anyway.
Considering like we know how optimistic Zuck can be with the metaverse and everything, you just spent, and that's why I said that to you before. Does he get a little bit of kind of that obsessive compulsive nature?
He does,
where
and he did it before.
Yeah, exactly. With the metaverse, it didn't work out. The street didn't like it, but I think in this case things will turn. Look what happened after when he's like, "Hey, I'm not going to be spending as much money." What happened to the stock?
Yeah.
It just went insane. I think that's going to be to say that this gap doesn't get filled is to say that Meta's not going to put in a new all-time high at some point.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Joey. We'll see.
It's not the case.
All right. There he is. Oh boy, here goes LJS. I like it. You're like LBJ now. You got a three. No shout out to Lyndon B. And LJS with more bullish predictions. Why do you want everything to drop, Big Spile? I just want to know, brother. Was there a big trade that you missed that tainted you for ever and ever more? What happened in your life, Big Spile, that you want everything to tank all the time?
Yeah,
I need explanation.
What traumatic experience did you go through?
My man, shout out. He can show it to Mark. He's Big Spile Burdette. I cracked down on some of your gray abusers. Lucky the guys are in charge. I have no idea what the hell that means. Jag, Sharif, but they are also using it. Google, AWS need GPUs as well. Google and Amazon core business sell GPU time as well, but Meta's core business is ads. Completely get that. But you're going to have to generate the money from the ads in order to justify the CapEx spend. And that may not be as forthcoming, as I'm saying, as some of the competitors in the hyperscale business, where they'll see immediate returns through income generation by renting these things out, where Meta won't. So you're going to have to see an increase in ad spend as a result of the investment. So I just don't think it's as linear or as direct. That's just my opinion. But obviously, I like the company. Otherwise, I wouldn't be buying it.
This is what, yeah, there it is. I was just about to read that. All right.
That's for you, baby.
Yeah. Add Joseph.
Yeah.
Meta got as much of a chance of a new all-time high in the next year as Blue Jays do of winning a series.
Oh, come on, bro. Really?
Series? No, I mean, if you want to get a series, they will win plenty. The World Series is a different story. So make sure you get the detail in there, because they will win plenty of series out the next season. Will they go back to the World
I don't know.
Series?
You know we're not going to sign Bieber. We're likely not going to sign Bichette, right?
You don't think they're going to back up the brakes for Bo?
Man, people have their doubts about that just because of how much they paid Vladdy and how much he's going to expect.
Rogers is not going to spend. He wants 350. He's going to get 350 million.
I would love for Rogers to open up the pockets a little bit and spend. Joe, God knows we put a lot of money in their pockets, but that's not the move, is it, right now?
Well,
guys, sorry, Joey, I just want to mention DTCK, guys. We the high of the day there. We're still holding 46s. We're letting this one run. DTCK, it's got a 69 high, and that's actually where I got printed. That's a real print. Pardon me, I'm now at 77s. Look, it's above the 10 EMA on the 5. The 10 EMA on the 5 is around 55s. It's also where likely it'll test the breakout level. The breakout level was the lower high compression pattern that we spoke about. I see my trend line there at around 52 to 53. So let's see if this one makes a move down there. And if it does it hold up and then move right back up? DTCK is the only one I'm involved in right now. We got 69s on, but we're looking for a little bit more. Oze is still short DTCK. Get it, but bro, I mean, that's not my move to short these above VWAP, but you know what you're doing, brother. So I hope you print, and I hope I print at the same time as well. So we'll see what we get on this one. Also, guys, TGE, we talked a lot about this one. Pardon me. It's still hanging out at 60s, but it is now, Joey, above that neckline break. So what's the move here for me? If you were to get in, if I was to get in here, I'd have to 50. So I would have to risk 9 pennies just based on my system. So TGE's headed back up, at least it seems now, with a great drop into VWAP. It technically loses VWAP by a couple of pennies, but it does close right above it on the next candle. So showing 160, 158 right now. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to pack my patience. There goes DTCK right up again into area high, 68. 69 is the area high. Let's look, see if we can get continuation. And another new high of day print. We're now up 43 1/3% on this name, but there is a seller. There it goes, Joseph, in the 75s. But we're not getting the print quite yet because we're waiting at 77s. Also, the spread opened up 5 pennies now. So keep your eye out on aggressive selling as we get into that $0.75 area. If I printed at 77s, the next level I'm going to be looking at is 88s. So let's see if we can get up into that area high, take out my order there, and then mosey on up possibly into $3. So DTCK, good look, up about 44, 45%.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Alvin Johnson, man. I know not Calvin.
Simon, Theodore.
I'm curious to these guys. I stand by this. I think that Megatron was probably the best wide receiver that I ever seen play, next to Randy Moss. Megatron.
He's one of the most talented guys.
Easily,
I mean, he's
man.
huge.
He's huge, right? And just a complete monster. Yeah, I love. And he retired pretty early too.
He did.
He got out pretty early.
Yeah, I would love to get the take of the boys over here. What do you guys think? Who's your top wide receiver of all time, guys? Yeah, okay, Neil's coming in. Jerry Rice?
Easy.
Oh, so look, it's always about a Mount Rushmore, right? Because the 4 for the Mount Rushmore, that's Jerry Rice, easy, Randy Moss, Megatron, and the only is your 4th. My 4th is Terrell Owens. I don't care what anybody says. Terrell Owens. T.O. was so, like, he has to be in your 4, but no, in terms of at their peak, when they were fully healthy, if you just had to win one game and you get one guy at their peak, you're taking Megatron. But like, you can't take, like, Jerry Rice's career is Jerry Rice's career. But, like, at peak, only one dude who ever had people lining up in like punt coverage formation, like you're trying to jam the guy on a punt return. You would literally line up sometimes 3 guys on Megatron in the red zone, or like just 2 guys straight up at the line of scrimmage and another one back. There's only one dude they ever did that for I've ever seen in my life, and it was Megatron. He was that good, and the guy would still. It didn't matter. There's nothing you could do to stop that dude when he was on. He was big. He was fast. He could do everything, but. No, unfortunately, he didn't play as long as he could have.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, anyways.
And he played for Detroit.
To get what I was getting at there was Alvin Johnson saying, come across the border and start singing They Not Like Us with us. I'm like, hey, man, win as a team, lose as a team at the end of the day.
Can I say something? I thought they'd run that, Kendrick Lamar, Drake beef a little bit more for
so
the
did I. Well,
LA.
I'm sure that
they didn't really do
no,
it,
yeah, I
though,
bet.
right?
Well, I wonder why, because Drake was probably like, yeah, don't be posting any of this
He
whatsoever.
can't control what the Dodgers do.
Well, maybe there's something that he can do. You
like
know
the Jays, I feel like he has sway on, obviously.
Yeah, they're like, don't ever think about playing
I just thought they do a little bit more with that, but they didn't really.
Listen, I'm the type of guy to listen to the same song on repeat. I would from the flight from Toronto to LA, I'd be playing that song the whole time if I was the Dodgers, because it goes hand in hand. But anyways, guys, there goes Netflix steady grinding off of those lows. That's a pretty good look there, continuing that top.
Hold on, didn't they enter? I think when they had their first home game, Game 3.
Yeah, I
think they entered into that song, didn't they?
Yeah, they were playing it the whole time. It was in the background.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. But they were in Dodger Stadium.
The beat the whole time was just on, of course, Joe and
so funny.
The halftime show studio. yeah, exactly, for profit. There it is, guys. What a beautiful grind higher there on Netflix from that break of the candle, 1081 all the way up to, okay, so that's $10 right there. You won't complain whatsoever. Using the leverage, trading the actual underlying itself. See, the thing is, though, I think NVDA is slightly toppy. It's so risky. These are going to be micro pullbacks. I don't want to be shorting this name. I'd just rather avoid it. Oh, there it goes. Boom, there. A nice heavy down tick. And there you go. As I talk about not shorting it, you get an aggressive move to the downside. So almost 50 cents just like that on NVDA. So there it is, guys. Specific you're looking at, let me know. We can go through some chain stuff, construct some things. If you're looking into selling some puts there on METDA. Ozan, I know you were buying contracts. Did you sell any puts on Meta as well? Because I think that's a good route to go. I talked about an Amazon trade that I had actually last summer, 2 summers ago, and I got aggressive on the put selling, and I'll just show you where. It's kind of an identical setup on what Meta's got going on, but obviously just substantially more expensive. So here it is. It was this to be exact. Looking for anything that we want. So this is the summer of 24. And what I did is that once I seen this hammer candle formed, I was enough. You have that engulfing print. Now price is ready to turn around. What I did is as soon as we got this open the next day south of this, I just started selling puts. And essentially what you do is that when you're selling puts, Who cares if the underlying appreciates? You just don't need it to go south of a specific level. So it climbed higher, climbed higher, climbed higher. Now, looking back, you can say, you would have been substantially more profitable if you just bought calls or bought bought shares, common stock, but that wasn't the case in the route that I took. I'm like, let's see if that is an actual profitable strategy. Why? Because you're catching IV at its peak, and then once it cools down day by day, that decay just really picks up. So you can gain a lot of premium in a short period of time, instead of waiting for the capital appreciation, but obviously it would be significantly larger than that route. But again, I like that trade. It was really profitable and a good time for me because it worked. It worked really well. I did not, Joseph. I have until Jan 2027, so I don't really care a lot. Yeah, you're good. You're good there, Ozan. Circle. Yeah, let's take a look at Circle and what that one's been up to on today's session. I'm not in anything. I could take a third stab here on META just for giggles. There's a word in front of that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Want to cover that one there? I can pull it up here. AAPL, Is the volume supporting it, Sharif?
I think so, Joey. Not really.
I mean, it's moving. It's nothing crazy right now. Yeah, not anything substantial, but it is.
Tinaman's yelling about Palantir, guys.
Palantir. Okay, he's $4. I know he's over there. $4 on that one. $5 at 202 now
get it right.
on Palantir. Offered like get it right. It's right. Get it right. Get it right, get it right. What's that? Who sings that song? I found you, Miss New. Anyways, so there it is on Palantir. A nice look there. And Apple, volume not supporting it just yet.
No, not really.
What's his name again? The ad?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, you got one? All right, go ahead.
All right, guys, new traders and Ozan in specific, listen up. The first month is absolutely free. That's right. We're waiving all the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder. By upgrading to Elite, you're going to analyze, you're going to strategize, and then after that, hopefully you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking infinite data. We're talking about instant trading. We are talking about lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts, and you can predict better with their backtesting tool you get. Reliable, real-time data, global markets at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out and execute your best trades now if you're ready. And only if you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal.
Okay, we're going to take one more attempt. Sorry, Sharif, one more thing. We're going to take one more attempt here, guys. That's it on META. See if we can get that bounce, a curl over. There's no prints, but we had multiple across the board. So let's wait and see if we can get up to 650 on META.
Anytime you say 6 now.
It's just
6, 7. 6, 7. You're not going to do it? You're not going to do it, Fabian? Come on now, man. He doesn't want us to spread it, Joey. Right. So what we're going to do is... Get her, Joe.
That's crazy.
Get her, Joe.
That's crazy.
Raymond was just, she's mean all the time. Yeah, that's just kind of her thing, right? It's just all the time.
She ate all the chocolate-covered almonds, too.
Just all the time. She cannot be nice. I think if she actually is nice, it might like hurt her physically, you know, like where, you know, she'll start getting like a twitch or something. Like, I can't be nice. Yeah. All right, guys, DTCK is running back up into the mid-70s. We're still holding on to this one from 46. What's going on over there,
I swear you were saying it too.
Well, I'll say whatever I want, bro. 76 area high right now. I'm waiting at 77. So by default, it's going to have to get above this level. And then we're going to wait at 88. DTCK. Good hold here, generally off the 10. It did lose the 10 momentarily, but right back up it goes. 45% and looking to do a little bit more. Now, I want to bring your attention to MSAI because this one clearly has a seller here between 205 to 210. Look what it did in the pre-market. Look what it did at the implied balance open, and look what it did right at noon. Gets into that 210 area and sells aggressively. Now, what's the move? Why am I telling you about something that's selling aggressively into 2? Because it's got higher lows. That's the thing. So right now, that's their area trough into 158. That's another area trough into 177. All the while, we still have that same resistance area there. So MSAI, green on the day to the tune of 26.25%, but certainly having a lot of trouble with that 210 area. Now, what I would do is try to pick it up off a higher low. So right now, as I mentioned, the prior area or the prior area trough is $1.75, $1.77. So I'd be picking it up between 190 to 185, with the idea being that we would have another higher low form and we could make yet another attempt at that 210 break, 2 to 210. It's a range. So MSAI also in focus over here. Keep an eye out one if you're looking for one of these small cap gappers moving midday. It's not exactly the best looking one over here, but it's got an interesting level that we can kind of try to discern what it's doing. So keep an eye out on that. DTCK coming back in off 76s. That high day print now showing me 6.7. Looking for a little bit more, up 42%. I'm going to continue to look at the higher lows. So prior area low for me is about 255. If it loses 255, to me, it loses trend and out there. So what I'll do is I'll move up my stop into the mid to low 50s to kind of account for that area low right there. I'm going to be packing my patience. If we can get something around, mid 80s, even mid 90s, I think that is the move here. We don't necessarily have to get into 3, but I also need to be alive to the loss of trend. And here we go. We're dipping down into the mid 50s now. It can't lose 55s, otherwise I'll flatten out, despite the fact that we've got 46s on. It's just not the move for me. So we will get out there, Joey, as it will lose trend. So we'll give back a little bit there on this move. We're not going to negative on it, but we will give back some profits there as it does drop aggressively into that $2.50 area. DTCK, it giveth, but it taketh away. What do you got, my man?
All right, man. Yeah, we're back into this META. We're at full count right now. Let's see if this one works out or it doesn't. I think I'm going to add into it. Maybe we can get a move back into 650. That's going to be the primary objective here. So a nice strong move into 47.48s with that pullback holding that 645 level. Then I think we're going to get that reload opportunity and just double up the position if that works, right? One step at a time before we even get to that. But Netflix was a nice recovery on the session. Not too bad of a look there. We'll head over to the 15-minute. Yeah, so those signals were displayed across the board there. So a pretty good look. Oh, man. Oh, meta. Yeah, it just might not be one of those days, guys, where we're gonna be able to get any form of a rebound in it, because you get that move higher up into 646 and then you aggressively reject it. So keep that in mind. TAC, who's it? Why is everybody getting deleted in here? VSC. Okay, you just keep saying the same thing. Yeah, spamming. Boom. They're on it like that, man. You don't get very many opportunities around here if you're going to continuously spam. But no, in all seriousness, guys, make sure you votes in for Sharif for the rundown. Obviously, it's being displayed on the board behind us as well, too, which is absolutely.
That's Mark right there.
Yeah. Mark's working on some things, so get everything in there. Roblox, yeah, let's take a look at Roblox. I have my eyes on Amazon. RBLX. Over some other names. Nice circle. This thing might curl over, right? So that's not too bad of a look there. You have that base being formed right at 106 flat. That's, again, there it is, and now you're slowly starting to put in some higher lows. I vote for you, Joey. Whatever the vote is, my vote is Joseph's pack therapy. I appreciate that. Much appreciated, my friend. Yeah, Joseph. That's what my friend.
Oh, here we go.
What do you got going on there, Sharif?
MSAI is going, guys. Here we go. So we're a little bit late on the breakout, man. Don't look at your phone when you're trying to trade. Here we go.
The spammers today.
Don't worry. Your friend, the Chile Nightmare, has an automatic spam blocker. So it. Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to. There's no automatic spam block. Unhear what you just heard.
There you go.
Shout out to Fabian, man. He's killing it there. He's been making a lot of stuff for the show, and shout out to Fabian.
No way, Trav, man. You're
what happened, Joey?
Trav, man, said he likes spam and eggs. That is, I could throw up in my mouth right now.
I'm not going to be eating.
Eat this spam. Do you eat spam?
No, man. I don't even know the last time I had it.
You've had it, though.
Of course. Yeah, I've had it. You've never had it?
I've never. No.
So how can you know you don't like it?
Because it was called spam to start, like right off the gate. It comes in a can, and I don't know what it's a concoction of. No,
it is a concoction.
Yeah.
But what if it's a good concoction?
No, I don't know, man.
It's not. Don't get me wrong, but I've had it.
Yeah.
I've had it. I'm not going to pretend like I haven't.
That's crazy.
Yeah, anyway, MSAI, zigging and zagging now, 210 break. Here's the deal. We're trying to pick this up off area lows. So if this one dips down, I want to say 190, 185, I'm a buyer there. I don't have too many shares. I want to hold trend. I'm looking for a trend continuation here on MSAI. So let's see if we can kind of do this live. Oh, that's not the one that I want, Joey. That's not it. Or we want this one over here. There we go. That's a little bit better. There we go. So looking for trend continuation on MSAI. It looks as TCK as well, dipping down into that $0.50, finding support at the 20. It's not really breaking down. Let's see if we can finagle back into this one over here with my L being 243. So we're going to give this one a little bit of room, see if it wants to hold up off that level. doesn't, we'll give back a little bit. Simple as that. It does look like it might actually drop, though. Full disclosure, so be on the lookout for that. And so, yeah, that's it. MSAI, DTCK, looking for MSAI to take out 210. I'm alive to the fact that there's a possible double top brewing, but I don't think it's a double top on MSAI because we kept hitting 10s multiple times in the pre-market as well. And there it goes, right up to 5s. It drops into 2, holds 2 generally, and here we go at 5, 7s now. Good look, looking for 10s. 10s necessitates a high a day touch. 9s now showing up on the level 2, selling again into the high. I do expect that. Let's see if we're able to wick above it, though. Get me that print at 10s, and then maybe we can bit of a price spike, get some of those mid-teen prints. A lot of green, a lot of orange coming in on the time and sale. That is exuberant buying. Alas, there's also exuberant selling as we're unable to get above that 210 again. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, though, Joey. These two names, looking for continuation on both these bad boys. Let's see what comes of this.
Yes, sir. Derek Thompson, I don't know, man. I think we would have got a little bit better of a bounce here. So, yeah, it's kind of just chopping me up trying to catch this bottom on this name. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go, right? We're at attempt number 3, and then we just don't want to continuously try to force something that might not come into play today. So, I mean, obviously anything can happen, but from a volume price analysis standpoint, we're not seeing anything. Hopefully this 643 base holds. Otherwise, we're going to have to get out of that one. Yeah, I mean, he's not doing too good. Big Joe, what's up, Mike P? Where you been at all day, brother? Where you been at, Mike P? Where you been at all day, man? Yeah, hopefully you've been having a successful session. I bet you the waves are gnarly. That's why you're probably not in today. So, yeah, he's probably catching a wave or two.
I'm assuming he's SoCal. Waves
no, bro. He's, no, he's the guy's Outer Banks, man.
Where's Outer Banks?
The Carolinas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
These guys in Outer Banks, man. So
Virginia, he says something dangerous.
So Jane said, I mean, no, I'm pretty sure he's
Have you ever been to
the Outer Banks? No.
I've been to Virginia Beach with the fam, and I went to Myrtle Beach with the fam as well, like when we were kids.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to do the Carolinas. I've only been to 3 states.
In grade 8.
I've only been to 3 states.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Florida, Texas, and Illinois, man. Oh no, have I? Oh, I guess I went to, well, yeah, I went to Illinois and then Michigan, I guess, because I drove.
You've got to be in New York.
I've never been. No. I don't think so, no.
Bro, he's never been to New York State, man.
All right.
No, that's it. You're going to get bullied for not being,
never been to Buffalo.
You know what I mean? Like, how dare you, Joseph, not go to New York State? No, but like most Ontarians will have at some point or another been to New York State, given the proximity, guys.
No, I definitely have. Okay, so I've been to, no, listen, I used to have hockey tournaments in Cleveland.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Ohio. So I mean, drive through.
Oh, so you were driving through New York.
Yeah, driving through there. All right, so yeah, there we go. Well, I'm going to show you how much I know about myself, which is slightly alarming. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's see if we can get this bounce. Hold up at 643.90s there, guys, and get that move. Come visit me in Cincy one day, courtside at the UC. Go ahead.
All right, MSAI taking out the top, and it is a new high day. There's 14. Here comes 5. No, I don't want to take out anymore. There we go. 215 high day. Let's see where this one's going to run, okay? Got a pre-market high of 30, okay? That is the 4 a.m. print. And it was at about 420, no, it was about 1 million shares of volume that took us into that 230 level, okay? So let's see, now we've got 15s as the high of the day. I don't have too many more out, so I will be looking for drops generally back into that $2 area to add if it does come back in there. If it doesn't come back into 2, generally that area, I'm going to be looking at taking it out at about the $0.25. I earmarked 230 as my resistance level, given that it popped into that price at 4 a.m. on about 1 million shares of volume, so not negligible. And I'm going to front run that at the $0.25. That's going to be my move. That's all assuming I don't get any on the ad. MSAI, about 36% and change. We got about 10 minutes left on the show before the big boys take over. DTCK, where are we in? We're in here at 51. We just went to beak at 55. I'm putting my orders here at every 5 pennies. I am alive to the fact that DTCK just printed an indecision candle at 145, and the current 5-minute candle has a lower high. That's a no good. We need a higher high here for trend continuation. In the order to get that higher high, we need something above 256. So we got the 55 print, fantastic there, but we're gonna need a 56 print in order to hold trend. So that's my look there on DTCK. Looking for continuation on that one, but also looking for the ad here on MSAI. 215, high of day, coming back down now into 7s and 8s. So what's the move here, Sharif? Well, the $2 area obviously is the first area I'm looking at, given that it's a whole dollar area, but that's actually where the 10 EMA is. So you get the double whammy there, where you get the psychological support as well as the 10 EMA support. So 2 or thereabouts is an add area for me, Joey. We're gonna see if it comes down there, and if it does, we're gonna be getting in a little more. What do you got?
All right, man. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's go over some more volume. You did get that pullback off of the highs in NVIDIA. I thought we were gonna go for a push for 212. You're starting to come in aggressively to VWAP. So from 210.94, now trading at 209.83s, which isn't too bad. Always. All right, so I'll focus on this. So there it is, support level snaps, and then sure enough, you get that move. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I might avoid this just because. And then sure enough, as I was saying that, you get that flush to the downside. Now we'll hop back to our volume scanner to see who we got running the show today. And it's not Shohei. Oh no.
Shohei? Where'd you get Shohei from?
I said, I forget what I was saying. I was going to show something.
I don't even want to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, here's what it is, man. Good on them. And we were talking about it before.
No, man.
It's just the nature of the beast, man. The sporting
any
gods.
team but LA. I can't.
Yeah. I mean, the gods weren't having it, which is unfortunate. I think out of people who wanted it the most on the field was most definitely Vladdy. I don't think there's any debate on that one. Obviously, those guys wanted Vladdy, I think, wanted it the most.
He was the last guy to the dugout, too.
Yeah, of course, man. But the thing is, though, Sharif, you got to close it out when you have the opportunity to do so, and that wasn't the case, right? So a couple chances, scores on, and everything, you just didn't capitalize, and sure enough, that's what happens. Put the fate in your hands. So, okay, so we're going back to the volume thing. Sorry, this is what I was about to get at. KView with 148 million shares traded on the session, NVIDIA in that second place with 114 million market cap. What do we got on NVIDIA? We're back up above 5 trillion, Sharif. Okay. 5 trillion right there, 3.5%. Market cap 31 billion. What's Pfizer been up to? Not too much as usual.
They got that suit now with Novo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. They're suing Novo because they don't have enough money to bid on something. 68.1 million there on Tesla. What do we got on SoFi?
What do you got?
Listen, I was doing something over the weekend on SoFi. I think during the morning when we were talking about some of the options activity, 32 could be in the works. Yeah, and there it is. So you have that high concentration, so keep an eye out on SoFi, man. This thing might climb up to 32, run into that specific zone. Let's get back to that, actually, so we can look at it a little bit closer and see what we got going on. So you go up to 31.20 on today's session when the market hasn't been doing too much. This is essentially going opposite, which is a positive sign. Take a look at it from a daily perspective. So you're not too far off of those all-time highs, guys. So that 32.50 is what you're roughly looking at. We're about 5% off of that, not even. So I like SoFi substantial. I haven't even looked at my friend Robinhood in some time. I sold at 22s. I sold half at 22s, rotated into some other things, and then sure enough, bang, that's a really good look there. But I mean, I've been in this since.
Joey, sorry.
Go ahead, man.
TGE's breaking out, guys. Here we go. Now this one's up 120%. It's been higher on the day, 183 high, but you got that break above 160. There was a whole bunch of selling into 160. That's gone now. Whether or not we get about 13 pennies higher, take out that HOD on TGE. Look, it's been really good all day. It had one moment at around 12:55, 1 o'clock, where it did lose VWAP. It gained it pretty quickly after that, but it's still coming into that 175 area. That 175 area, despite the fact that 183 is the high of the day, 175 is the real level of resistance. I'll submit to you guys, based upon the fact that there have been 5 candles that have opened or closed at 175, none of which have closed or opened above that level. So you know that there's a seller right there, a seller of note. Whether or not you can take him out on this latest attempt, is going to be a bit of a different story. So I'm talking about the 150 candle price spike. We were, I think, trading at 152. Then, quick as you like, we were at 173. So TGE, possible breakout trade and continuation into 183 right now. Keep your eye out on this one, Joey. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just thought, these ones are super time sensitive, and then,
I'm just rambling. Anyways,
you're good to go, bro. Talking good stuff.
So, Ashik Ahmed, I'm out at the low of the day, right? We already took 2 attempts on the long side there. didn't work out for trying to catch this move back into VWAP. So once this breaks, we get a 1 minute candle south of this level, then I'll just hop out. And it's unfortunate, we'll just dig ourselves a little bit of a hole. But that, again, I could just stop at any given moment. I have no issues with that. No intention of getting shut down either today. So do you see any hopes? Yeah, so that's what I was looking at. Boom, boom, boom. And there it goes. All right. So yeah, an additional leg lower. And that's what it is. It's just trend down today. Buyers aren't stepping in right now. You can see that in full effect. But I want to go through a couple more of these names. RGTI. I can't believe this. I can't believe the quantum. Man, this has been absolutely
super
insane.
volatile, though.
It is really volatile. It is. It's extremely. But I mean, that's a big time clean move from September all the way up to where we're trading at. I like this. And then things really started kicking off in late last year, like $3 and everything along those lines. Let's take a look at my buddy's pick of the year, maybe. He's like, so he has a big time move, man. This guy. So for every dollar move in stock, he makes $5,500.
Oh, Nimrod?
No,
I've heard those numbers before.
Oh, Nimrod, yeah. You more than that, probably. Yeah. That guy's been putting up a substantial year. I don't know if he's been messaging you or anything like that, but he's been doing pretty good, man. He's been doing really, really good. So good. Shout out to those guys and those people who have three-figure returns, percentage returns. That's some big-time stuff. I was at 1.2 as well, not trying to like brag or anything along those lines, but until I put on this ridiculous amount of size onto IBIT, we had that, and I think we're still roughly around there. We'll take a little bit of a hit there, 10-15%. But Rivian, we'll go through some more of the names. But I plan on, again, there's so much time left within the year, right? We still have a lot of trading sessions, so anything can happen. Just going to keep writing those covered calls, man. This is a poor man's covered call, essentially, is what we got kicking up here, Sharif, and I like it a lot, right? So again, I mentioned yesterday for those who aren't aware or what we got going on. So when you have a bunch of contracts that aren't working for you and they have an extended period of time, in the meantime, what you can do to just collect some passive is just write calls against those. Exactly, Dangerous. You love those as well, too. So when they're not working, you mitigate those losses, you roll them over. So I collected percent of the premium, maybe a little bit more. I bought those back, right? So those are now gone. I roll lower in strikes, and then I collect more premium as well too. So, so essentially, what happened is, okay, you collected it. Now let's just reset that whole process over again to see if you can make a couple more dollars. But there goes Meta off of the. I got to hop out of this one there, guys. So see you later. AC Slater to META. And yeah, I think, again, it's the start of the month. Not going to dig myself anymore. So I'm just going to be a market observer for the rest of the session to see what we got going on. I'm not shut down or anything along those lines, but you got to keep those losses small. And that's my objective and my goal for the month of November.
Guys, TGE is continuing the breakout here, so we are about 2 or 3 pennies off the high of the day. There's 180, substantial seller into 180. It's 183 high, but we really haven't had any closing prints above 175. So really be careful here for this 175 to 180 seller who may step in. Great recovery off the low and an attempt again at the highs. We didn't quite make it up there. It looks like we rejected 180 now and dropping back down into 175. I added into my position on MSAI, and I'm going to get out of this now because we got about a minute left, so we'll take it out the remaining amount break even. But I was getting in at that $2 area. I liked it, and earlier in the show, I definitely give this a bit more room down into about 194 or so. But we're going to have to end the show now, and I don't want to have to manage this position when I'm at the desk. But the reason I got to the 10 EMA as well as psychological support. So it does look like it might lose that level now. But if you're looking for something that's on the uptrend, it is TGE. Be careful, though. As I've mentioned, a lot of selling in between 175 and the high day, which is obviously 183. Keep your eye out on that. Thomas Kondo, Sharif, Goss stopped at a TG at $1.43. Likewise, man, I know it lost VWAP, so I'm not surprised there. Not only lost 3K, I could have made triple that if I had my stop 1 penny lower. I'm really sorry to hear that, Thomas. Those could be the most frustrating trades because you know you had the right idea, you know you had the right setup, you saw everything, you did everything right, but you had your stop 1 or 2 penny low. I mean, I don't really have a great lesson to teach you from that other than to say, be strategic in your stop placement. I think that just comes with time. I never like to place my stop, Thomas, at or really near the volume weighted average price, because we always get breaches of VWAP. At least that's been my observation. So I like to give it either a price action low or just put it like 5, 6 pennies, really depending on the nature of the stock and moving below the volume weighted average price to avoid those exact moves there. But I hope you had, not a good experience. A lesson learned, so to speak, from that. I hope you print up multiple storms going through. Shout out to Thomas Kondo. Hangry Wife, the lesson is a greater gap for stop loss in a smaller position. That could be, brother, but I mean, a lot of people like to trade with larger positions, so there is ways to do that, as I'm sure you know. Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher, obviously, endeavor. All right, Joey, it is 201.25.
Yeah.
Here we go, though. I just want to point out TGE. It's going back into 180 again, guys. So this one's going to be in focus, I think, for the small cap traders going into the afternoon. Maybe we see it hit you at some point in the day. You want to send them off? Or?
Yeah. By all means, man. I hope everyone's had a fantastic session, man. It's the start of the month, so don't get too carried away. If we or anything along those lines, because we have plenty of sessions ahead of us, and there's a lot going on. We're still in the thick of earnings season, so we like that, guys. Hope everyone has a fantastic day. Hit the gym, do what you're supposed to do. Don't be lazy. Stay disciplined. Let's rock and roll.
Good night, guys.
I want to let you guys know here, Fed's Cook just started speaking, so be aware we do have some Fed talk going to be on watch. He just started speaking here at 2 p.m. saying that tariffs are still driving up pressures, and the labor market is still solid, but they are monitoring the labor market for signs of. She also added the tariffs are continuing to add to price pressures. So kind of more cautious commentary coming from Fed's Cook, though at its face, it's certainly not as hawkish as some of the comments that we had from Fed's Bostic and Hammock last week, or even from Fed's Goolsby earlier today. Over to Sean and Neil for the afternoon show.
Thanks a lot, Fed Talk. Lose,
Fed.
I know, like lose VWAP on the moment.
God, yesterday was
there. Boo to the Fed.
the long night thing.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, sometimes it just spooks the market out of the uptrend for temporarily. NVIDIA is pulling back into the volume-weighted average price. At least it could in a couple of seconds, minutes, whatever. NVIDIA up 3%. Obviously, the OpenAI news, Amazon flying, although it just also lost the volume-weighted average price. It's holding up 4%. You got Palantir earnings after the bell, and then apparently Hims and Hers as well. Which means we'll talk about Palantir half the show, the aftermarket show, and Hims and Hers for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Sean and I have a bet.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got to settle
because
it's November.
It's Movember, and I'm like 99% sure that has done a Movember mustache before. So it's just for coffees, for fun.
No, we're buying each other the protein. Coffee.
Yeah, that's right, the protein coffee, because we both want to try it.
Yes. So we're gonna protein coffee from Starbucks. There's at McDonald's. It's at Tim Hortons, but we'll do Starbucks.
Well, my puppy's gonna.
And so yeah, it's basically like a $5 bet. So we're gonna figure out if I've ever done it before. I'm gonna ask the wife.
Yeah, but I have to ask Marissa.
I have no idea if I've done it. I used to have the full beard and the thing, like, so I don't know. I don't know if I've ever specifically done it.
But it has to be that you just only, like, if you already had one, it's not the same thing. You had to have grown.
I think you should try to grow one from November right now. Who wants to see Neil? We should maybe chat. Could we do that? Could we do a poll? Who wants to see Neil with a mustache?
We better raise some real money for charity.
It's for men's health. What is it for Movember?
No, usually it's
men's health, isn't it, or mental health, or
isn't it just men's health?
Men's. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. It doesn't. You know. Whatever.
Shame.
We could just raise money. I mean, we don't have to actually do a.
Yeah, why not?
I'm gonna find out. I think
it's for prostate
cancer. Yeah. Oh, is it okay? Yeah. I mean, it's for anything. It's pretty cool though. Anyways.
Here, let's talk about Palantir to change.
Yeah. I still have. I mean, written down here early on. I mean, we've been talking about. I just put in the chat Palantir with a king thing beside it. Look, I mean, we already put. Trump. There's something happening with Trump right now. It's in my ear, but it's getting to be pretty.
NVIDIA just
something about NVIDIA with Trump is happening right now.
I couldn't hear it.
Okay, we'll get it in a second. I don't hear it either right now. We'll get that in a second. But okay, right now it is making a move to the downside. No, but Palantir today, look, ahead of earnings. This has nothing to do with earnings. I mean, we like Palantir. We found a 202 level. Nice move to the high side right there. As soon as we get it, as soon as we get the details about this China Palantir possible news right here, sorry, China and NVIDIA news. I think it was just. Yeah, okay. Adara's already on to something right now. So, Miss Adara, what you got for us, homie?
It looks like a Wall Street Journal report, guys. According to this report, Trump's advisors were nearly unified in their opposition to a request from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang to allow sales of new advanced AI chips to China. So again, it sounds like Trump's advisors do not want to allow CEO Jensen Huang of NVIDIA and his company to sell their chips in China. There is nothing new to this story that we weren't already aware of, but either way, it is worth noting it sounds like, once again, going to be some opposition here for NVIDIA to sell their chips, or specifically their advanced AI chips to China. Again, not new information. Given that, we even had Trump yesterday during his interview saying that they weren't really interested in letting China have these advanced chips. So again, that's the deal with this most recent drop on NVDA. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider that a buying opportunity, to be honest with you. Like, if Trump's advisors are disagreeing with Trump, then they're probably no longer going to be his advisors.
Yeah, like who though?
Yeah, like, so it's a Wall Street Journal, right? So I mean, I think it'll probably come out that it's probably not advised. I mean, to give access to China to the tops that are built here in the United States. I mean, I think that was the whole point of the whole NVIDIA sort of slowing down their role there with China and what kind of Blackwell versus, I forget what the earlier models were called there. You know, but that's going to be the free market deciding eventually what winds up happening. I mean, Trump's going to put down part of these restrictions is for the tariff negotiations and whatnot. Like, I thought over the weekend we kind of got that China deal that some were looking for, and it doesn't sound today with that story like that's a very good news. But I mean, NVIDIA's still up 3%, still at and near enough to all-time highs. Its past all-time high was $212.19. We came within like $1 of that today, and you're still up 3%, and it's still holding pretty good. And if anything, man, it just faded back into VWAP, which is what the market did. So for me, I'm going to say it. It's a nothing burger, that story for right now. When Trump comes out and maybe changes his mind and we can have a different discussion about certainties, I'm rather going to deal with certainties rather than just guessing that some sort of a Wall Street Journal dude has come with some fire here. So I'm just going to wait on that story, see if it can get a bit more legs. But for right now, yeah, AMD, China. I mean, look at FXI today. You know, there's lots of opportunities. We said that Alibaba was down here 168 or so. There's going to be an opportunity for that. That might be back up now. I didn't even see this rally back in FXI. But yeah, China, this is the Chinese big cap market, still relatively holding up relatively well again. So yeah, I think you got to be pretty happy overall if you are, you know, a trader of these Chinese markets in general over the last couple days. So let's see if they can continue to hold strength here, these Chinese names.
Yeah, catching some strays here on that push down in NVIDIA, like a name like Micron, just a slight rollover. Micron actually up 5%, so pretty strong in its own right. They're getting not as bad, but a little bit of a rollover happening there. It's a key point for the future as well, because you were just, come on, Q's. Good, okay, good. You were just breaking VWAP as well, so the market really was trying to bounce off the average price. We'll need to see a couple of these chip names bounce before looking for any dip by longs. I might go back over to the Bitcoin short, because Bitcoin also lost VWAP just there. Like, Bitcoin had bounced nicely off the lows, trend up, and now it just lost the volume weighted average price. So I like this one short anyways. I might go over it, see if we can't short the volume weighted average price this afternoon. Gives me a tight stop exit point here. See if it consolidates, maybe get something at the half, 60.5, 60.55 or so, and look for this to work its way back to said downside. We're going to get the rundown whenever we have Sharif ready and locked and loaded to go. And it's really just this NVIDIA story that currently is moving things, if you want to call it a story. I saw one name attributed. It said Rubio and others. So if you're looking for because my first thing was like, who? You could say advisors, but unless it's like all of his top
Yeah, this one says,
right?
Trump's officials NVIDIA's push.
Like torpedo, ooh. Torpedo.
I don't know. The only torpedoes you're worried about is the ones that are self-guided by Palantir.
I saw a torpedo. I saw there was like, is it Netflix?
Torpedo?
No,
Yeah,
Netflix had this movie, which was like a pretty bad knockoff of like the movie Failsafe. Like it was one of those like
I
nuclear.
don't even know what the first.
I don't know. It had like Rebecca Ferguson, the girl from the new Mission Impossibles. It was like pretty cool. It was a whole about like nuclear strike.
Okay.
How they would respond.
Sharknado?
What did you say? No, but it wasn't one of those.
Just leave Joe to
But it was like,
distract
it was
himself
such a complete knockoff of Failsafe, which is a really, 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 really good film. I was disappointed, but anyways, let's go to the desk. I believe Sharif is ready.
Maybe Palantir's on this.
Oh yeah, Room Full of Dynamite is what it was called.
Ah, okay.
House of.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat, of course, and vote for your favorite ticker every day. It's got to be preceded, though, by that $sign, throw $sign, followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look, though, at all four major averages. 2 are green, 2 are red. The NQ leading the way here, up 0.4, above 26,100, holding on but barely. The ES below 6,900 goes again, but green on the day, most notably up 0.15. The Dow down 0.5% as it loses 47,500, and the Russell 2000, the worst performing major average of the day, down below 25. Again, down 0.6% on the day. Let's look, though, at Tesla, which is the first name as decided by you guys, above 465, give or take 2% on the day. Despite these bad headlines, guys, we continue to see a sharp sales decline in Europe, all across Europe. By way of example, of course, Sweden. In Sweden, Tesla registered only 133 new vehicles in the month of October. That's nearly an 89% drop year over year. Sales plunged also again in Norway, 50% and 47.8% in the Netherlands. You feel, though, that this all might be priced in, guys, because we're about 2% green on the day.
So I kind of thought we'd go with NVIDIA, but look, Tesla was a beast. Now all of a sudden it's like just downtrending. It literally lost support like a couple of minutes ago, going back into the prior high. And I'll be disappointed not to have stuck the short. It was essentially just a parabolic move up. I went to fade it and stopped fading it when it got to just about 470. And now 470 is resistance. You're going to lose this 15-minute. It looks like it's losing the prior highs here at 466. So Tesla is, I don't want to say it's stuck in a range because it's been trending up off 420. Like the consolidation is great off 1020, but it cannot seem to break out that 480 for that next leg higher. Every time we push, there's a little bit of a dip back. However, that overall trend is up. So until proven otherwise, Tesla's kind of in this, when it has a rough day or two, or maybe even just one rough day, look for the buy the next day. And when it has a big day, look for it to pull back and then maybe give you the next buy. So I don't think I'm going to until it does something different, I almost don't love it for like 2 days in a row up. You know, the second day I'll look for consolidation or dips, and after a down day or two, I'll look for some kind of a bid on Tesla. And I think that's a good way to approach it, at least for now. It doesn't really have, it's got a couple green days there, it's like, and then a couple red, and then a couple green. And that seems like the pattern that Tesla's in until it can really break away from this 420 or from this 480 with any juice. Love Tesla. I like it up here. I like it in the long term. I think there's going to be a lot that say if the market pulls back, well, that's going to be trouble for Tesla. But they always say that. If you believe in robotics, I think robotics is going to be a big deal, then I think this is a company that's fine. But if I had not trimmed anything here in the 420 to 460, like if you'd cover nothing from any dip buys here, then I think that's a little bit too far. I have, so I think it's a hold.
All right, I think for today, obviously, if we're going to talk about long term, then yeah, I really like Tesla. I haven't sold any Tesla in years and years and years, I feel like. But it doesn't mean that that's the right decision. For right now, I think you're underneath VWAP, you're underneath the 20, you're underneath, so right now, all the lines are up top, and that to me spells short. So I would say the market's kind of getting like a short feeling here into the afternoon. So I know I'm long Palantir, but I kind of want to stay there. I only have 5% left of that position, so it's not a thing. But this break is something I think. So we got 465. We wicked down to the 464.50. What about a break of 464 if we can do that. I know you'll run into what happened here at about 945, but that should, I mean, if you're right, you're going to get a big one. If you're wrong, I mean, I think you can even get out even at 465, like give yourself 30, 40 cents or maybe $1 worth of a break on that 464 break and see if it does creep back up and then punch yourself out for the dollar. I mean, we sat here on Friday and took, I don't even know what it was at the end of the day there. I think we wound up getting out right here at 453 or so on a 450 break. And then it wound up closing the day at 457, 458. So we left like $2 or $3 for sure on the table there at the end of the day Tesla when it really went. So just right here, really going early when all the money is there, doing nothing in the middle of the day except for following the market to the downside. And now potentially looking to break higher. We'd have get above, for me to go long though, we basically got to get above this 470. Like I'm gonna try to use some of these lines as my guide, but it's not my number one trade. It's not on the radar or anything like that. Just looking at the chart, I would say the short looks better to me, and then you want to give it a couple bucks to VWAP. But like, see now it's coming right back up. Like look at that. Like we were just talking about 465. It just went $2 in 4 minutes.
The market.
So. Yeah, the market is on one a little bit right now again. Sorry, not the normal market, but Tesla's on one as the stock market tries to figure itself out. So I'd rather leave this alone, not giving me like my sort of feel of, hey, if I'm thinking one way, the stock's thinking the other. So I'm going to back away right now. I think the short market is a better place. So I'm going to leave Tesla alone until it breaks this 464.50 right into there. 464.50 I think is a short for Tesla. Hopefully I don't forget to do it.
SOFI, guys, up 3%. Good day for SoFi today. There was this headline, I don't really see much for SoFi, other than to say that several states are looking at suing the Trump administration over a rule limiting the student loan forgiveness for public servants, being led here by New York Attorney General Letitia James, and more than a dozen other state attorney generals are suing the Trump administration for rules that the Department of Education released last week about certain groups that are prohibited from taking this on. So we know SoFi's connection, of course, with student loan forgiveness and the repayment at low rates. So trading up 3%.
SoFi's done it. It's now closed and opened on the monthly over that prior monthly high. So the next leg seems like it's in to me. And bullish today. Obviously, didn't really have it on the radar. Shoot, would have been a good reversion twice. But that said, the $30 level looks good. The volume weighted average price here probably going to need to hold up because like all of the goodwill that it has for this little rounded bottom the last couple of days is pretty invalid. Closes underneath 30 bucks. So I think that's the key close price to think long for this. Again, I like SoFi. I think this is one that if you don't own it, it's not a horrible place to even be buying when you look at that monthly chart, understanding what Robinhood did on a very, very similar setup. Like I just look at, like I've been looking at Hood, and when Hood did the same kind of setup, kind of gave you this close above, that was the next month, consolidated for a bit, and then a bit of a jump to the upside there. So it's a pretty simple upward trend on SoFi. If we dip, the 50 period also be good on SoFi. I don't know about this afternoon for anything than a possible test of VWAP. Like if anything, like I would argue, like you had this trend break, so let it maybe work its way down into VWAP, which was some morning resistance, and then look for a bounce.
Yeah, I mean, we averaged up into SoFi around 25, 26 bucks. Pretty happy, obviously, with that trade. But yeah, I don't know, like up 3%. We looked at it earlier, and we were sort of talking about that it has these moves. Remember, we were saying that it will make a move down and then start sort of drift up throughout the day. I mean, that's exactly what happened. And now I would just say, look, let's just reload this if it comes to 30 bucks and give it a shot, right? Like if this name can come down 40 cents here into $30 and change, something like that, into around here, then I think that's a long for SoFi. So, I mean, really working out. The trajectory seems higher. We're already through. Generally, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to go and cherry pick some of the earnings dates. But what I remember is a lot of the times we sort of bump up into earnings, some new highs, and then we start to fade out off of those earnings plays. But that's not happening at all. I mean, SoFi is continuously holding some of those levels. We had just bounced last week or 2 weeks ago off the 50 period again. And well a ways from it. So I would still say SoFi's upside there. And with the rest of the banks just starting to still rock and roll, then I mean, 310 on JP Morgan. And I know it's not huge move here or anything like that, but we're still near the top for JP Morgan, and I think it's going to hold out. XLF in the banking sector as well. This is the ETF that holds them all. They're still is to have a good run here as well. So XLF trying to hold out, and I mean, until these bank names really lose themselves, I'm long. The only one that's been a disappointment obviously is Webull, as that comes back into $10 again. Trying to decide what to do here, but if you like sort of the app action, then Webull's just fallen 50% in 3 weeks, right? This was 50, now it's down to 10. So I think you got to like Webull at these prices as well, especially if you like some SoFi and Robinhood. So yeah, Webull, you know, to be discussed. Back over to Sharif.
NVIDIA, oh no.
All right, guys. NVIDIA is next and having a great day today, up 2 3/4%. Multiple headlines. Let's start with the ones connected with President Trump. So Trump officials apparently torpedoed, according to the article by the Wall Street Journal, NVIDIA's push to export AI chips to China. Separately, we know that top Trump aides actually opposed the exports of NVIDIA's Blackwell chips to China, reports the Wall Street Journal. And then Jensen Huang, of course, for his part, he was lobbying to maintain access to the Chinese market. We'll see how that all goes. And then there is the tie-up between AWS and OpenAI, which announced a $38 billion strategic partnerships using, of course, NVIDIA's chips.
Yeah, NVIDIA might round trip from the morning here, it looks like. So it was support from Thursday and Friday's tops at about like 207 to like 207.5. And I guess that's where we are this afternoon, given that's a pretty big, it would have already broken the upward trend. So the all-time high got tested and not broken today. What was a good start with the UAE news, and now all of a sudden you're going to press into this low. I'd look for a bounce. I mean, yeah, it was a long consolidation off of 207 this morning. I suspect that you can get a potential bounce there. It's just at least looking for that momentum. But it's pretty heavily to the downside with this new President Trump advisor story, which seems to be kiboshing the stock. Maybe give it another 50 cents to $1, and then I'll start looking for a bounce play here on NVIDIA. But let's be real. Like, it's consolidating off of, an all-time high break. So if it's going sideways and bull flagging with an all-time high, this kind of a dip that doesn't break 200 is fine. Structure of the stock is fine until you 200 at a bare minimum, and even then it's not that bad because you'd have 10% to the 50-period moving average. Like think about that, how strong that is, right? Like from the highs, you could pull back almost $30, like 12, 13%, and still be at the 50-period moving average. That's NVIDIA because people like buying NVIDIA. And I actually sold some more AMD today because I decided I did want to buy AbbVie. What am I going to sell to buy AbbVie? I decided to sell some more NVIDIA, or AMD. I don't want to sell any NVIDIA, but I sold some AMD to pick up some AbbVie. I'm already a diversified type of person, but I wanted to diversify a little bit more.
All right, just quickly here. I was just going to say, and it just triggered now. Break of 206 there on Palantir. We'll get a half. So we just have a little baby left here. And we'll wait to see. We don't want to throw it out with the bathwater, but a break of 204.50. I mean, that would get me out. But we're already like on the way up. We are emptying it out. We only had 5% left. We have 2% now left of Palantir. Look, I talked about this with Sharif last week. We talked about the moat and how big it is. And we had a little bit of a discussion there. He thought that this was a name that could give it up. But for me, I last bought it exactly where Neil was saying they're down at 175. We talked about that, and it's like shit or get off the pot. You either like the stock or you don't. I like the stock, so I buy it. It doesn't have to drop 30% for me to say I like it again. I don't think we have to buy it up here. I mean, we haven't even reported yet, so we're going to wait for the end of the month here to get that NVIDIA report to come through, and then what we do, then we'll be able to judge it from there. I don't expect it to be a huge move, give or take, on that report. But hey, look, I mean, this is going to be directly in the line of sight of trade talk. So even with this deal with China, we're still getting NVIDIA news today. So up 3%, still continues to work. I don't have any problems holding this stock. It's one of the best ones in the portfolio and one of the biggest names now, and I'm fine keeping it that way. NVIDIA, it's a $5 trillion name for a reason. This name will continue to work. I want to dips on NVIDIA, so congratulations to everybody that's been holding that strong and not trading out of it. I went back and forth with AMD today, so I went long, and then we hit the short, and AMD only up 0.6 versus that NVIDIA 2.6 now, was up almost 4% at one point. So I still like AMD, but it's at its highs as well. So yeah, just everything in the space is working. Look at SMH. SMH today was near, if at all-time highs. Again, for SMH, we'll have to call it up here. I mean, obviously, this is going to have Broadcom associated with it as well. And there it is. So the whole space just continues to work. So I think you got to like these names in the chip space. Even Intel, I saw today, was starting to make some moves as well, nearing $40. I still think that $40 is a good level. Intel, how this one's ran as well. So there's just lots of opportunity. I would still say stay long with NVIDIA and maybe wait a couple minutes for our next name. We can get some lower lows in that one. I'm looking at 6 to 620, but it's Meta. Let's go get the story.
All right, guys. META, another bad day for Meta as it continues to bleed after the earnings report where they basically announced more CapEx than the market was willing to stomach. In any event, accountability research, guys, first I'm hearing of them. They upgraded Meta to buy a previous hold, and they moved the price target up to $855. I don't have the previous price target, though. Down today, though, another 0.62%.
Yeah, like, you know, it was a quiet day for Meta, but that meant bad because resuming what it's doing since earnings has Meta fallen to the downside. And regardless of what you think about, or any of us think about Meta positively, it's still looking for that earnings. You know, it broke the 200-period moving average. There was a bit of a downtrend from the highs that also ended up breaking down on earnings, unfortunately. So you don't really have much of anything till you get to the quarters, like 6 quarter, and then from there, maybe a 580. But the whole 3-day rule, like to me, this resets because if it had held 650 today, or at least that Friday bottom, and we closed higher, then I'd be looking to pick it up earnings on Tuesday. But it's still looking like it's searching for a low here, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a downward trend until it breaks it. The first step would at least be holding a bit of a double bottom since earnings. With that said, if you continue that trend, I think at a forward basis, it's now the cheapest of the Mag 7 names. So that's only going to get better on at 620. But until we find some other kind of bottom, that's the only level, like 6 quarter. I'll call it 6 quarter. I might think bid 22.22 in this case, but I'd rather it do like a nice rounded bottom here and then be able to buy it back in at that 650 level. But for Meta, it's just a short till it's not. And you've got a little bit of room. Maybe you get to that 20 this week. I'd prefer if it didn't.
All right, so look, I still own some Meta, but I'm not willing to buy anything at this valuation, not yet. 644, I mean, we talked about where its PEs. It's been in the teens before. We'll see if we can get back into there. I don't think their quarter was that bad, but again, Meta gets beat up a little bit because of what Zuckerberg has done in the past and spent too much, with the metaverse. And I mean, Amazon is CapEx, so did Meta, and it's like one's getting hit. And again, I don't think the glasses are a very good idea, but that's just me. I mean, they might be the next thing that everybody's wearing. I highly doubt it. But we'll sort of have to wait for Meta. I mean, I keep saying, like, every time someone's born, they get a new customer, and I do believe in that. And there was nothing wrong with their revenues. There was really nothing wrong with the quarter at all, but I'm not the one deciding that. The market is. So right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, big four days in a row, basically getting to the downside here. I don't see it stopping. I'd actually rather buy it breaking through 680 than trying to figure out where this name does come in. I mean, if we think that NVIDIA is trying to fall back in and maybe the market's getting a little toppy now after some of those earnings, maybe it is time to look in other places, not look directly at Meta. It's had such a huge move. And remember, these moves can just get started. Like right here, this was 740 down to 470. So like that's just one little move there that happened back in April. That's not even, like, what kind of memory do we have? That's February. So we're going back now just 8 months, that we've already seen this kind of a move down, right? And then even before that, this is 531 down to 420. So that lost $100 right there that you can barely even tell. And that was in April to basically the beginning of April to middle April, lost 100. So the fact that we're losing like that 150, I still think there's more to go. So yeah, we'll have to wait for Meta, but I'm willing to be patient on it. I still own a lot of this company.
And everybody, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGE, changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. You can scan the QR code on screen. Check the link in the description. Shout out to them. And, well, let's talk about something which we'll probably discuss. We'll discuss it this afternoon. Then we'll discuss it again at, I think, 4:05 when the earnings come out. And then probably for the second half of the show. That's Palantir.
Yep, I think those are the exact times, Neil. Palantir, another all-time high today, moving into 207.40. And holding well above 200. Guys, this bad boy reports after the bell today, and here's what we're expecting. We're expecting a move of plus or minus 10.1%. That is the expected move, with a prohibitively large options volume, about 608,000. Just to give you by way of example, the previous was a plus 4.1% on the last earnings date, and the conference call, if you want to hear Alex Scarp and company, starts at 5 o'clock, boys.
I definitely think that's a can't miss.
Alex Carp and company.
That's a can't miss conference call for sure. Alex Carp is very, very,
entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. Dramatic and entertaining and very, very convincing with his points.
He has flair.
Yeah. He's the proper CEO, I think. Founder, right? I mean, whenever you get companies that have founders as their CEOs, we talked about Jensen, we talked about we've talked about Elon Musk. There's not actually that many out there, and you can see that all the companies that are doing those, that have the founders behind them are sometimes can do quite well.
Better explosive growth is the way to do it.
Yeah. So look, I mean, today we wrote down Palantir right here on the note. I mean, I hope some of you got it. You can get it. It's free stuff, man. Every single day at Trader TV, Sean. I wrote, there's Palantir. Thanks to Dara. Dara put out some great graphics, so I retweeted that one. But yeah, there it is on the sticky notes. Your number one trade, man, ahead of earnings here tonight. Dropping on market weakness, we want is an opportunity. So we wanted to see if that happens, and that happened. So this is exactly what happened, man. The market got weak. Palantir fell right in. We took advantage of it, and now it's an absolute monster. So I was out right there at that 206 break, past highs. We did a great job trying to get some in early. Nice move in. We did get stopped out when it broke 202 the first time. Bought it right back. So it was actually great that wound up happening because we were able to put more shares on. We bought it back twice. And then just upside, man. My best out is 207. Let's hold this last percent and see if it wants to go upside. But great PE for expansion, but not great for value. It's probably going to get hit tonight. That 10% move, like if I come in tomorrow and this thing's at 230, I don't even know, like that would be like, I don't know what I'm going to do. At the end of the day, I could also see this being down that 10%, right? I mean,
do the sea walk.
They could, we'll do some crib walking or something. I'll learn to do that. I mean, if this gets to 230,
it's not that hard to.
If this gets to 230, I may just put an offer in and just take Trader TV Live private. But yeah, right now, 206. I really like Palantir, and it's going to be an exciting report. Like I recently got something out just around $200. I think it might have been 198 as we just kept on bouncing off of that a little bit there. But yeah, I'm still long this Palantir and don't have any plans of. Remember my hedge fund costume when we had the Palantir hat on. But I'm still getting out if this breaks view up with the last 2%. So if that breaks through 205, we're out. That stop's already in. Trump's favorite Fed member, Cook, now speaking for the last 20 minutes. But anyways,
crazy.
Yeah, the futures aren't doing too much on anything there. But Palantir should be fun tonight.
She's talking about hiring slowing down and the trajectory of the federal debt changes. She hopes the trajectory of the federal debt is changing in the near future. Yay, talking about government spending. That's always interesting. The last time well, it's already on the chart, so I can't really ask that question anymore because then we just count. I was going to say, the last time Palantir had a red month but now you could literally count 8 months back. Unfortunately, I was going to say that, and then I was going to show the chart, and people could have guessed. But it actually did 9 in a row, then red month, and now 8. This would be the 8th month, so technically speaking, they could have this 8th one, and then the end of the year could be the down. That said, I believe it's due for some kind of a red month. I think post earnings kind of gives it that chance to. What's interesting about it, the red month was a buying opportunity, but it actually like really rinsed down. But unfortunately, that's like the April low, so it's a bit skewed. So you get the April low to now is 3.5 times. Dip to the prior high is way too far out. Like it wouldn't be crazy if this got to 160, and then that would be like the buying spot, just from a structural standpoint. As far as tonight goes, like going into earnings, I don't ever really like trading stuff in the last hour that's going to report. You could do worse than playing it to VWAP. It's got the standard trend up, break trend, and then trend down into the volume weighted average price, where usually that's the place that I would look for some kind of a bounce. That's about the only thing I would look for. If I wanted to short, then would have been shorting it there. I think that's where you probably exited on the trend break. If I wanted to short it, that's what I would be shorting. The other thing worth looking at here, on complete sympathy, I took a shot on a breakout in Lumen today. Lumen, of course, relevant because they got a Palantir deal and went ham. It tried to break out, failed that breakout. If Palantir pulls back tonight, there's going to be the whole, oh, this is the turn for Palantir, short Palantir. I think undercover as a day trade, this might be as good, if not better, if Palantir has a bad day. Because this is what Lumen did because of a deal with Palantir. If Palantir puts in some kind of a top, this just failed the top up 8.5%. This could be a nice pullback play, but I'll have to wait until Palantir has their earnings to make some kind of a play. It'll be like a day trade tomorrow kind of thing. One way or another, I think Lumen's a trade tomorrow. It's just, I'll let Palantir be the guide as to which direction I think.
Okay, Pfizer trying to go. You see some people want to talk about Pfizer, want to talk about some Novo Nordisk.
Well, they report this week.
Yeah, we also had NVO is trying to break right now. I just noticed there's some sort of a VWAP situation here on Novo Nordisk. So there it goes, bounces off VWAP, trying to break higher, and it looks like it does want to do that up through that $50 mark. So here we go again, man. NVO, nice move here, back in. It's looking pretty good, pretty clean. May have found a little bit of a bottom there on Novo Nordisk. I think it's a good spot. I think LP1, kind of wonder drugs. There's going to be more discussion with these about what else they're able to do as far as diseases and things like that, and trying to help out with cravings on both sides of alcohol, whatever. So I'm interested to see if that can keep on going. We did see a nice move upside also for Eli Lilly. What in the... Yeah. I get some little John going on here. I did not see that today. Up 4%, making my sell on Google a little bit better because we did Eli Lilly that day. But yeah, nice move up there for Eli Lilly. 900. Okay. I like that one, man. I was like, hey, the next time we get back up here, we should be thinking about getting out of something. So I think that's what I'm going to do here. If we can bump the same way we've done in the last, like this 4 days ago was 815, right? Now you're at 9 and trying to get into this 930. I think 930 is worth putting an offer in. So get out at maybe that 10% again, just to, again, capture some profit so that when you do have moves down on names like Kings or Webull or something like that you're thinking about, then you can say, you know what, I got out of this one for a nice little runner. Let me lose my money in DraftKings and then put it into that stock. But for right now, Eli continues to work. And I mean, I'm still a big fan, and I've been sort of pumping the XBI for years. So I really, I just thought, forget about AI. I think AI helps biotech, but just biotech, like we're getting older every day, I'm getting young. Yeah, I know. Maybe some people are getting younger, but I'm definitely getting older. But the population,
oh, of course,
it's just like people are living longer, man. So some of the biotech names, they're going to start to go, and they already are. But that's a nice little pullback today, down 3% for XBI. So I would say pay attention into there. Like Neil, I've only owned AbbVie, Eli Lilly. I definitely am into some Pfizer. I'll have to.
I traded Pfizer.
I need to really go over my account again.
Well, I traded it because I guess it was the hold was actually pretty decently long. But I'm actually considering maybe it's worth getting back into. But on the point of like selling some things to put some stuff where you think you might get a turn. Remember now is the third consecutive month that Lululemon has bounced off the 200 period moving average. So Lulu is trying to make the bounce. I like it here. And look, obviously, no one calling a bottom, whatever. It's a line on a chart, but the way I see it, this has confirmed that hold. Certainly, I think if it does another month, maybe with a green month, I think that's a even better ad, but it's time to start nibbling this one as well. We were just talking about Eli Lilly for a split second, but we were also thinking about things that you would like dip by. I mean, the daily chart, like this is what it is. From like a swing trading perspective, it would need to break out a little bit over the 50-period moving average. But speaking of breaking out, as the market goes lower, I mean slightly, this NVIDIA thing seems to have really taken the air out of the bounce that was coming off the lows today. Because it seemed like, I don't know, I'll get to Bitcoin in a second. It seemed as if we're having one of those dip overnight, go right into overnight support, kind of hold on to green, and then just solid rallies up. Like NVIDIA was going back to the top, like everything seemed like we were trending back to the highs, and then you would wait to maybe short the top. But unfortunately, it was this Trump advisor story which seems to be taking us underneath. But at the same time, Bitcoin's still bouncing. So instead of shorting VWAP, I might just let it get back into this 1230 high and then try to revert that. So Bitcoin, Bitcoin was my regret. This was like the only thing I liked short. I roll my eyes because I did try to short it and failed. Like, of course, that's going to be the thing that didn't work in the morning. And then the long does, like, go figure. But I'm going to short this one going into the high on Bitcoin. I need to maybe press a little bit higher or break this trend line, which it could also do. Bitcoin down 2%, but that's 24-hour market. ETH was much worse. ETH is at, like Bitcoin's at 107.5. ETH broke 36 today and got to, I mean, it's 36.3 right now. Here, I can actually pull up Ethereum, show you guys for real. It's like, why not? We broke 3,600, got all the way down to 35.6. And remember, I just showed you a chart with Bitcoin over VWAP, right? And ETH certainly taking it, I don't mean taking it on the chin, whatever.
Where's Tom Lee?
But this pulling back in, BMNR holds.
Oh, I know where he is. He's done pumping it, my guy. You got in and out.
Correct me if I say this incorrect. So BMNR, Tom Lee's, whatever that is, they own what, 2.5% of all ETH? Is that? Yeah. So he's rocking 2.5% of ETH. And right now, this is 25% from the highs and getting into like the 200 period moving out, if you're into that sort of a thing. Like it's getting to the point where, hey, there might be just one of those like trade bounce longs. If this were to drop another, call it like 6% into 34 hundo. So I'm gonna watch out for that level. There might be a nice little bounce play here for ETH. Can't imagine that BMNR is doing very well here. I haven't looked at it today. I'm going to make the assumption it's having a bad day because you just saw a chart of ETH. Because I think as a trade, like maybe if ETH is a buy, maybe this is a better buy for a technical bounce because when ETH is down 4, this is down 6. So in theory, the reverse would also be true. So maybe the support would be about $40. We'll call it like $40 in BMNR, 3,400 or so on Ethereum. I think that could be a nice buy spot, but not doing very well at all. This is what? 30-something% from just the high in October, not its actual. These highs are ridiculous. Like it's nonsensical because that's the squeeze high. Like the actual tops are like $70 here and then 66 there, and it's trading at 43. So you know what? A bounce in ETH might be better played in this. I just think you got to wait for it. Not yet.
Yeah, I was still saying like I wish there was like one sort of like an ETF or something that tracks them all. And that way you can sort of better judge like just an all-world ETF crypto coin like that has like 30% Bitcoin or more than that, like 60% Bitcoin, basically that tracks the market cap. Like Coinbase I know moves on its own merits because it's obviously a stock and they have earnings and things like that. whatnot. But okay, we haven't looked at any of these kind of names yet. So Open Door today, trying to get back into 7. I don't mind that long. I mean, we've kind of went up and there from 7 back into 9 or so, back into 7. That makes some sense there if that comes in. The Army and the Brigade right here with Big Bear AI, still waiting for those earnings to come through. I think it's next week on Big Bear AI. Double check it. I haven't done anything, and nor am I doing anything with my Big Bear AI. Yeah, there it is in 3 days.
I feel like it was
no, sorry, 7 days. My bad. November 10th.
Oh,
I was gonna say it was either the 10th or 11th. I always mix it up. Now
I thought it was on my mom's birthday.
Now we'll.
Something else is reported.
Okay, now we'll just remember that. So on the 10th, so a week today actually. Is it aftermarket? Okay, so we get Palantir, one of my guys, tonight, and then to next week we get Big Bear AI. So back-to-back good days for reporting for me on Mondays. So that was a good one right there. Yeah, what's up, Roland, Joe? There might be a Katina Capital ETF one day, you never know. All right, so I wanted to see, we got some questions about Berkshire. Berkshire dropped their report on the weekend. They always do. This is going to be the last time you're going to see, you didn't even see, what's his name wasn't even there.
Buffett.
Warren, Uncle Warren, right there. Yeah, so he's basically done now, right? So nothing going on right now with Berkshire, but they're sitting on that $380 billion. We did have Mr. Michael Noss come through and talk a little bit about potentially what that means for not only Berkshire, but for the in general, and he was talking about how big cash position, it's not the first time that they've had a big cash position, and it won't be the last time. So watch out for Berkshire here to look to make an acquisition somewhere or get to work. And nothing wrong with sitting on cash. But remember, the main problem with cash right now is the interest rate. As the interest rate continues to move down, like we've just seen, and we get another one in December, hopefully, that puts your cash accounts lower because you're only going to be getting less on that. So they don't want to be sitting necessarily in too much cash. We saw that they made a move for Occidental a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month ago now, $9.7 billion. They took down Oxa Flame? I don't remember what it's called, but the division of Occidental.
That would be the petrochemical division of Occidental. And
shit, I stumped Adara.
I am very tired right now. This is not the name. Just give me 2 seconds.
Wow,
I will remember.
I'm not. I mean, Adara must be tired because she normally remembers, but it's Oxa something.
OxyChem?
Maybe.
I literally looked
I don't know, but
yeah, Oxy.
Whatever it was, it's down a little bit now.
$10 billion.
Yeah, they got 9.7 for it. So, yeah, that started sent to Occidental to the downside as well. So that's looking to break lower.
Doesn't happen very often for Adara.
No, that's what I was saying. I got her, stumped her right there. But that was a tough one.
But they got to work there. No, I had up. I used to own shares of Occidental, and even I didn't know that one. I don't anymore. But
yeah, I don't even know. Just a division of Occidental there. But not a great investment there. We have the Canadian guy. I forget what his name is. Again, he's taking over. And we'll see what happens with Berkshire. But I like Berkshire at these levels. I've been a buyer of this for a while now. Just actually the last couple of years, we started to do this when we had that podcast looking at it this is basically a managed ETF, basically, Berkshire with all of and they don't have, it's not a very huge management fee. They have, a good look. Coca-Cola, obviously still a big part of that. WFC as well. You can Google it. But there it is. Get involved with this ETF, Berkshire, as it use to do nothing, not a dividend stock either. So we got to hold. Fed's Cook is still speaking, by the way. So I don't know what Fed's Cook is going to be saying here, but all right, let's go over when we're ready. Are you ready, Andre? A couple of seconds. All right, thumbs up. What do you got, Adara?
Be aware here, we still have commentary coming from Fed's Cook right now. She'd be ready to act, quote unquote, if inflation proves more persistent. So that is interesting. Again, coming in a little bit more cautious, though not out and out hawkish from Fed's Cook. She's also saying that she is worried about the labor market because of the fact that it can deteriorate very quickly. Now, before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll thank our friends at Beta Pro, because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the street. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage, inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for purer performance and exposure. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out pro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have people here that should be able to do that.
Thank you very much, Darius. So I got into one reversion, the long one and not the short one. This is IBIT. I was like, okay, it gets up here either to the top and breaks trend, we get into it. But NVIDIA instead got to that 207 bottom from the morning, and then it broke its downward trend. So the first revision is long in NVIDIA. If you're just tuning in, shout out to Marco Rubio and apparently other advisors for saying you should not be selling advanced chips to China, NVIDIA. So that was, it wasn't the higher move from the top. I believe it was somewhere around the 209. Like, I think it was actually this candle here after we had come on, where this fell off the 209. So actually the first step up is going to be into this 208 consolidation level that we have. And we'll see if this can get back to VWAP. So I think it'll be a play into VWAP for me on this trend break, kind of the same as usual. And shout out to everybody. I'm going to restart this because all day long, it has been nothing but Tesla at the top of this thing. And I get it. Tesla's Tesla. Let's be real. But we're going to restart this. And when you type in new symbols that you want us to talk about, remember, the most important thing is that you have to chat, first of all, to do it. So hit the subscribe button so you can be in the chat. And then also remember, you have to use the $sign. So type the $sign. Don't do it yet. I have to fresh start. I think someone put IREN. You're probably going to want to type that again and throw your symbols on in there. Whether it's something that's moving, something you have questions about, something you just think is an interesting looking chart, it doesn't really matter. IREN is still going to be up there as well. I feel like I didn't even look at that stock. Checking back on it, it's a really good way for us to have an idea what it is that our viewers are going to be interested in, not just what we're trading. Because, you know, like I'll be in this and to the volume weighted average price, which I might just throw an order there because to me, it's sort of an obvious resistance spot. The market kind of looks weak. A reversion, I always play a reversion into VWAP is generally speaking the way that I want that. The other thing is, if you were following this morning, I did say I was going to simply short Kenvue at VWAP pretty much every chance that it gave me. It gave me 2 chances. 1 chance, 2 chances. I'll probably do this every single day that it works since the deal was announced. It's mostly stock deals, so if the market trends down, that kind of helps me because KMG is who's buying them. So if that trends down or the market trends down, you're basically laughing. And it was just free money off VWAP. I don't know if it gets back there for a third salvo, but that's about 16.7 where I'm in right now. If it gets there, I might take it. I might not. I have an order down there, but it's giving you 2% twice if you short it at that price, so why not? And as I said, I will do it tomorrow and the day after that, and as long as it has volume, as far as I'm concerned. So the other thing that I was just mentioning was IBIT. Like Bitcoin just broke that trend to the downside. So NVIDIA breaks the downtrend to bounce, and IBIT does this heavy pullback after it broke this. But I don't like to follow this all the way down. Like ideally, I want to be short like in here, and then give it to either the prior. I mean, the prior bar would be like 8 if I could get it right around like underneath 90, or you could then just give it to this top. But either way, that would require it popping up and getting me filled into the high 80s over here on IBIT. So I'm gonna see if I can't get filled. You know, you throw an order out, maybe it comes up and picks me up here and have my stop in case, and then we're locked and loaded and ready to go. That also reminder to thank our good friend this morning, Bertrand, for all those donuts.
Yeah, right now, look, I'm going to thank the market for getting to the downside because there it is, man. New trade alert. I hope you guys saw it, man. It's TQs. We just bought it right there off 118, like the 118 level. We wrote it down earlier. Tried to market. I don't know. The market's trying to get back going upside. Right now, we're long on the TQs, 118.20. With our out rate here, 117.80. Trying to get a little bit more out of this name right now as it continues to climb just a little bit. I did, yeah, there were some little peanuts or something.
It's the stuff from last week.
Yeah. Candied almonds or something. over there now. I just got to reconnect my headpiece right here, but there goes the futures. So I just figure, like, I know we were underneath everything, but I like this area right there. I thought that if we can go for a run into the close, we'll be here to try it. Palantir obviously continuously going higher now, so we're happy the way that one's been going there. I did want to quickly check in on gold. I know Neil reset that board for us. You know what? I'm going to get out one more piece here on the TQs. I do want to hold, there, I'm going to have 45s. Okay, so we're only at a 10%. I did want to check out to see what's going on with gold here as well. GLD 370, so kind of too much. Pretty boring today, up to 371 and back down into 367. So not much going on over there in the gold space, which is fine for us for right now. We can check out what silver's been up to as well. I recently bought some gold to diversify a little bit. Man, we just broke through 50s on the futures. So yeah, man, we'll just go, let's go money bag yo right here because yeah, there it goes. Nice move. On the futures. So we just put another trade on right there. So bought it there, breaking through the 21 period moving average, breaking through the 50, now at the 200, on its way to VWAP. I think we can put an offer somewhere up there. Let's go to 59, put an offer there, and then we'll see if we're able to get that. But so far, so good now as TQ is going higher, and we're happy for that. And our Palantir continues to climb a little bit as well. So that's so far so good here with PLTR. But yeah, the market, I mean, Tesla might be a good little look there. I know we're going to sort of go back to that board. Neil's on NVIDIA, which is a good day to be on NVIDIA as about Mini Marco and some of his talks there as well. And I don't know if it was him or not.
Well, no, the Wall Street Journal report said Rubio and others. So like, yeah, they did say Rubio. Like, I'm not making it up. Obviously he's one of their advisors, but the only one they gave by name was Marco Rubio. It really matters. Like, I take it with a grain of salt anyways.
Yeah.
Because it was a very, like, the whole position of do not sell advanced chips to China is the kind of thing that was mostly bipartisan anyway. So I would imagine that's a very popular opinion.
Makes sense.
In Washington. But it doesn't.
National security, I really do think that.
But it's kind of like the president's opinion that obviously matters the most at the end of the day. That said, it has been bipartisan and it's been contentious. I just don't see any way of China, like if there's a finalized deal between the U.S. and China, I think one of the concessions is some kind of chips going to them, one way or another. All right, we're topping out here in front of VWAP quarters. So this could be the turn. I'm going to take it out. Just a quick little reversion trade into VWAP on NVIDIA into, like I said, already into VWAP. It was a long downward trend, but specifically these guys had the negative news. So as it pulls back into what was the bottom before the news, if you think support to resistance, morning support to the support before the news came out, and it basically ticked it almost exactly. Like this bottom wick before that story hit is effectively where this stock just topped out a couple of seconds ago. I did not get the IBIT reversion. I was trying to sit there and get picked up, and it did not get me filled, so I might have to take some 80s after all on that trend break. This one's more of like it's a B setup. It's a little tight to VWAP. You know what, the more I look at it, I don't really like it. It's not a long enough trend. It's too close to the volume weighted average price. Maybe ETH is a better if crypto falls play here. Maybe I just don't even find a short, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you don't have to do, I mean, I think the market's, it's bouncing off VWAP now, so that's going to be the interesting part for me. I just adjusted the Palantir trade, so it's actually going to stop out right there at the 200 period if we break through right there, so 205.50. So we break through there, we'll get out of our Palantir. I mean, it's still a great long, but we need to wait for that. We talked about DraftKings earlier as well today. Talked about UNH a little bit on the first show. UNH is pulling back. DraftKings right into 30. I mean, I think that's a really, to me, like a great level for DraftKings. I just would like to see their earnings report, and I think that's later. Did we ever go over when DraftKings? There's so many dates now that I have to try to remember here. When's my anniversary again? Oh yeah, here, hold on a second. DraftKings. So there it is in 3 days. So November the 6th. Coming through is DraftKings. So I'd like to wait there, but I do think that this is a name that I behind DKNG. I like the first mover advantage. I know that didn't work well for Beyond Meat, but I think for DraftKings here, they did buy that Railbird. I want to hear like what exactly these poly markets and the other one there, Kalshi, all that, like what exactly kind of effect are they having on their earnings? Because they still don't have Texas, they still don't have California, and there's one other major state that they're looking for right now that's huge. It might be, did I say Florida? Texas, Florida, maybe that's what it is. Texas, Florida, California right now for DraftKings. So I want to see if there is, you know, any possibility for those to come on board. Those are huge sporting states, and, you know, the gambling should be there as well, right? I mean, again, not that gambling is state specific, but with the population that's coming through and the opportunities there, you know, big sports nations, see if they can get license and get them going for DraftKings. So I do actually like DKNG. Whatever happened to Penn? You know, we used to trade Penn there, and then Dave Portnoy and whatnot was involved with these guys in Barstool. Penn wound up buying Barstool and then sold it basically right back to him for nothing. So I think Portnoy is the one that wound up making out like a bandit in all of this, but love him or hate him, was a good deal, it seems like. Penn's another one, again, owns some casinos. So that would be a good opportunity there to do some more research on Penn and see what they're up to. Wynn is the name that I like. Wynn, again, in Macau, right? So as we talk about some of these deals in China, maybe they start to get a little bit more clear and whatnot, then you're going to see hopefully Wynn go back up and take out some of their highs as well into the 130s there. We had a report from LVS this is another big Macau name. And you know, I think Vegas right now, it's hard to say like Vegas is alive or dead right now. I mean, the weather over there right now in Vegas, I mean, it's so super hot coming out of the summer into the fall. So we'll start to see some traffic start to pick back up there. But look what LVS has done. They're on the daily chart just all the way to the upside. Las Vegas Sands kicking it right there. So that's a nice move as we continue higher on LVS. I mean, just taking out these levels and going. This looks like the winner in the casino space. The other one is CZR, Caesars. I like Caesars. Like a few times I've been to Vegas, Caesars, all those hotels are so huge. It's great to see them all. But look at this, going in opposite directions of our good friend Wynn both Wynn and LVS. So Caesars might have some problems underneath them as well. I don't know what exactly they would be, but Caesars looking lower there. Let me know what casino stock is like there in the chat. I'm not even sure if there's a casino ETF.
I've never owned a casino stock.
Actually, Nas put out a short about LVS. When was that?
I don't think there'd be enough names for there to be an ETF.
No, that's that. I mean, I don't think so. You'd have to get some other names in there, like.
But there could be like an entertainment ETF.
Well, you could put in like Marriott. You could put in like different.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Disney would, I mean, in some ways.
What's an ETF that they'd have to make up and figure out what's going on there? When did Michael Noss say that about LVS?
I've actually never heard him talk about it.
I was just wondering. Yeah, I don't know, because I know he has his own Instagram or Twitter and all that he puts things out on. So there goes LVS upside, Rivian Millionaire. Let me know. We can ask him. I mean, he's coming on the show with Neil tonight, I believe, anyways. All right. So just a quick update on Palantir. I mean, our futures trade has come back a little bit. We're only out of 30% of this. I'm going to take another piece out right now at 42s. If we can get it, there it is. We get some 42s out. So now we're officially in about 60% left of this TQQ trade. It just doesn't look like it wanted to get all the way to VWAP. So let's not really this up too badly there, but there's a couple outs. We can hold it into the close. Comfortable doing that for sure. So we'll wait on it, and love trading the futures. I think this is a great opportunity to get involved with some of it right now. And I meant to go over to Palantir quickly and have a quick look, but we're still using the 200 period moving averages are out 205.50 on that one, and then Tesla's all-time high. Let me just see what eSignal says, because I know there's some talk. Was it 481, 490 and change? eSignal's giving this 488.54, going all back here. I'll bring down my chart here to show you guys where they're saying it's all the way back into last summer. The winter. So December of 24, so about a year ago, right there is when we topped out for the all-time high. Little mark down there from eSignal, 488 and change. It does look like we have maybe a couple of wicks higher, but 488 looking out for Tesla. Wow. A couple of days ago, man, honestly, this was 420. You know, like it was right back into there. That's the 24th of October. Literally a week ago, back in. So yeah, it was 420. Like that's where it bounced off of.
It's so amazing that stock is.
So yeah, lots of stuff happening right there. But I think they're. I mean, we could put a couple polls out. We could put a Palantir poll out, or we could put a Tesla poll out. Does Tesla break all-time highs this week?
But the problem is Palantir's already broken the high. So like.
No. Just Palantir would just be down for tomorrow?
Oh, I see what you. Oh, I thought you were comparing.
Let's do that. Let's do that with 1 minute, with 1 hour left. Okay.
Palantir's better because it's new tonight.
Yeah, just get rid of the current poll. Yeah, we'll here. This is what it is right now.
What is the current?
Does Neil have a mustache in November?
On.
What? The people are voting, Neil.
Yeah, but like they voted like yeah.
I mean, are you a man of the people or not? Right here. This is. Do you want to see Neil in a mustache?
I actually agreed to this, by the way.
No. This is just a question. This is not. this is not a bet with Neil. This is. Do you want to see Neil with a mustache? So whatever. He has to ask. Here, I know how you can get away with it. Just say you'll ask your daughter, and then she'll say no, and then you don't have to do it.
But she will. She's already said no several times.
Oh, she already said no. Okay.
Strongly dislikes me with facial hair, so it's a actual
thing. Is Sharif did it, and I was like, it's a Mario. Oh, I think it looks actually, Sharif's kind of growing on me.
I think I look ridiculous with facial hair, to be honest with you. And my daughter 100% agrees. She really dislikes it.
Don't listen to anything that guy says on your screen. That's the first thing right now. Oh man, no, we're training. There's some.
Oh, I know what that is. I wasn't sure what that was.
Yeah. All right, so we're trying to. Watching something that's my face is on the screen, so I'm like, don't trust anything that guy says. But no, just joking around. Trust everything I say. But no, 470 for Tesla. Look, we talked about that. We said that this was going to be something here potentially into the afternoon. We didn't want to short this name. Looks like we're going to be right on that call. But it's come right into a level again. So 470.50 right there for Tesla, up now 3%. Maybe some giving back here for Sir Elon and company. But we're going to get rid of that poll and put up, will Palantir be green or red tomorrow? That's it. Just tomorrow open, is Palantir red or green? I don't care. The move is 10%.
It keeps it simple.
Give or take 10%. I mean, I don't, we may not get to that level. I don't know like how in line Palantir's estimates come or not. And then I want to do maybe a one tomorrow about Tesla getting to its all-time high, maybe by the end of next week. I think this week, but the poll will be pretty.
At this rate, it's 1 day away. It's hard to.
No, at 9 open tomorrow, we'll do.
Yeah, say at the open.
Yeah, 9:30. So at market open tomorrow, will Palantir be green or red? That's it. Simple thing there. My vote is for green.
Someone just said flat in the chat. Well, it's not going to be flat.
It's close to flat. Who knows?
Yeah, but exactly flat it won't be. Close to. Well, which one is that? I didn't see that one.
I saw this one down there. This is crunchy almond.
That looks good. What was like? Oh yeah, no. Well, to me, anything plus or minus. Flat is more like anything inside of like 1% up or down, I would consider to be flat. But that's not what the poll's going to be. It's literally just going to be red or green. The market is rolling at VWAP. So
I don't want to make this go
David, we're going to get to your super chat, but we're pulling back a little bit here. David,
Palantir at 222.
Anyone in the community have a recommendation for a great workstation laptop? Love my Lenovo ThinkPad 15-inch, but open to other brands. So, well, that question wasn't to us. We literally just trade on the computers that are provided for us, what they hook us up with here on the floor. But we have a great community out there. That's the right place to ask. And I think, you know what, at the end of the day, you want to be able to trust your internet connection, your PC, laptop, your broker as well. You want to make sure you have a reliable broker with data. Make sure you actually.
I really like Lenovo's.
We love
business machines, international business machines. Grab the IBM situation going on over there.
I love IBM stock.
I love IBM.
Do it, IBM.
If someone wants me to test one of the laptops out there, I mean Lenovo,
I'd go for a ThinkPad.
Sean at TraderTV.live, message me out there.
Actually,
right on air, we'll open up a little Lenovo.
You know what I realized? We tried to give my daughter like an old laptop, and apparently it wasn't that old. I had to check the specs on it, but like Roblox was always crashing on it.
Yeah.
And then I realized it was like I thought, okay, it should be. It was kind of old, but like it was just the Roblox was chewing up too much.
Yeah, that's the.
So we're actually considering, okay, like Christmas, do we get her like a laptop that's good enough, or do we just get her a nice tablet and then connect the keyboard to it? So we're not decided.
I did the laptop.
She's not watching. It's not like she knows what's going to happen here, and she's not going to watch this right now. And if she, I'm an idiot. But
my kids are at cooking class.
What? Oh, it's
they do after school cooking class.
For a second, I'm like, why are they in school? And then
I got her a MacBook. So I just got her.
You went to like the laptop.
I just got her. Yeah, I just got her last month.
The thought would be then.
And Roblox runs on it.
What probably works too well because then she's all over Roblox.
Yeah, she told me the other day, this MacBook is too So the fan, it's like it's trying to. I didn't get her. I got her an older one, so it was a couple years old. Their MacBook, but I mean, they don't really need it for school. At school, they give them the for free. They give the Google. What are those? The Android computers. What are those ones called again? Chromebooks.
Yeah,
Chromebooks.
Yeah, those are all.
Those are they're good, but I mean, they don't have much power to them. They're allowed to take them home and everything. The thing is that her school, not her team, her hockey team, they do video review a couple times a week. So.
Oh, you want a tablet?
So she's.
Well, I mean, I guess
she's all over the video review. So. Yeah. She watches that on her laptop. Actually, Surface, Microsoft, Surface. We'll try some of those laptops around here as well.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Anybody?
Take some of those suggestions. Can you look at, thank you for Stromnetz Berlin. Appreciate it.
Stromnetz Berlin, yeah, it's Strom.
CIFR.
Marcus Stroman.
You know what we said this one? There was a couple of gappers this morning. I was like, well, this one at least fared better terms of, because sometimes you just make the high in the morning and that's just how it is on these gappers. If you got it in the pre-market, great. If you're buying it into the open, sometimes you end up buying that top and hopefully you can scalp it because it did break out the high and go like $1.20. So if you have a scalping mentality, you could have easily won a breakout. But if you had a buy it and buy the dip and hold all day long mentality, you got rinsed effectively. But it did hold on to kind of the prior high. It maybe rinse some people out by taking out that prior high, and it's going to close above the top. That's a good sign. I forget the other symbol that we're looking at, but that one wasn't nearly as good. But either way, you're going to get it. It's a topping tail candle with a close above prior resistance that you're getting on CIFR. That said, there's never a scenario, in my opinion, that when you have this type of a breakout, whether it's that breakout or maybe you bought this dip after what I would assume would be earnings based on the volume, or even this dip in the prior high. All of those, like that's 50% to the top. Here again, that's 50% to the top. This one is a double up. Those are all very clean profit-taking levels, despite the fact that it looks bullish. It's more of like a, let it fly, but like I look at charts like this, and I'm always thinking, if you congratulations if you got it, but I play with house money on plays like that, as opposed to, hey, I got in and look at this great dip, I'm just going to hold it all. Like the stock is up from August, this stock is up 5 times. 5x, that's a lot. Short float's going to play into it as well. But yeah, great look. It's a great bullish close if it can hold on to this 22 area. But those are great technical, 50% or 100% from the more obvious dip buys. Makes some sense to me to take some profit and fly.
I wanted to just adjust my TQQ trade here. So it did, like if I always try to think about, and I think this is a good way of thinking about trades also, is if you were not in the trade that you're currently in, would you make it? Okay. So that's something right now that when I look at this TQQ trade, I think to myself, this doesn't look that great. We just bounced again off not again, but we bounced off VWAP. We bounced off the 200 period moving average. We've already seen lower lows here today at some point, and they could be coming back again. I took time real quick. I know how much this trade can go against me, really super fast. So I just want to say that if you are in this trade, I've changed my out. So if this breaks basically 118, then I'm gone. I'm out of this trade. I don't really need to be nor want to be involved in a Q's trade if we do break below that. So we're going to hold on to what we have. I'm still pretty bullish at these levels, but I don't want to average in. I don't want to see it come down to yield, and I don't want to lose 30 or 40 cents. Like the most we were able to get, and I think that going 1-to-1 is not something that I was building something that has that risk to reward thing. And I think you were talking about what, 2.64? Oh, he has
1.9. I thought he had it higher than he's adjusting it to 1.
Okay, so 2-to-1 or so if you're looking for, but I just trade basically on feels and on what I'm seeing, not like where is this? And we had somebody on, who was it? It was Obi that was saying that Fibonacci's are basically a scam. So you have to let Obi say that. He went off on.
He did say that. I've never
Fibonacci. He was reading. No, but this is why I'm saying it has to be with Obi, because there was a trader that he follows, and maybe if you guys are in the chat, no. Who? Just come on, Adele.
Lance Brightstein.
Okay.
I have no idea who that is. I don't follow any to my demise probably. But it's apparently this dude has done historical studies, and there's absolutely nothing linked in charting to Fibonacci.
No love for the Fibonacci's.
Yeah, so that was from him, but again, apparently that data is out there, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I was just going to say, for me, I don't necessarily say, all right, to work, like I'm long at 18.20. I just got out at 50, so that's 25 cents was the most I was able to get. Therefore, my loss has to be 25 cents. I'm just trying to look at it like we just bounced off there, and this support, I don't really, it may not hold. I don't know if it's going to or not, but that's part of what trading is. So I'm going to take a little bit more down here. We just missed it. I'm at 18.10. If we get 18.10, I'm going to give it to like 118, basically breaking. And even though this doesn't look like that's that much, that is still 75. So I would rather save like 20 cents and get out like on a 95 break and not have to deal with that and make the bottom wick again if that was what comes down. So let's just be very, very careful with it. It's 3:15. It's now power hour. Do we have that power hour graphic?
I didn't see it.
I feel like we're missing that. We have.
Run that again.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, it is power hour right now, but you're still in. Oh, you're in NVIDIA.
I was in and out. It went to VWAP. Here, I was just going to show this because I'll say this for Fibonacci's. When I used to trade penny stocks, when you're starting out as a trader, you try anything and everything. And one of the things I was trying to use to always hold things, maybe a little bit longer, with day trading, so longer in the day, was Fibonacci's. I found zero success with it, so I literally stopped. And I'd use trend lines because I found that it worked better for me in terms of where to exit trades or where to try to catch bottom top. So that's what I use the penny stock trader. But like just for absolute fun, this is NVIDIA on a daily. I don't even know if this is how you're supposed to use it. But let's go the low, like the April low, which is our Liberation Day. Why am I struggling to say Liberation Day? Liberation Day low to this resistance level. And then I know what's going to happen. If I click this, I don't have it set right, so you're going to lose some of those lines. But look at how well this actually ends up working out. So you sometimes will find a situation, where you throw a Fibonacci in here, and then the level works out, and that 185 up top ends up being pretty much the exact resistance that you would expect by looking at that measured move. And if that works for you, it works for you. And if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. I just believe you should do whatever do whatever works. If you consistently make money using Fibonacci's, then do that. And if you consistently make money using the 9 and 20 EMA or the 50 period or whatever the heck it is, it ultimately doesn't matter. And whether someone else likes it or not should be irrelevant. I happen to like trend lines, and it was the first thing that actually continued to work. And I still use VWAP, and I always make sure I have a volume indicator. And those are the things that I like. And to each your own. For sure. And someone just said in the chat, it's long, that one's long term, or some people say it's good for confluence. Yeah. Some people just have their strategy and maybe they want one or two indicators to confirm what they're already seeing. Yeah, whatever works for you. I think is as long as you test it and as long as you make sure, hey, okay, this isn't really working, so I shouldn't be doing it. Not just, I think it's good. This NVIDIA right back to where our entry is. And what I don't like about it is see how far this dipped. The futures didn't dip as far. This dipped more than the market did on that pullback from VWAP, which makes me not like the long as much. We have a couple more super chats if I can find them. Palantir at 222 after pulling back from 230. So clearly you voted green. Thank you to Rattle. I don't think I've seen that name before. Thank you for the super chat, Rattle.
Thank you very much.
So 222,
Thank you
I love that number. Contrarian Obi is the best Obi. Style. He loves the mean reversion. He likes to find the top, find the bottom. Look for when everyone's thinking one way, kind of go the other mentality, which is, again, that can easily be your style. My very first style was in penny stocks. Find the person that controls the stock. And back then you could do it with market makers. Also, it was support and resistance. If it's a penny stock and it finds any kind of a bottom, it's got serious potential. And if you found a support level, just buy, and then just hold and work in and out of the position. And if I thought 25.5 was a buy level on a stock, just go long 26, 26 quarter, 26 half, like all day long until it stopped working. And I would just be constantly in the position and constantly working in and out of it. And if what I thought was support was gone, you punch the heck out. And sometimes you were an idiot. Like, it's still holding when you knew you shouldn't. And that was, it's funny because all of the worst days penny stock trading was always the same thing. It was either overfilling good long, overfilling it short accidentally, or this is a support level, buying a bunch into it, and then being like, oh, it's going to be fine, and holding through, which everybody does from time to time. And it was always those two things that burned you. The overfills usually weren't that bad because you'd be long and be like, oh, crap, I have too many orders. I'd overfill short. Then you take the hit right away. But the other one really, really would burn you because you'd be overconfident and you usually be in max position at that moment. Everyone can be stubborn. Never, if you're doing something because of a support level, when that support level is gone, you got to get the heck out of Dodge, especially in a penny stock.
All right, Leroy, I saw you put that up. Yeah, no, penny stocks, you got to be careful with. We see them traded on the midday there with Sharif. Not just penny stocks, but a little faster moving names as well. Okay, what's up, Leroy? Hey, Sean, what's up, Leroy? How's it going? You hold your trades up to 10 to 1. Yeah. I hate that meme. All right, but you exit at 1 to 1. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? It's about not having the big losers and trying to have some winners. I mean, I'm doing it hopefully for you guys every day here. I think I've proven that. So what's your average risk to reward? I have no idea. So that's the one thing that I don't do is homework, really. You know, don't tell my kids, but no, I just, I don't really look at what my averages tend to be. You know, like what I try to do is try to make just the best possible trades and then look at the charts afterwards and try to figure out where, so I do a little bit of homework as far as that is concerned, but I don't download my trade lists or go through them, and that's to my demise. I mean, I probably would be a much better trader if I did that. I mean, we're already sitting here for a reason, but if I actually leveled it up, I mean, who knows how much better, and I think that goes to doing more work. But at the end of the day right there, yeah, I would say it's probably one is probably decent, like, you know, because sometimes you put on trades and they don't work out and you wind up losing. And on those days, see me, I'll tell you guys like that I'm down or I've just lost a boatload, or like on Friday or whatever, we lost something, I think it was on Tesla, but then made it all back on Palantir. So just talking about like what a disaster stock I have and what that looks like versus the other way around. For me, the biggest problem is not on that. It would be just, and this is in the past, hopefully, just averaging in maybe using trades. Once a trade is given up, like I think a big example here would be, let's get rid of that. But I think like right here on the TQs and what we did earlier today, I think is a perfect example of that. Like we liked 118, it came into 118, it fell through. As soon as we got filled, we put our stop, and then moments later our stop got triggered and we were out of it. So like on this particular hit, we probably lost 20 cents. And like right here, see, like it goes up in the money. The problem is I have too many outs to do that math, Leroy, to like try to figure out exactly where my what my ends are. But like this comes right up and I take it out because it's at the 200, and we take more out because it's at VWAP, right? And if it continues, then we'll get some out at 119 and then so on and so forth. So that would turn into all of a sudden a 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1 winner. But it's more about trying to hold on to more of the position. So like right now on the TQs, I still have about 40% of this trade, and noticing right here, and again, this is why I'm saying I'm not wired like this. Like that looks like this is a top, right? I mean, these are tops here. It just topped out, came back, topped out, came back. So the next time it comes back up there, I'm getting some out. I don't even look at what the risk to reward is there. I just look and see in the blotter and see profit plus an area that I like to take it out. So I'm going to take it out and then adjust my stop and get a little bit more conservative on the stops. But thank you, Day Trader LA. Sent 10 memberships plus some super chats. We can get those super chats up there once they're.
And Day Trader LA was super chat this morning as well. So thank you very much for that. Day Trader LA. Oh, there it is. Prediction time. AMD over 260 tomorrow. Well, they report, but you're talking about like tomorrow before.
AMD reports when? Tomorrow?
I don't think tomorrow. Or they Thursday. Tuesday or Thursday. They're this week, anyways. I'll double check. Dara probably remembers. But
I think he means tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but are we talking about before earnings?
AMD.
Usually we think prediction after earnings.
Tomorrow, 4:15 p.m. Eastern ETA.
I feel like that's more fun after earnings than before. Well, I told you I sold some AMD today to put some into AbbVie. it just came down to what else do I want to that is an AI affected name so I could put it into some other sector. And the answer I came up with for the second time was AMD. And it's like that answer I came up with the first time I asked myself that question was AMD, and it's still kind of the answer to me. And it has more to do with just what it's done and the valuation and relative to NVIDIA for me than anything else. So, I mean, I guess by default it would be disingenuous for me to say anything else other than lower. I don't know how. I don't have strong thoughts on this, to be honest with you. But like I said, I just sold some in front of these earnings after the bell tomorrow. So join Sean Dara tomorrow for some AMD earnings. There's a couple of other good names. I believe SMCI is the other one. Unfortunately, Uber is in the morning.
Yeah, a couple in the morning.
I don't know why
Shopify's
Uber always
morning,
has to report in the morning. I hate
best Canadian name, Shopify.
I hate morning earnings.
Yeah, banks kicked them off in the morning.
I just don't like it.
Yeah. All right. So here goes, man. Now this is an official. Okay, we're reloaded. Right there in the TQs, we just got 11s. I just tried to get out at 18, not get filled right there. So hopefully this can blast up through. And this is what I mean. I don't even look at the risk to reward. There it is. We get some 18s. As this tries to blast up higher, then I'm waiting at 21s, and then we're waiting at 26s just to get back up right here, trying to turn winning trades into realized winning trades. So there it goes. Give me those 21s. If we can get up there, break through. And again, in the 50-period moving average, 27s. We're again at 26s. So if we can just get a little bit more out here, and that would be good. Then we can see, there it is. Yes, yes, yes. See? This is what we do. Man, I'm sore today. All right, so there goes the TQs, man. We're waiting at 26s now at 24. So this is a 12-cent winner. This is more like if you were doing one, I told you my stop would be just breaking through 118. So it's like 1-to-1 right now. So if you're in that, and I actually wonder there, Leroy, because most of my trades are winning, like pretty. I mean, someone did a study and was over 75 or 80% or so winning trades. But I feel like if I actually took more shares and maybe just took, 1-to-1s, how much better maybe we would be. So there could be something there for sure. I'm going to offer some. There we go. We get some 21s again, and we get some more out there at 21. So that's so far a decent trade there as well. All right. So yeah, ultimately neutral, exiting at 1-to-1. Yeah, exactly. So I really like 1-to-1 trades, but something that to talk about, as I know, different traders, as we say all the time on this show, have different. So do yours, and that would be the most successful. But there it goes. So we just got a couple more outs. Waiting out for Palantir. It's still holding okay. I'm still going to wait for 205.50. Hopefully that holds us into the close. And then right here on the vote, I voted green. But I think that's kind of cherry picking a little bit. I'm not sure where Palantir's earnings are going to go. I think that in this space right now, when we talk about what we're looking forward to, government is obviously, that's where I lean towards being a little dovish or hawkish, I guess, on their report. Because if they come out and say, look, we're uncertain about some of these contracts because of the government funding, I don't think it's necessarily going to happen, but that could be a case for Palantir tonight. So.
I actually voted green, but my reason had more to do with anecdotally, my memory, I remember far more instances of Palantirs being at the top, being near highs or after they report, gapping up, but then dropping at 9:30 than the other. So like my brain just goes to, well, if most of the time it's the gap up and then sort of take profit at 9:30, well, it needs to be up in the first place to do that. So therefore, I'm going to vote for what I think is the better probability. I didn't do any math. It was just like in my brain, that's how I remember it more times than not. The other thing, it's falling. Well, I mean, you could have gone short where we entered long on NVIDIA, but I was looking for a long. It's just continuing to drop. So NVIDIA is going to lose. Oh, check
get more
that.
Out of these futures.
It's barely hanging on to the morning low. That's at 206.79, and that's right. I just kicked my old keyboard. I had to replace my keyboard this morning. But which you should always make sure you do. Like came in and one of my keys was literally not working. It's like, what can I do without that key? And then realized that was a pretty stupid thing because it was pretty important. Changing like share size a little bit annoying based on the way I did it. So I made sure I made that change. Yeah, I'm not going to get into this NVIDIA again to the long side. Don't like it. It's about 330. I was going to look at some early imbalances, and there's a few over $1 million already, but these are names that, like Enbridge and TD, are dual listed. So no matter how big the imbalance is, if you're not looking at it in Toronto and it's not the same way, then it doesn't matter. Pfizer is a sell imbalance of 2.3 million. Almost always, Pfizer pretty much pairs off every single time. Elka Mining, 2 million to the sell side. Don't know what's up with that. That's a pretty significant portion of the day's volume. It's not really moving going into it. So pretty light. I mean, HL looks interesting. Just doesn't seem like the kind of stock that would move it. So I might keep it up on the radar. But 330 has hit. I put a trail on this Kenvue, and as I said, this might be one where it's just like VWAP for a couple of days. I've seen this sometimes. When you have like cash and stock buyouts, it'll do this, where it'll actually trade trend for a little bit. So you're not just sort of trading the inside range on arbitrage, effectively just trading a trend. And the market overall was kind of a downtrend. So this kind of gave you VWAP twice. I have a trail in here at like 16.5 bucks. Otherwise, we'll see if we can get the low of the day there. iBit not doing much of anything. Let us know what else you guys are watching. I saw some people saying, why is Meta going down? Or what's going on with Meta? What's going on with Alphabet? Right now, the market loves Alphabet's quarter, and they're hating on Meta. So one is doing this, and the other is doing that. And of course, Alphabet just made them. And the worst timing ever. I was about to tell you that Alphabet's at the high of the day, and now it's starting to pull back as well. But right now, Meta's in the penalty box. And Alphabet is broken out in kind of a big way. But if you look at it since earnings, this is actually the first up day since earnings. You pull back into up day. So Google seems to have found a post-earnings bottom at this 280 level. As long as that holds, I think for the next couple of days, you're at least looking for some longs on Google. As far as Meta's concerned, I just don't know. I'm not trying to guess where the bottom's going to be. I wanted to do this. It'll hold the low, come in the next day, play off that low. Meta hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, I actually really like that talk there about Google. I think getting some strength there in Google back into the market. Like if the market dips down, we, like Google, like report. I think that was one of the better reports, and then they got hit off of that as well. So watch out for Google. Again, I like the stock and own the stock. So just a little talk on that one, and then a little bit of a talk here on TQs one more time as. Almost broke 118. We're going to give it just a little bit more than that to the upside. There it goes. I was just going to say, now we're getting some more out as it's trying to come back upside again right now. I'm going to get another piece out at 18 if we can do that. It doesn't look like it wants to do too much. If we could just scalp out near at the end of the day, all we're really doing, we're at 3 times right now our daily goal. That was, we only have 2 trades today. We have AMD long and short, so we flipped up on AMD as soon as we broke through that 250.70. We could judge market weakness, and again, I think this is part of what I do the best, and we were able to take advantage of that. So there was market weakness in AMD, brought that downside. So that's my big banger there for the day. And then we have Palantir. Is obviously a good trade. You can see what we're doing there. And then the last but not least is the TQs. And we took that really early there. So I guess we have 2 trades, and then we're just kind of trying to figure out TQs now. So I guess 3 names. That's all that I've traded there today. That was a decent out right now. We have half of what we have left. So this reload may not work out right now for the futures with only 30 minutes left until Palantir. There's really not too many earnings. Adara has them all out. Yeah, HIMS today and PLTR, and then that's bunch tomorrow morning, man. Yeah. It's that's going to be a couple big ones there tomorrow. What's up, Adara?
That's a great transition there, Sean, because I actually want to remind you guys of the implied moves in the expected times for these numbers. 4 p.m. we have Vertex, which only implied move of 6.4% this time, but actually dropped 20% last report. So VRTX could be one to watch. Also Navitas and Diamondback Energy, or FNG, reporting at 4. At 4:05, we get by far the 2 most closely watched names that are reporting after the bell today. Palantir and HIMS and HERS in second place. Then we have CLX at 4:10 p.m. And again, here are the implied moves. You can find this infographic X at TTV Research. But as we know, Uber is going to report tomorrow morning. You may be wondering, what's the implied move for that? Well, guys, I have an infographic for that too. Now, I do want to remind you guys, these implied moves are always very subject to change, and they can change by any amount. So again, we're about, maybe we'll say 15 hours away from these reports. These implied moves might change a bit, but here they are as of roughly minutes ago when I posted this. We're having quite large implied moves for a lot of these names. The smallest one is Pfizer, the largest here, Hut 8, about 15% again. can also be found on X at TTV Research. And get ready for earnings previews for names like AMD and Supermicro. Those are likely to be posted tomorrow ahead of those earnings reports. Back to you.
Like that Ferrari. Yeah, I don't remember. We were talking about that HUD 8 with Eric Jackson.
Yeah, that Eric Jackson day was that the temporary high? Was it really this day, and then it pulled all the way back to 38? Because I don't remember, we looked at it that day and it was like, okay, well that was fun, and then the next day it was already trading down. I remember that much, but that was an inopportune time to have gotten into that. You're fine now because you're right back up to the top, but you had to the storm of like 30% to the downside there. As HUD 8 potentially breaking out fresh highs, because it looks like not just about crypto, but that's going to be a big one. I just wish they weren't reporting tomorrow morning, but it'll be a fun one tomorrow. Lots to work on. I just realized we just bounced off the low, and I said I would get out, so I'm going to do it and then show you why. And so there was a question in the chat. I believe it was Leroy Jenkins. No, straight up, Leroy Jenkins in the chat.
Yeah, we saw it.
And I wasn't just saying that to say it. So I said if we bounced off the lows on Kenview, the same bottom held at 16.3. But the question was something along the lines of what kind of a ratio should you have? Like what percentage of your account should you make? For a retail trader, I don't know the answer. I've only ever traded prop. I've never actually traded, retail. Well, I mean, I've traded my own money, but not to consider that where I'm making my money. So as a trader on a prop desk, like you have a daily shutdown limit. And then, so like that's usually like a rolling, like here it's like a rolling 12-day average, blah, blah, blah. And then you get like 40% extra shutdown based on relative to your average day. So that's the metric you work off of for, how much you're winning to losing. Like most traders, it's like if you can exceed and it's called your monthly profit projection. If a month that's over that, good. And then you want to control your losses, make sure that you're not getting shut down. Like on a prop floor, usually there's a risk system built in to guide you towards that. That's a humongous advantage. But it's also it's necessary when you're trading someone else's money. They get to tell you how to to a certain degree, like what you're allowed to risk. I shouldn't say they don't tell you what to do, but I'll never forget the smartest. I don't want the smartest guy in my training group, but the guy who knew the most about the market and trading and analyzing charts and all that stuff, it's like he knew a bunch sitting down and none of us knew anything. I won't say his name, but that get into these crazy winning trades. You're gonna know this, and he'd be up walking around, getting a coffee. And it's he'd have the biggest winner of the day, and then it would come all the way back, and he'd taken nothing out. Then he would just get stopped out. He was really good at making calls, and I'll remember he was always getting constantly yelled at. You remember the dude? He was a good guy.
That's literally what I'm listening to everything you're saying. Good at making calls, big winners, this and that. That's pretty much.
No, but he would never take props.
Exactly.
No, but he would literally never take. It was almost like every single trade. I think because he'd always been a retail trader, he would swing trade. He was so used to that it's but it hasn't hit my target. I'm you're day trading right now. You have to be out by the end of the day. So that doesn't work. You can't just be the best price is going to be at 4 o'clock. Literally, it didn't work that way. And it never worked out for him. It was frustrating to watch him because I think for the first week, I shut down my first 7 days, which as a trainee is kind of normal. You lose $10, you shut down. But this guy was already instantly making money. It'd be frustrating him to see and throw it away. But ultimately, it didn't work out because he didn't develop a strategy for both entering and exiting, whether for loser or winner. Both those things are incredibly important. So to me, the example I will use for Kenview is I'm very disappointed in this trade, and I'm much happier with this one for obvious reasons. See here, I had what I think was a B entry, but then I had an A entry after. This is right there is quite possibly the worst mistake you can ever make, because just as I got my best entry, I'm exiting shares before I've allowed it to work. It doesn't make any sense. I don't. Exit point. I should be getting something out at the bottom tail of that 3-minute candle. And then even here, I'm getting way too many shares out there, and then I'm getting trailed there, and I'm not getting anything out at that bottom. But here, I'm actually getting out on the curls, getting out at bottoms. And ultimately, that's how I always want to look at it. And Corey in the chat, Meta is not SSR. No, No, I mean it.
From the other.
Like it was, when we talk about the short sell restriction, if it's down 10%, that applies for the day that it happens and the following day. After the fact, it's no longer short sell restricted. The uptick rule is not in effect. It's bleeding, but it's not SSR. I believe.
Yeah, we're just going to talk about eSignal quickly here because we want to thank them for sponsoring. We do have first month free. If you do scan that QR code right now, you grab that first month for free. It's important because eSignal does give you the ability to entitle yourself to any single market. So if you want to, for example, trade the Hang Seng or the Nifty 50 over there in India or some market potentially your charting does not work for, right? I mean, there's lots of charting examples like that. Futures markets, anything like that, crypto markets, whatever, eSignal is your answer to all of that. So make sure scan that QR code. Great back testing availabilities. I think Neil and I focus on that a lot of the time on the show as well. So make sure you get involved with them. Back testing, and then again, over 500 symbols at one time is what eSignal can provide to you as well. So it's just an exciting platform overall, and we would say use eSignal is what Neil and I continuously show here on the stream is our eSignal. So yeah, get involved with that, and I like the stock, and I went through some of the triggers for me here, and I just have a very, very basic, some of these alerts, like if Mara, Occidental, like different things are at different levels, trigger us into that. We did get stopped. We basically picked that bottom exactly. Now it's all the way back up. So we'll hit a fail and a siren on getting that one. But yeah, join us with eSignal. Make sure you do get involved with them as well. And it's thank you for them to sponsor the segment. Okay, let's have a quick look at what the market's doing today, right? All right, so here's the market. Hey, market, how you doing? All right, NVIDIA up right now 2%, so that's whoopsies. That's exciting there for NVIDIA shareholders. As you know, we've seen some good movements happening both to the north and the south side of NVIDIA lately. Nice to see them holding for today 2%, as we did have some talk there on during the afternoon about potentially some dissemination amongst should NVIDIA be given those NVIDIA chips or not, should China be given those. It's a nice little bounce back day here for retail, I'm noticing. Costco, again, not a play that I've made recently, but I obviously do like Costco, and you shop way too much there. But that is a nice movement there for Costco today, up that 1.77%. A nice move there for Walmart. I'm in Target. A lot of us we've talked about that. That's down 1.4% today. So not so great for Target for me there today, but we'll see if that can come in at some point there. Home Depot has been obviously a good trade as well for many people that have looked at Home Depot during this whole sort of recovery session that we're trying to experience right now. Amazon, Tesla, transportation is at JB Hunt down there as well. There's Palantir. Oracle still can't find its way, man. I don't know what was up. We got a question earlier about Netflix. They were down quite nicely there right off the open, so not sure what was creating that, but still down at Netflix. Remember, I like Netflix. I think Netflix heading into that split should be something that is talked about moving forward.
It did the crazy.
Yeah, didn't it go down to 1070?
1070, and then right at 1075, almost to the penny. 1075.15. It did this crazy inversion, like flat bottom break. I mean, I would make the argument that the breakdown was kind of here. That's a wild pullback, and you would think, certainly the split's going to be a positive, but I'd rather believe. What was it, I think it's middle of November. I'd have to double check the date when it'll be effective. We'll look forward to it because I think that's going to be much more fun for us as traders. And sort of to that point, I think it was Leroy Jenkins again, sort of saying, you find that there's only like 1 or 2 trading opportunities a day. Try to remember, when you see trading strategies done on a prop desk, that like prop trading, when you're trading companies' capital, you're going to have access to more buying power and more leverage for a lot strategies to work that might not be as viable for retail. You have to sort of tailor your strategy to the capital that you have, the risk that you have, like all those types of things. Because there'd be certainly there's certain scalp trades that don't work if you have a smaller account. At the same time, like on a prop desk, we flat out some days we come in and there'll be like some crazy gapper and it's going ham in the pre-market, but it's blocked for us. Because the available liquidity is so low that they don't want us getting into it with the buying power that would be available because they would run too much risk. Whereas that type of stock might be exactly what a retail person wants to grab. because they just think they can, get in and make like 50% or 100%, whereas that's not always the place for us. Dylan plays. I'm not seeing anything crazy in 5 balances, so I don't mind answering questions.
Yeah.
According to you, this is always fun, what price level could be a good entry to buy Meta? You know what's funny? I'm just saying I don't know literally at the beginning of the show. The only level, because it's breaking down, it hasn't made kind of a bottom setup where I can see support is held. There's been no support since earnings. So really, I just go back in the chart and say, I'll look at 625, but I'm not auto buying Meta at 625. I will buy it at some point after earnings, but it's given me zero reason to at this point. Like literally zero reason to buy Meta yet. You can point to the valuation and say, oh, let's get a good valuation, that's fine. And it'll be even better if it gets to 625 and puts a couple of days in bouncing off that level. And it'll be even better if it bounces off 580. So I try not to play the game of guess and rather see something, if it gets to a level, hold that level. Like look at Lulu. It double bottomed on the monthly chart at the 2-period moving average. Like it doesn't mean it's going up from here, but it's something. And I look for something that indicates a bottom. Like it decelerated and is now holding that low, which is what we wanted to see. I want to see another close. This is now another potential month that it's found a support. Meta, it's only been a couple of days here. I think we can be patient with it. Like look at the last time Meta, or anything, I mean obviously everything in April, but that's a bad example. Let's forget about April for a second because that was just different. If you look at when in 2024, when this lost the 50 period here, look at the bottom it made. Even if you missed that, even if you missed it at like 430, you could have bought the higher level support at 460. And then that level was there again. The stock went to $750 on that upward turn. So did it matter if you had 430 or 460 to 750? I don't think so. Like that's the way I try to look at it. I'm like, I know ultimately I'm not going to care when it goes up 50 to 70%, whether I got the bottom or whether I got 5% off the bottom. Who cares? But I'd rather have the higher low than the actual low almost every single time, because the risk of having the actual low usually is not the best.
Let's go have a quick little look here at who's making all of the money. We talking about prop trading versus retail trading. So these are the top 10 traders from not today, of course, from Friday here at Real Trading. So, all right, man, shout out to Canada again. These are the markets that the traders are trading, not necessarily where they are located. But we had Canada, remember, we did have the end of the month. But these numbers aren't that huge. They're pretty standard anyways. Amex, NASDAQ. We just talked about all these different markets, and yet alone, there it goes. We don't have anybody doing anything different on Friday. We do have some. Here, we can start looking at it. So there's some Blue Ocean. That's the over the extended hours trading there. Opens Sunday at 8.
Lower on Monday.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be Sunday night. They're OTC, so that's the pink sheets. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, DD, BYD, Luckin Coffee, all those kind of things. CBOE, of course. They're in Canada versus CSE there in the United States. Venture Exchange, Amex, Canada. So, and then as we go lower, Hong Kong, 1,200. The Turkish market right there, someone transplanted, $900 there. Paris, and then LSE, Copenhagen. So that's basically just a little bit of a look there at who's making what and where over here at Real Trading. Okay, there it is. Super chat time.
Trillion Small. PhD MBA, shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. You've watched for 6 weeks. Finally saying hi. Well, hi to you, Trillion Small. Found you during your 4-month self-taught trader training. Planned to just watch, but caught at Sean's energy. Chased, lost. Oops, but been trading since. Thanks. Yes, Trillion is your real name. I love that. That's fun, for sure. But you know what? That's sort of the thing. Like, you never want to get caught like chasing a move or chasing another trade, because like someone, like if you, like any trade that somebody is in, we're in, or somebody else, like if they're in, say like, I'm just gonna make up another, say $100, right? They're like, oh, I'm getting in because this support, and then all of a sudden it's in the money, like all the reasons why that trade might make sense might not make sense at 101. And that goes for pretty much anything.
Only 1 minute now.
Like it's just how it works at the end of the day. Like you have to be, like that's why you always explain the rationality of why you're getting in, because that matters more than, this stock I like for a long. Well, if you like it for a long and it's already bounced off that level and you're just holding it, it doesn't mean it's a good entry for somebody else. So always be wary of chasing moves. A lot of times the exit liquidity is the people that got in early, they're looking for that chase to be the exit liquidity.
No problem, Stevenson, ETN there for all the bangers. Look, man, I mean, we all try to work as hard as we can to find the best trades for you. So thank you for shouting us out on there. With only 15 seconds left, I have that Cat's Eye song in my head there. Harley, I don't know why. It's a big one for the girls.
You know what I can't get out of my head?
Gnarly.
I cannot get out of our closer's entry song.
What is it?
I don't even know the name of the song. It's just, but I cannot get it out of my head.
Okay.
Oh, imbalances just dropped.
They're not doing too much here.
ETH again. ETHA.
Oh, is it on there? And Q? Oh, there it is.
We've seen a big sell on this ETH.
Yeah, strange. Ethereum there. Yeah, good point.
Shocking, actually.
Okay, yeah, that is one. All right, Pfizer with a little bit of a sell. We saw some news on Pfizer, but $2 million is not going to do anything to poor old Pfizer. That's not going upside or downside. Intel continues to fall in today as that's made some move. You got some Intel on that stock or what? But there it goes down 1.4% as well. Apple down there. Yeah, actually, they did not like that. It's down 1%. I feel like tomorrow's going to be a short, man. This market is not participating very well here today. I don't know. It's up 0.2, but the trend here, I don't know. I'm not getting a great feeling. I don't know. Whatever. I'll wake up tomorrow and change my mind. But, you know, it's a little short, looking a little heavy right there. Nothing really being saved at all from here. Big Bear AI is a small sell. Again, it's been downside, like down 10%. Wow, I didn't even realize that when we looked at that the first time. But again, not it. Our plan is already in place for that. We've already talked about it. Kenvue, that's there as well. Meta came with a sell, so oh boy, man, that one getting lower and lower. There is Meta. We'll see how low that one can go, but that's another big mover there. Robinhood just hit my scanner. I don't know if it's moving or not. No, not doing anything, so probably just one of these levels there and not doing much, and Robinhood still staying upside. But yeah, I'm not seeing that much. DD, is that, that's not DuPont. Used to be DuPont.
It is DuPont.
Oh, it still is DuPont. Okay.
Yeah.
DD upside. What is that doing? Chemicals. Oh, did they just split or something?
They must have.
Yeah, I was going to say, because there's DuPont's not down anything
I didn't plug in.
today, right? So there it is. Nice move downside. I don't know what's up with that. But possible split there for DD. So anyways, oh, yeah, that's right. That's why Dow Chemicals or someone split. That's why I was like wondering about the symbol. Verizon. Other than that, not much else going on this. And then just a quick check-in on Palantir. I'm just going to get out of PLTR now, guys. There's really no point in me staying in this. Let's just cancel offers, put out a 74. There it is. That ends the day on Palantir, $5 or so near the highs, 202 to 207 for PLTR. That's one of my best outs. So we'll take that right there into the close and throw it over to Neil.
Yes, sir. And for we were just talking about this. Trading meant risking your own money or not having enough to start. So you'd have that extra fear of losing, and a lot of traders kept on the sidelines because of it. Well, that's changing. Why? Because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With the limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunities. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. And regardless, the thing that it is,
and that QR code
of every strategy, you've got to make sure you control your losses relative to your winnings, like anything else. But certainly having access to extra capital will help you. Yeah, I was going to confirm it was that spinoff.
Right.
But that, well, you already said it. I was going to read that one off. But it is what it is. These imbalances are pretty much a nothing burger. Like nothing came out large. And I looked over. I said, like, ETH was
AMD days high.
2 million is actually pretty decent. It made a very small move. That's the second day where ETH was down and then had a sell imbalance, and it moved a little bit, but not a lot. So it doesn't seem like a couple million shares is going to affect this one at the end of the day. And I did also see in the chat, if you're curious specifically about lessons on the imbalances, we do actually have a video explaining the imbalances. You can look it up on YouTube, Trader TV. It's a Trader TV Live and imbalances
somewhere.
Yeah, trust me, it's there. I think it's a fantastic one for sure. And if you do have any questions beyond that, then just let us know. We actually have specifically a video for those imbalances, everybody. And Joseph saying Amazon took all day to break support. Joey Options hating on Amazon. Well, Amazon might have broken support, but it's still up 3.5%. Why? Because OpenAI.
What, Joey Options is hating on Amazon? That's
What?
it.
Well, you breaking the lows.
Joe, man. Getting me upset over here.
No, I'm just, okay, fine. He doesn't hate on it. No, I like Amazon too, Joe. That earnings low was a good buy, but it did lose. It broke this, let's call it a bull flag, because that's what other people call it. This bad boy. But Amazon with that OpenAI money. Everyone gets OpenAI money, and then you get to go higher.
Andre, put that Nimrod on there.
Nimrod in the house.
Yeah, he's right here. Nimrod. 150 in Carp. Rust, you are right about that. We've trusted that guy since $9, man. Now he's up to $209, added $200 per share to the direct listed price for Palantir, and we will see what winds up happening. Good luck to my fellow philanthropists. I like that right there. So yeah, man, we love Palantir, and I don't know, like I haven't sold any of this. We got out a little bit ahead of 200, but it was literally nothing. Excited for it, but it could drop down. The expected move on Palantir is at 10%. We're looking again for news on, I'd like to see again some more contracts commercially for Palantir, see if they can get something going on that side, not be so related and relied upon the governmental contracts. I'd like to see some talk about those as well, right? That those are still pretty fruitful and coming through. What about more talk from Israeli government, Nimrod? I know that's where you're over there. They have deals there. They have deals obviously with the US government. Let's just wait to see what kind of AI, how good their foundry is, and what they're talking about with PLTR. So really going to be an exciting report for Palantir. I mean, last report for them was a very profitable one. Remember, they were included into the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ over this past year. So just looking at what the kind of numbers that they've been putting up, right? So these are the last EPSs. You can go adjusted or not. They've been turning profit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 or so quarters now in a row, right? The big thing that's always going to be a question mark, of course, for Palantir is when we go over here and we look at their forward PE of 250. So they're going to put up a number, their PE is going to be fine, but again, it's really extended maybe on the daily again. If you're going to look at Palantir and say, hey, when's the last time we sort of had this huge extension off of period moving average, right? Was right into here. We pulled back. That's that February dump. All stocks did that. Right into here as well. That's August. This kind of does it by itself as they went from huge move off the 50 period right back into the 50 period. So again, now we are extended past this lever, over 10% away from the 50 period moving average. A correction in this name does bring it right back into 175. So let's be careful with it. I'm excited for it. I got to go home, but Neil and Adair are going to take you into this one. So it should be Palantir's night, man. And let's just wait to see if it's going to be a happy face or a sad face for Palantir shareholders.
Well, I mean, yeah, but unless you literally bought it today or last week, like,
yeah, but people are playing options. I mean, there's more people.
No, of course, if you're playing earnings, that's one thing. But if you've been holding the stock, I don't think it does anything that like really scares the living crap out of you. But Meta, by the way, Meta broke 640, bottomed out here at 636. This is a stock after earnings that is yet to find its bottom. Not looking too good, as strong as Google and other names of. Unfortunately, Meta penalty box, new fresh low of the day. I'm going to head up to this. We're actually going to Adara.
Yes.
And then we'll get the bell. We'll get some Palantir at 405. Hims and hers.
This isn't news so much, I guess, just kind of an explanation potentially for why Ethereum was so weak today. I just saw this here on CNBC. I was looking into this earlier. I couldn't find anything. So a lot of this weakness in Ethereum attributed to a decentralized finance protocol, which is Ethereum-based, called Balancer. Now, apparently, Balancer lost over $100 million in a hack. So again, this hack of Balancer and the $100 million plus that were lost, that's what's being attributed here to this drop in ETH. Guys, back to you.
Okay, so that makes a little bit of sense there, as we have seen the downside push there for Ethereum coming in today, right? I mean, that was a big move. Hopefully everyone is trading Ethereum has either gotten out of it or understood the risks before, so they don't have to worry too much about it. But there it goes, man. Nimrod, everybody else, it's a chicken dinner winner for Palantir, because Palantir is right now They are, yeah, hit the bangs. Let's go. Here we go. We're riding the bull right there on Palantir. What am I even wearing there? But Palantir goes out at 207.50 right now, 207.30. Maybe I'm making a call there. But Palantir going out at the day's high. Very, very excited for that one. We do have the bell only in 20 seconds. Also, I know there's going to be a lot of Palantir talk, but there's HIMS as well. So HIMS coming through tonight. A little bit different than Palantir. HIMS on the lows, Palantir and whatnot near the highs. So, all right, man, less than 10 seconds to go now. 3, 2, 1. That is the bell. We are getting ready to drop these earnings. And, you know, no surprise one way or the other what's going on with Palantir. But we are excited for it. They should be coming out momentarily. And right now, there's Palantir, 207.50, man, as we discussed. All right, it's been a big day here. I want to say a big shout out to Ramin. Thank you for that, for everything you've done. Thank you to Andre. Thank you to Ian. Thank you to Joseph. Some guy named Sharif who's been here. Thank you to Brendan. Big thanks to Adara and, of course, to Neil. Let me get you over to the big desk. It's Palantir time. This is Sean. That's Neil Nadera. Go now. How about we just go now?
And here we are for the second time through. Let me just fix myself over here because it's Palantir Day up 3.5% going into the big print. Obviously, people are going to be talking about the PE. Our expected move is 10%. It was only 4% last time. We're looking for 17 cents a share on EPS. Revenue, we're looking for over $1 billion. They just hit the billion mark recently. $1.09 billion is what you're looking for. We also will have HIMS, FANG, VRTX, NV. There's a few names as well, but 405, Palantir is the big one. Of course, they are now in both the major indexes. This has been a stock which is, let's just say it's been going for a ride. It's a triple, it's almost exactly a triple up since the Liberation Day lows, and it hasn't really shown too many signs of Dara slowing down.
No.
This is also one where the conference call is always entertaining with Alex Karp at 5 o'clock. So a lot to be excited for. And then, of course, the reaction tomorrow, usually pretty volatile after earnings. But we have some pretty decent expectations here. That $1 billion revenue mark, of course, it was a big threshold for them to break through.
Yeah.
But with Palantir, you have to have continued growth based on the PE. So you need that continued growth. Already making some moves here in the aftermarket, but I don't see the numbers out yet.
Yeah, this also would not be the first time that Palantir had broken above that $1 billion revenue threshold. They actually did it last quarter. And Neil, what they also did last quarter was, in addition to having that revenue grow by 48% year over year, they also had some forward revenue guidance that they raised along with Q3 25 revenue projections better than expected. Analysts weren't even expecting $1 billion for this coming quarter. Now, again, it looks like that is going to be higher here. They guided around $1.083 billion to $1.087 billion. As we mentioned, analysts currently expecting $1.09 billion. You can find Alex Karp's face in this infographic on X at TTV Research if you want a little bit more details here for Palantir's last report and what Neil and I and all of you are eagerly awaiting tonight.
And this is sort of the idea why everyone's eagerly waiting, because I just saw The End in the chat. That is a member of the chat. I'm not saying it's the end right here. The End in the chat just said $1 billion revenue is crap for a market cap of nearly $500 billion. Well, that's the concern if you miss. It's that valuation. But valuation only matters when it matters. And a lot of times in a bull market, it doesn't matter so long as you can maintain growth. That is the big story here. It's only a couple of minutes to go. Worth keeping an eye on just perspective for Palantir here. Because if you look at that expected 10% move, the prior high was $189. You were more or less, that 10% move only puts you back into like that prior high. We're talking about the August top. You could literally have the expected move to the downside and it would be holding structure upside. That's how strong the stock has been going into it. So as I said, you know, if you're in the chat right now, you're joining us for the first time, or maybe you are and you've watched before and you're not in the chat, if you have questions, anything you want to throw in there, make sure you're a subscriber. Jump in, hit the like, hit the subscribe so you can join the conversation. Less than 1 minute to go here for Palantir. I know there's going to be other names to cover, and we can get to them a little bit later.
I'll put them in the chat,
yeah,
too, if I can.
Darryl will put them in the chat. We'll talk to Michael Noss a little bit after. But for now, we just want to watch out for Palantir. There have been some buyers in the aftermarket going into this, but nothing too crazy. I haven't seen anything that stood out on the tape or anybody that really got caught offside, nothing like that. But a slight upward trend as you're now actually starting to see it sell off just a little bit here. But we are just seconds away from the expected drop, hopefully not a drop, of those earnings here, Adara. Should be exciting. We'll try to get them to you as fast as possible, but sometimes we'll get top and first, and then we'll get a little bit more details after the fact. So if you happen to be trading, first of all, I never suggest anyone trade after market on earnings. That's incredibly dangerous. But if you are doing that, there's a top line and must have come out because you just hit 222. Someone in the chat literally said $222. That is the high. Initial move about 14 bucks, so call that 5% or a little bit more than that. Call it 6% or so. So now 9% up on Palantir. We now have the numbers, Adara. What are they?
Yeah, I'm going to have to take some time to read through this. So all I have is really the headlines. And when I say headline, I don't mean the headline numbers. I literally mean the headline. Apparently, their U.S. commercial revenue is up 121% year over year. Their overall revenue is up 63% year over year, as we mentioned last quarter. Their revenue grew by 48%, Neil. So sequential is getting larger still, which is nice. They're guiding Q4 revenue to 61% year over year and guiding U.S. commercial revenue growth here to 121% year over year. Now, this could be concerning, Neil, because what they're guiding here for their revenue growth for those segments is either flat or slightly lower than the growth we got this quarter. That could maybe be a bit of a problem for the street. They did raise their fiscal 2025 revenue guidance to 53% growth year over year, which according to them is, quote, crushing consensus expectations. I now have the numbers, guys. About it. EPS 21 cents versus 17 cents expected. Revenue $1.818 billion versus $1.09 billion expected. That is a double beat for PLTR. And again, guys, U.S. commercial revenue 121% year over year, revenue up 63% year over year, but their guidance for those segments for Q4 are basically in line with this quarter. So they're not seeing a lot of sequential growth for Q4.
Yeah, I think that's why it was that latter part that had it falling down a little bit here, because what happened was immediately on that EPS and revenue beat, you got right to that 222 level. Love that number, but 222 level, and then you started to see the guidance. It's now pulled back in. It did give up at one point a second ago the entirety of the move, but remember, it was already up going into earnings. You already made an all-time high today. So simply, if it just holds on, you're essentially holding that all-time high. Just very quickly, I know Palantir is going ham. I'm just going to report the action on HIMS. HIMS has dropped down 7% here. It lost 44 bucks right down into one. So it looks like HIMS and HERS earnings also are going to be out as that heads to the downside. Adara, what numbers here with HIMS?
Yeah, so we've got revenue here. Oh, sorry, I just have to put up the Zoom for Michael Noss. Revenue 589. Okay, so our total revenue 598.97 million. That is up on a year-over-year basis by 49%. So decent revenue growth here for HIMS. For more of these metrics, I'm going to have to read more of the report. But I have a little bit more here for HIMS. And where did it go? My feed is moving. Okay, so they did beat guidance here. Net income here of $16 million, EPS 6 cents. Apparently that's ahead of estimates, and the guided fiscal 2025 revenue between $2.335 billion and $2.355 billion. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know, but it looks like they did beat on EPS. Miss on EPS, beat on revenue for HIMS.
Well, after that drop, HIMS took a pill and went right back to VWAP because that just went 44 to 41 to 45. So HIMS, remember the short float is pretty significant with this one, and it had been selling going into earnings. So bouncing off support and trying to go back at least to where it was HIMS. But the bigger story, of course, Palantir, EPS beat, revenue beat, sequential growth strong. There was a small issue with the guide here, Adara, and we can talk about the P and all that. I think, of course, the market's always looking for growth. It is the guidance which has pulled it back. Like it's starting to, when I look at the tape right now in Palantir, it's starting to rev back up again. Like I can see some buyers that stepped in about 212 and they're taking it back to 14, but it's at about 216 bucks at that thing out of steam. So for now, we're expecting a 10% move. It's up 7%, but if you were to go 10% from where we closed, it didn't really approach the number at all. 222 gives you a little bit but now running into resistance at 216. Ever since they dropped the guidance, that's been the wall, this $216 level. Of course, the call still to come there at 5 o'clock. A lot of times you can certainly see Alex Karp rally the troops, even if it has been selling a little bit after the initial pop.
And what's interesting, Neil, is they usually will see guidance dropped a bit later. That did not happen with Palantir. It came out exactly when they released the numbers. Why I was able to so quickly kind of assess and be like, this is probably why the market doesn't love this. So again, guidance is not necessarily bad. They're guiding Q4 sales between 1.327 billion and 1.331 billion. That is well above the estimates of 1.19 billion. But it's more the percentage of growth that might be a concern. As you can see here, this quarter revenue grew by 63% year over year. Now, last quarter, we had 48% year over year growth. So that is an increase on a sequential basis. Now, next quarter, we're guiding, and I say only just comparatively. Of course, 61% year-over-year growth is still awesome, but for Palantir, that is a decline on a sequential basis, which is maybe a bit rough. Now, their U.S. commercial revenue was up 121% year-over-year for this quarter. Now, for next quarter, they're guiding the exact same amount of growth, so we don't want to see growth stagnate. And again, Palantir is still beating estimates on all these metrics, but that stagnant growth is not really what we want from a company like this, especially, you know, I don't want to say overvalued, but a lot of people will say overvalued. This Palantir really has to wow with their growth percentage. It's sad 100%. To see a name like this, which again did have a really stunning report, kind of flop on something like this in terms of people's expectations, because it is still a beat on the guidance. It's just me. I think they've impressed us so much. We expect maybe way too much of them.
Well, I don't think that's unreasonable when you have the valuation up where it is, and when the valuation is at high. It's like you said. Like if you're just not growing fast enough, again, 50, 60%, those are fantastic numbers. If that slows, you will get people taking profits. And a lot of that, like there's a good portion of that just has to do where it's come from. Like this is still a stock that was liberation lows at 60. And I can tell you, I know people that were like, would you buy it down? And they were like, no way, it's overvalued when it was down in the mid to high 60s. And now it's over a triple up since then. So what do you think they feel about that PE if you're going to have a little bit of slowness in the growth? So it's one thing to think about, okay, well, maybe no one wants to buy it up here, but you've got to put into your mind, what about those that have yet to ring the register in a name like a Palantir? And not to completely ignore Hims and Hers is now breaking out. This is sort of the thing. Hims, there's a good portion of the story when you're talking about Hims that you just have to consider that it can be a meme stock at times. It certainly is a stock with an over 30% short float. So this is what can happen when it bounces off support here for Hims, which it has done, and done so rather nicely here, Dara. So what was initially a move to the downside is now being reversed, as apparently they're in active discussions to make Wegovy injections and the oral Wegovy available through their platform. And the market, likey a lot here, Dara. Hims is now up 6% and grinding higher. It's actually up from the bottom about 15% or more than 15% from the initial lows. This just goes to show when they drop that top and bottom line, that is not the be-all, end-all of any earnings move.
Now let's Wegovy to the upside there for Hims and Hers, that's for sure.
Well,
I mentioned Sarepta, which is doing exactly the opposite. They're down 20%. Now they're actually more than expected loss per share. Sales beat, but they did miss here on their Essence study in SRPT, a name that unfortunately gets hit quite hard. And I only say unfortunately because of, you know, the actual lives and stuff. That's actually doing quite well. Now, I know we have to go to Michael Noss, but I do want to go over these Hims and Hers numbers one more time because I think absolutely we should do that. Earnings of 6 cents per share, below estimates of 9 cents. Sales, 598.976 million, beating estimates of just over 580 million. Guiding Q4 sales between 605 to 625 million. That is below estimates of 631.685 million. But again, as Neil mentioned, they're working apparently in active discussions to make Novo Nordisk's Wegovy available. So I guess Wegovy higher, even though this report was a bit of a crock. Chef Joe asking me to put a ticker in the chat. Guys, while we do this awesome interview with Michael Noss, I will answer any and all questions in the chat. Just tag me and I'll give you all that coverage you need. But now, I think we need to talk to Michael.
Absolutely. Our good friend here, as by the way, Palantir pulled all the way back to where we started and bounced off VWAP at 206 and now trying to regain some of the bids. So it's still dropping after that guidance. Let's drop some knowledge with our good friend, the Noss boss, and a little trader talk. our good friend, as always, Michael Noss. Glad to have you here. I know you're always excited at the beginning of a month. Allows you to do what you do best, which is analyze some charts, analyze some charts. So welcome back to the show. We talked to this morning our good friend Michael from Stats Edge. How was your weekend?
Weekend was good. Kids are still kind of working off, I think, the sugar high, going a little bit crazy. So if you hear screams in the background, don't worry, they're being tended to.
Well, I know how that goes. Hopefully the kids had a lot of fun and got a good haul, and you apply the appropriate parental tax, which I believe should always be a thing. When we're talking about tax to the market, that would usually be the pullbacks that we usually get. Right now, as an example, like we have Palantir. Palantir is sort of, I guess, a symptom of, or one of the factors of what people will call like this bullish run or the bubble that we're in. So its ability to hold on could certainly be an indicator. Like if Palantir were to go red today, you could expect it could actually bring some of the frothy names in the market back in. As we head into this new month and start this new month, is there anywhere that you are seeing any concerns of froth? I know you talked about what could hold us up for the next leg this morning. What could bring the market down to then require that next leg of strength?
It was a really interesting day when it came to, I guess, flight to quality, for lack of a better name. You know, at least early on and probably throughout, we had big sell-offs in a lot of these really high flyer names. I'm thinking quantum computers, Rigetti, and even some of the rare earth materials, and a lot of those names. Here's Rigetti down 12%. IONQ was down with it. And it hurts me to say, but even my beloved MindMed in the psychedelic space, every psychedelic company just took a wallop today. But then you take a look at something like XLV, which is one thing that I brought up earlier for my kind of case that the market's not in an overall bubble, is that these different sectors that are, more real, I guess, they're not really the kind of quantum computer or anything crazy, but you need healthcare companies, and that actually closed positive today. Not only positive, but above Friday's high, where if you look at the SPY, it was down or positive today, but below yesterday's high, and actually a red candle on the day. So seeing some of these kind of less interesting names, but still very important names, like we even had IWM hold on, which is your small caps, and then we had healthcare hold on. A lot of these different names doing so well makes me think that there was a little bit of, okay, let's ring the register on some of these crazy stocks that were up a whole bunch, and then let's allocate some of that money into things that are, quote unquote, safer or, flight to quality type names.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and a lot of people are thinking about this at this particular time because, I can't even get to my house to the train is like 5 minutes, and I'll have say CNBC on, and every single morning in the last month, within that 5-minute drive to the station, every day I hear the word bubble. It's like 5 minutes, and they can't stop talking about it here. Now, what that can also mean, though, is, and stop me if you disagree with this, when everyone's looking for thinking exactly the same thing, how often is it true in the moment? It might eventually be true, but I always feel like that's the crowd doesn't usually see what's going to happen right away.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. And if you look at all of the crashes through history, yes, we make movies about the people like The Big Short that saw them coming for the reason that most didn't. And we have to kind of separate ourselves from thinking in hindsight and saying, oh, yes, it was obvious that, housing prices were too crazy and there's people with too low of income buying too big houses and blah, blah. But in the moment, not many people saw that coming, only actually a rare few. And it was the same, who saw COVID coming before it was kind of right at the doorstep. And even over and over and over again, we had the Russia-Ukraine war that causes, and then no one saw the tariffs being as big as they were before that one Liberation Day. So I always try to ignore the thing that everybody thinks is going on, and in this case being this AI bubble. And I try to, it's thing that it's a black swan for a reason. It's a black swan because nobody sees it coming. It's not something that really normally exists. And then from there, that's what causes the sell-off. So yeah, I'm with you that it's usually, again, the really, really rare thing. So I don't think they're going to look at it and say, hey, it's Palantir that's going to bring us down or any of these. It's going to be something that none of us are looking at right now.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because like a lot of people would say Palantir is kind of the exact type of stock that if it does show a little bit of weakness, oh, that could be the signal, that could be the top, or like NVIDIA or something like that. But I want to see, can you do me a favor and we'll put on the hat that you always have on, which is your technical analysis hat? Because when people are looking at like and calling something frothy, like a Palantir, like it just, the guidance, look, it just blew up from like 207, 208 to 222 at the highs and is now pulling right back in because of this guide. If you look at this stock, the degree to which it's respected the 50-period SMA on the chart has said, grit your teeth and buy it off that price every single time. But when you get to a point like this, where everyone's thinking froth, a lot of times your gut tells you to abandon that kind of a strategy because why would you want to buy the dip at a first support level? What approach, I know you're very systems-based. How do you avoid that, oh, I'm going to talk myself out of a working strategy because everything is telling me I don't like the direction that it's telling me I should make the bet?
I think it's understanding that you're going to get hit once real hard. And I'm on Twitter kind of memeing all the time about, the great cooking oil crash that we had 2 weeks ago. And, the fact that buy the dip has continued to work regardless of what's happening, whether it's, 3 talk or tariffs or whatever it is, knowing full well that me to follow my strategies that are mean reverting and dip buying and everything, that one day my day will come and I'm just going to wake up and I'm going to get like really hit. I'm probably going to lose like 10-20% of my portfolio in a single week or something like that. And you kind of just have to, I think, accept that risk going in, because the way I look at it is, I've done very well this year along with a lot of people just because the market's been doing this all year. And knowing that I would rather make the money now and then at some point have to give a fair portion of it back than the other way around. So I think, like for your example with Palantir, if it pulls back to that breakout area at 190 or something like that, I think you have to take the shot and you have to just kind of be accepting of those probabilities that if you had bought every support area on Palantir for the last year, you made a killing. And at some point, the market comes a knocking and it's going to take some of your money back. And it's your job as a trader to just identify when that thing stops working. And the only way to do that is to do that once or twice and be completely wrong about it. And I don't think there's any other way around it. It's just get ready to get your hand slapped at some point. I just don't know if it's right now or if it's 5 years from now. And if I didn't spend the next couple years the dips in these names over and over again, then I would miss out on all of these gains, right? I'd rather make 100% and give back 20% of those than to be the person who's in cash right now waiting for their moment to get involved.
Well, that's about a perfect answer, and I didn't necessarily think that one was going to stump you, but I didn't know. Obviously it wasn't a topic that I think you were going to be ready to discuss. But that's perfect. Understanding that when you go to eventually at some point you buy dips in an upward trend like a Palantir, the stock has gone from $65 to $222 at the high today. And every time you've had a chance to dip, it has made you money. And if that's what you've been doing, the whole is that you don't have to do anything, but you do a working strategy until it stops working. But I believe you also said in there, every trade has to have an out, and therefore you take whatever that hit is when it's wrong. On another note here, you talked about some other names this morning that you thought were going to be pretty good and some ETS, but was there anything that you didn't talk about with regards to market breadth, or maybe an individual name that you wanted to throw at us here as we have a few minutes left? And by the way, just for everyone out here, I want to continue to talk so you understand what Palantir is doing. Palantir has held the volume-weighted average price in 206 the entirety of this post-earnings move. Like it broke out, it is holding the same low. And I can tell you someone is down there at just underneath 206, and every time it dips underneath 206, it's getting bought right back up. It doesn't really go very far, but it is bouncing very, very cleanly. That chart's getting cut off. I don't know if I can do, I don't know, that chart's getting cut off there, but it's holding that 206 level for everyone out there. But was there any other names that you wanted to give to us or that are piquing your interest after a day of trading here to start the month?
Yeah, well, I've had a couple triggered from my system. The main ETF that I didn't get a chance to talk about this morning that I just wanted to look at briefly for my case, this is not a bubble, is just IWM. And this is a monthly chart that goes back to 2001. And we are barely above that price. Yes, we're up like 5-6 months in a row. So maybe a little pullback is necessary. But this to me, and you know, there's only 500 names in the SP 500. If you're using the SPY, 30% of that is all of the big cap tech we all know. And there's 2,000 names in the Russell. So way more of kind of a market breadth understanding that, again, we're just breaking out here. But some of the names that came through the system was actually a pretty good idea or follow up to our conversation there. This P-Sky was one I made a video about today. And these are the kind of names that we're looking to buy dips on with the system. And it's a good follow-up to what we talked about when to know when not to buy the dip anymore. So, you know, without giving away this entire system, but the idea is that we're looking for short-term oversold, but not long-term oversold. So, for example, a short-term, like a 2-period RSI is now oversold, but a longer-term period RSI, say like a 50, is not oversold. And what that allows us to do is to make sure that we're buying dips in strategies. But if this continues to fade, we got in around 15, it's around 15.42 right now. If this continues to fade and it gets into the 14s or the 13s, that longer term trend then becomes oversold and then becomes weak. And then it's more conducive just to kind of stand on the sidelines. So for this particular strategy of buying dips in very strong names, what you often see is that in bullish markets and in markets like we are now where we're almost right near highs, there's a lot of names because you're just looking for names, again, that have pulled back that are really, really strong. When the market gets really, really bearish, this strategy almost has a natural cutoff because you're not finding those long-term uptrends that you're then buying into the short-term period. So, you know, for people who are looking at something like Palantir, it could be as simple as like a moving average or something like that. I'm going to buy dips in this name as long as it's above the 200-day or something like that. So make sure that when you're looking to buy dips, that you're doing so in the direction of a longer-term trend, and that will keep you more safe than anything because eventually you'll buy a couple dips and they'll fail, and then that longer-term trend will turn neutral to negative, and then you're just sitting on your hands and you're waiting for that to kind of happen again. And for us, that's one of the things that we're doing a lot of is looking for, again, really strong names that are pulling back a little bit too harshly over the last couple of weeks.
I'm glad you brought that to everybody out here, Michael, because we get a lot, I say this almost every time, we get a lot of questions on the show. People are looking to the dip on a downward trending stock. And look, if you happen to catch the bottom on something, it can be amazing. I tend to say, like, if it can break the trend at some point, that's one thing instead of trying to get the absolute low. But it's a heck of a lot easier to buy the dip in an upward trend than it is to try to pick a bottom. And I can tell you that from long experience. I'm glad you're echoing that as well. Michael, it's always a pleasure having you on here. You know, we love your wisdom. We look forward to talking to you on Friday well. So best of luck in all of your trades. Hopefully we get some good dip buys on this trend that we have until the point at which this bull market decides it is going to be over, but it hasn't been for a long time. Michael Noss over there at Stats Edge, our good friend. Have a fantastic week.
Have a good week and trade safe, everyone.
Thank you. And always in the good-looking plaid too, Mr. Michael Noss, yes. Our good friend there, for sure. One of these days, I gotta jump in the plaid game as well. Because Sean does it. By the way, I've known Sean a long time, so every now and then I don't really do it on the show much.
You don't do it much. I was gonna say it kind of was like. Oh.
Every now and then I do. So like in our high school group of friends, everybody calls Sean Katina. Like we just call him Katina.
Yeah.
I've work here at the show. I always say Sean. Anyway, sometimes I slip into it. Palantir is still finding that same support here at Darren. For everyone that's coming in, they did have that beat on EPS, 21 cents versus 17, I believe, 1.18 billion in revenue, just at the top and the bottom. But Dara, for anyone that's wondering, why isn't this thing at $220? possibly because of that guidance.
So this is my speculation as to why, and you can read more on this on X at TTV Research. While we had Michael Noss on, and thank you again for Michael Noss being on there, I typed up a quick Palantir earnings summary, so please check that out on X at TTV Research. But the biggest thing I think that matters is, like I said, growth slowing down. For a stock like this, a company like this, you don't want to see any kind of slowing down of growth. Now, this quarter they reported 63% revenue growth versus 48% revenue growth last quarter. But Neil, they're guiding 61% revenue growth for the next quarter. So that is a bit of a pullback. Now, for U.S. commercial revenue, that was up 121% year-over-year for this quarter. That's obviously great, but they're guiding the exact same amount of growth next quarter. We don't want growth to stagnate, especially not for Palantir. I also have to mention a truly bonkers comment that Alex Karp made in the letter to shareholders. I haven't read through the whole thing yet, but I do have to shout out Fast Stock News on X, great account, and they posted a quick summary of this letter, including this shocking quote. Apparently, in the letter, Palantir CEO Alex Karp claims that Palantir delivers, quote, rates of return previously limited to the most successful venture capitalists. So that's wild, and I just have to shout that out. But seriously, congrats to anybody who was long this name. I know Sean had that long intraday today. That was awesome. And like a lot of people are saying in this chat, the fact that Palantir is only flat, given A, the epic run-up, and B, how high the expectations were for this, that's not that bad.
Well, that's true. Like, you have to really think about it. Like, if it's bad, they'll sell it off. That being said, and by the way, Hims was actually able to hold on to this $47 level. So, you know, this active discussions to make Wegovy injections available on the platform, in addition to oral Wegovy, is fantastic for them. 4% up with a big short flow over 30%. But just to finish the thought on Palantir before we get into the rundown, we saw it with Google to a certain extent. We saw it with Amazon. We've seen it with a bunch of names that gap up and look super important. And then we come in the next morning and then they sell it off. It's one thing when you have aftermarket money telling you something. It's another thing when you have the big money during tomorrow's session tell you something. That's why we'll be here all day long, like we always are, to track that action. And the action that we got going on right now is going to be roll call, everybody, because that's how we roll around here. But if you want to be part of roll call, jump in the chat. To do so, you got to be a subscriber. See that beautiful chat that's flowing right there? It's not actually there. It's just magically put on the screen by Fabian. Ooh, love that magic. Jump in that chat by hitting subscribe. And then you can do whatever you can say Palantir Army, go Alex Karp.
Tell us what you were trading today.
Tell us give us the symbol that you traded today. What was the symbol that was best for you? Or give a shout out to anybody on our fantastic team, whether it's Ramin, always Team Ram first there, Fabian, or Fabian or Andre, the midday boys, of course. We had Sharif, and of course we always have Joe, my man Sean, Brendo, Adara on the desk, always crushing it like she does. Or just pat yourselves on the back. But I want to know what symbol you were trading the most.
So do I.
I'll tell the one I had the most executions. That's what I'm going to put in here. Let's get some roll call.
Nice, yeah, thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, hashtag Team Ram, Andre, Fabian, Brendan, thank you to Mark, Rob, Randy. I don't think Randy was here today, but shout out to everybody working on this awesome renovation, everyone you see, everyone you don't see. I think I mentioned both Sean and Neil. And I also have to mention David Treziak with a $10 super chat saying, watch the SNAP impacts over the next quarter. $8 billion a month on food is not the issue. It's the other spending those 42 million people do that will kick. That is a really good point, and obviously very serious issue, and thank you for addressing that just from a market perspective as well, because that will certainly be something to watch. Thank you to Big Eyes Gallagher, Save Man Woman Peace, Jason Coigny. Thank you to Mike Peter Ryder, One Life to Live Together. Shout out to One Life to Live, and shout out to Brian Felipe's appearance on that show in the early 90s. D. Westermeyer, Sergio Christopher, Ebb and Flow Portfolio, Kaimo, Mr. Englewood, Han, T.W. Hoskins, Stickelberg, Mike H. Got Rats, John. We've got Olu, Adrenaline Angles, Paulo, Butter Biscuit Head, Neil Roberts in the chat, Joseph Brown, Swizzler Sniper, Big 40 Nephew, Farmon, IL Tech Surgeon, Kirk D. Yorgos, and Budman. Will also shout out Pastor Hims, Navitas, CLX, Vertex, and Diamondback Energy. Those are the 6 big names you're watching after the bell. We have a whole bunch more reporting tomorrow morning. If you want to know what those are and the expected moves, check out X at TTV Research. I will be reposting that infographic tomorrow morning. It's already scheduled.
And she drops the mic. Nobody can do what Adara does. Bet that.
Thank you.
But nobody can do what Trader TV Live does either, which is cover everything you need when the market is moving, as it is moving, because that's what we do around here, and we'll do it right bright tomorrow. We'll see you at 8:30. We'll have the aftermath of Palantir earnings and HIMS, but we'll also have Uber. That could be spicy and AMD after the bell tomorrow. We're Trader TV Live, brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Your market recap show is over. Have a good one, and we'll see you in the morning. Man, I love that shot. I sent the picture of that to my wife. She's like, "What the heck?" She's like, "That's kind of big." I'm like,